And we are live here on the Cowboys Report for the 2025 NFL Draft. I am Tom Downey, producer Chris Daughtry, behind the scenes for today's live show. We will be live for the entirety of round one. We will have some simulcast coverage mixed in with the Chat Sports stream, where I will also be on for today's show. We got 15 minutes here of some fun before we got to go back over there and get things all organized from that perspective, and we'll do the simulcast stuff. 15 minutes. This is your chance to get in early on the giveaways, and if you're able to get me a little bit drunk. So first off, every $10 super chat, we'll do this each day of today's live stream, will be a rookie jersey raffle. We will raffle those off at the end of each pick session. If it carries over the next day, we'll do that, but we'll be live all of day 3 there. $10 gets you in to the rookie jersey raffle. So $10 on that front. $50, and it's tortilla slaps. $100 beer bong, by the way. So if you want to get me drunk in these little 15 minutes of action-ish before we head back over to the dual stream with myself and Jack Sparrow in the Chat Sports, and we'll simulcast here too. $100 beer bongs, and we'll get it going today. $100, but that is the price point the boss has mandated. I am not allowed to go less than that. This is the price point we have to deal with today. So $100 on that front. We are also going to do the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What Going Down. Enter that one, $20 to enter. The most hundreds in the month of April does get a DeMarvion Overshown jersey. That is the most hundreds in the month of April. So right now, the leader is 3. You can take the lead right now. All Venmos count double. Just specify. So if you send me a $10 Venmo, we'll give you 2 entries into the rookie jersey raffle. Double tortilla slaps for $50. $100 beer bongs. If I get the Venmo, I'll do 2 of them as well. I, for some reason, didn't bring my phone in with me from the studio. That's not the end of the world, though. But it is over there. Maybe you go grab that one for me here after you push the next part. That is the Super Chat menu here on today's show. We are also doing an additional giveaway. If you go retweet my pinned tweets, which I'll put in the comment section here of today's show as well as my pinned tweet, we will give away, if we get to 50 before pick 5, we will give away the Chubby's Cowboys polo, a new one. It's the same one I wore on our video earlier this morning. So we will give away this Chubby's polo to one person who retweets my pinned tweet. The deal is we got to get to 50 retweets, or the bosses said we aren't allowed to give it away after all. So go retweet that pinned tweet right now. All you have to do is hit RT, and you are eligible to win the giveaway. We will track those throughout the night. It is this. It's part of their NFL collection polo. So it's a neon Cowboys polo. It's super comfortable, by the way. Fits great, breathable, awesome polo. Cowboys themed. Free giveaway for today's live show. Have to retweet that pinned tweet at What Going Downey. I put the link in the comment section, and I'll put it in the live chat here as well. All you have to do is hit RT, and you are entered to win it. So JJ and Brett got you entered into that one as well. Appreciate that, my friends. Thank you all very much for that. Brett's Brett Van Alstyne. Hit the RT on the pinned tweet at What Going Downey. We get to 50 by pick 5, so that's 2-ish hours from now, and we'll have the opportunity to get the Cowboys polo, the Chubby's Cowboys polo for you. We have a $10 super chat, so the first of our entries into the raffle. Again, we got about 10 minutes here, so get your supers in. We get some hundreds, I'll do a beer bong. In fact, for the first 100, I'll do 2. First $100 super chat, I will do 2 beer bongs. They didn't say I couldn't do multiple for 100 for the first one, I guess. So, Drew DTX, who is a bigger upside, Henderson or Judkins? Assume Javante's at the back. Also, my name pick this time is the coldest. LOL. He's going to go Stars. That is not the right one. That is an older one. That is not the. That was from yesterday's or Monday's live show. The most recent super chat is from OG Rungtag, who says, "Time for a weekend of chaos and fun. LFG. I hope it's chaotic. I hope we get good players too. But I think chaos is entertaining and maybe benefits the Cowboys if they can just make the right picks there." Thomas Palmer, you think we'll see a Micah contract during the draft? I would be extremely surprised. It's just not. Why would they take away attention from themselves? They'll wait. they'll wait until June. They'll wait until the start of real mandatory minicamp or something to maximize the attention, because why wouldn't they? Like, they don't have to panic and do it early. They can just kind of get all the attention. At this point, there's no benefits to doing it with urgency. Today's show is made possible by Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in pricing, views from your seat, and their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, CHATSPORTS, for $20 off. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use that code CHATSPORTS for $20 off today. It's also made possible by Prize Picks. It is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Points, rebounds, assists, whatever. Take your pick of more than or less than for a shot to up to 2,000 times your cash today. Download the app and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game. Link for both Game Time and Prize Picks are in the comments and the description of today's show. So do you guys want the Dallas Cowboys to draft? We still got an hour and change until the draft actually begins, and then we'll have an hour plus until the Cowboys actually go on the clock. Who do you want the Cowboys to draft? Get those comments in for me in the comments of the live chat. We are live after all. Nicholas Lanham, as a reminder of the Super Chat menu, $10 you entered into our rookie jersey raffle. First 100, I'll do 2 beer bongs. Haven't had any of those yet. So we only got about 5 more minutes, and then we're going to go back to the simulcast here on the Chat Sports side. But Nicholas says a trade back involving the Lions, where we swap a first and get Williams like a third or a fourth. Would you be interested? I don't know what the Jameson Williams trade value ends up being. I think that type of package interests me a little bit. I just would want to figure out what the actual trade value is of Jameson, and maybe I just stick and pick a 12 and just trade for him separately. But I like the thought process there. Jorge, T-Mac, Revel, Damian Martinez, Cayman Rucker. It's a little bit early for me on Rucker. Deion Walker, Connor Colby, Kyle Monungai. Thoughts on those players and their draft positions? I'm on board with T-Mac in round 1. Savone, Revel in round 2. Martinez might have better back available, but it's in the right range, so it's fine. A little bit high for me on Rucker. Wasn't overly impressive there. Deion Walker, I like. Connor Colby, I think, is a good backup guard. Kyle Monungai is a good player. I think he's kind of repetitive with Martinez, but the value's right there for sure. So I don't mind that one at all. So thank you, Jorge. We'll get to Tristan Brown's $10 super chat as well. What are the odds the Cowboys blow it in the first round? I don't even want to acknowledge it as a possibility, frankly. I don't even want to go down that path. I just want to let things play out how they're going to play out. I don't want to have chaos or something bad happen. I don't want to speak it into existence. I think there will be a good player there. And I always like trading down because you get more assets. So maybe we get chaos tonight and something weird and wild and wacky happens and all kinds of unforetold chaos goes down. But I want to see how things play out and allow things to settle and be in a good spot. So as a reminder, hit me up and go retweet my pinned tweet at What's Going Downey. If you retweet the pinned tweet, I will put it in the live chat. It's also pinned, by the way, in the comments section as well. If you hit RT on my pinned tweet, if we get to 50 before pick 6, we will give away same polo, your size. It's the one I wore earlier today. We will give away this Chubby's Cowboys polo for free. All you have to do to enter is hit RT on my pinned tweet. I will double check the names that have retweeted it so far. We got a couple more to add here. We got, let's see, we go rapid fire, KD, Justin M, Matt B, Jenkins Gaming, and Big Guy J. So we're past, it's actually double two there. So we're at double digits, which is great. We got to get more. So go hit RT on my pinned tweet, and we will give away the Cowboys Chubbies polo for free on today's show. All you got to do is hit RT. William Cook, $10, another raffle entry. How about a trade with the Texans / what could they get? It's a good question. I think you'd get a lot back at that point. I think trading down that far is a little bit dicey for me. I'm worried you're going to get sniped of a lot of your round 1 and even your round 1 / round 2 grades there. But I think you'd get a lot back. How that plays out, I don't really know. But it is dicey there. Michael Sutton, is the golden height more about his 40 time? Seems like every year someone runs fast and jumps up the draft board. I think everyone agrees he does not play at a 4.29 speed. I didn't change him from my grades after the 40 time. He was always going to be a very early second round grade for me. That did not change. I think the CFP and his kind of late season play is what boosted him, but his profile fits well in the NFL. He's a route runner. He's got speed. He's got great body control. He'll be able to make some plays downfield too. I think he does fit pretty well as a good football player. I would prefer T-Mac, but I wouldn't hate that pick in round 1 or in a trade down or whatever. Quick shout out, by the way, for Tristan Brown. Says if Warren is there and T-Mac isn't, do you take him? I think tight end is a luxury pick. I have Warren ranked higher, but I'd probably take McMillan in the end. So what we're going to do next is I'm going to sign off on this one. Don't go anywhere. We are going to do some simulcast stuff here with the main chat sports stream. We'll let producer Chris Daughtry come on here in just a second and give some shout outs. So don't go anywhere. I'm going to literally walk across the hall into the main chat sports studio, and we will have you guys covered with more NFL live draft coverage. So don't go anywhere.
What is going on, Cowboys fans? Chris Daughtry here. We are ready for the 2025 NFL Draft. Go ahead and shout out where you guys are watching from. Doing a couple things at once here. Tom's getting set up over there in the other studio. We're going to do some behind-the-scenes things here for you guys, but I'm going to shout you guys out in the chat. I'm also going to be talking to our other producer, Sam, on the phone real quick. So, a couple things going on. Somebody said sound off. Oh, Jesus. What about now? You guys hear me now? Half you guys are saying sound off. Half you guys. Maybe it's because my mic was over there. Maybe that's why. Can you guys hear me now? Let me see it now. Can you hear me now? How about now? There we go, baby. There we go. Sound is okay now. I had my thing set up over here, so that's why that was happening. But Tom's going to get set up over there in the other studio. And then we're going to send you guys over there. You guys are going to do the simulcast there. I see Gregory. I see Brian. I see Hank, William Cook, Jeff, Randall. Let me know if I need to turn it up a little bit more. We're in a different studio here today, so getting used to a couple of things over here as well. You ready? Okay. Sam just gave me the nod, so I'm going to throw the phone up here. And we are going to send you guys over to the simulcast. Oh, my God, everything's falling off my head. I see Everett in there.
Here, so make sure you guys get those 100s in there. If you want Tom to do that first beer bong of the night. And make sure you guys...
Brandon, Scotty, keep spamming the chat. We're trying to be the biggest chat sports stream tonight. Make sure you guys drop a like as well. I see Nick in the chat. Thomas, Troy, what is going on, everybody? Good? All right, doing it now.
He was a lot better last year, Ollie Gordon was. It got very common
2 years ago.
In this year's class. 2 years ago, yes.
Yeah,
sorry,
2 years ago.
I meant last year's and not this year. But
yeah,
yes,
sure.
Good clarity. Yes. We are now welcoming back in the Cowboys Report live stream. Happy to be here. Sad no one gave me 100 to do a beer bong, but that's how it goes. That's how it goes sometimes.
Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Gordon, I think is a power runner. Like I think he's going to work better as like an early down back, maybe sort of more so the pass catching back. Fannin is a unique prospect. And like, he runs really weird.
Yeah, he's gangly.
Like he is duck footed, which doesn't really matter. But I swear to God, sometimes this is very mean. What I'm about to say because he's a good player. I like him a lot. He runs like he's bow-legged too.
Yeah.
Like he kind of lumbers around out there, kind of like late stage Gronk, which is kind of like flailing the body around a little bit. But all he did was produce against everybody, which I don't think should ever really be overlooked. And he tested kind of better than I thought he was going to as well. So I think day 2 is where he ends up going.
Yeah.
I would keep an eye out for Philadelphia because they just hired his head coach as their quarterback's coach.
Yes, they did. That's actually a really, really good point. All right, so let's tell you about our sponsor today at Prize Picks. And Prize Picks is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You just pick more than or less than on at least 2 player stat projections for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks, and Prize Picks is the best place to win cash while watching sports. You can also turn your playoff hot takes into tickets to basketball's championship series. Every lineup you make on Prize Picks will enter you in the Takes 2 ticket sweepstakes, which could get you and a +1 a VIP trip to the championship. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. PrizePicks also offers weekly promotions that can lead to big payouts like Taco Tuesday, where every Tuesday, PrizePicks discounts select player projections up to 25% to provide even more value for your lineups. Tom, I love Prize Picks because you could just be, sitting at home on a random Tuesday and you're like, what, let's just have some fun watching some sports here. Just 2 to 6 player stat projections, more than or less than on this Prize Picks projection here. For example, this is kind of the futures for the full season of the 2025 campaign. Taking the more on CeeDee Lamb, the less on Breece Hall rushing yards, and then the more on passing touchdowns for Mr. Dak Prescott. You guys can download the app today. Use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, run your game.
Excited to see how the rest of the draft plays out. Some more super chats here as well. We got Daniel. I want, that one we probably should not do. I don't know if you did that one already. That one was, oof.
Yeah, that
one was... The censors blocked you there, Daniel. It says Deion Walker, especially Cody Simon, are sleepers. Walker, I was convinced was going to be a top 15 pick, and then he had a bad 2024.
Yeah, he plays with really bad pad level.
He's 6'7". How can he not?
Yeah, and it's just like you understand why. Plus, apparently, he played through an injury,
back injury, which is also like not a good thing still.
Yeah, and then even with that back injury, he showed some incredible flashes on his film last year, particularly as a pass rusher. So if he's got that back issue figured out, and you feel good about his medical situation. He's massive, obviously, and he's very explosive as an athlete. So very intrigued by him.
I comped him as fat Eric Armstead. Because, I don't actually know if you want to play him at nose guard because he plays so tall.
Yeah.
Like, I better kind of play him kind of 5 technique, DE, DT hybrid at times and letting him be kind of a freaky boy.
Yeah, I actually don't think he's a nose tackle at all. I think he's more of a 3 tech because you can use his athleticism to get after quarterbacks, but he's very much a projection at this stage.
I am scare-roused by him because he could be great or he could also be very bad.
I saw that in your notes, and
that's a good one, right?
I literally guffawed when I saw that in your notes.
I do like Cody Simon, too, as a linebacker. I think day 3 is where he ends up going. He had a very nice year for Ohio State. We're the last one we got where we have not gotten to Max Finnegan on Cowboys, by the way. So that was the last one. Only one we have not gotten to in the Cowboys Super Chat side. He says, I know it won't happen, but Giants straight up for Jalen Milroe. Let's will it into existence. Just think of the years of laughter we can have. And you like Jalen Milroe.
I actually like Milroe, and I like him for the Giants if they get him.
Take him in the 3rd, not the 1st.
But he's not going to make it to the 3rd. That's
you
the
say
thing,
that.
Tom.
That's what they said about Malik Willis.
Yeah, but Malik Willis was tiny. And Milroe's a way better athlete than Willis ever was.
That's because Milroe is a running back.
Milroe is a running back. And by the way, if you ask
he might be a really good running back, too.
I think I saw somebody, I think it was Pelissero from an NFL coach that said if he came out as a running back, he might be a 1st or 2nd round pick. He's that good as a rusher. And then,
he is electric.
He is absolutely electric.
So he needs to use his legs more. I think at Bama last year, they tried to make himself more into a pocket passer. Just use legs. Take your 6'2", 217 frame and run. How about Cordell Stewart comp?
I don't hate that at all. I kind of like the Justin Fields comp, too.
Yeah.
We've seen Justin Fields has not developed his mental processing since entering the National Football League. Maybe Milroe can. We'll see. But I like the Justin Fields comp quite a bit. And, hey, Justin Fields just got $20 million to be the starting quarterback of an NFL franchise. So, if he turns into Justin Fields, I think that some people would be rather surprised that he developed that much. $5 from Max. Oh, never mind. We just went into that. All right. Make sure you guys get those likes in there. We need to hit a 50% like rate, guys. We're at just 476 likes. I'm about to hop off here to introduce our Steelers audience on Steelers Talk. So make sure you guys get those likes down there in the live chat, and let's get it going right now. Make Tom do the Bean Boozled.
I will do
here.
the Bean Boozled.
All right.
I'm not scared.
All right.
I'll hang that
Here
over
we
there.
go with the Bean Boozled.
I'm not scared at all.
With the beautiful spinning wheel of death as well.
The one in my studio is very old, and they've kind of like all congealed.
Is it just like wrinkly and like you
no,
can't even
it's
read
just
it?
like stale, and like the beans themselves are stale, and it's like
Are they like hard?
Pause. They're a little bit. Yes, the beans are hard, and also they kind of like all taste like each other. So you kind of just get like a meld of like it's not as bad as it could be. Sure, shit ain't good either though. So, all right, like that video if you haven't already. The goal was always a 50% like ratio. If we get there, I will do 2 Bean Boozles.
Ooh, at the same time?
No, you gotta do them separately.
Oh, come on.
Because otherwise you can't taste it.
But if you do it at the same time, it pretty much guarantees one of them.
Yeah,
bad.
but you might get double good or double bad. It makes it more fun. So
That's
hit
true.
that like button if you haven't already done so. You all set to slide off there, Sparrow? We got plenty of Cowboys Report supers to jump into as well.
And I'll be back at around 6:30 here.
Should be fun. We'll have you back on here, and we'll get to the actual draft in just a little bit. See you in a little bit there, Sperry. Like that video if you haven't already done so, both on the Cowboys Report and on Chat Sports. I guess if I'm offering this is really for the main side, since we are simulcasting right now on Chat Sports and on the Cowboys Report. I kind of feel like I should also extend this offer to the Cowboys Report. So if you like it, 50% like ratio, I will also do a Bean Boozled on the Cowboys Report. About pretty equidistant, different numbers, but similar ratios to get there too. So like the video, please and thank you if you haven't already. We are about 50 minutes to go here until round 1 of the NFL Draft. The Titans, we know who they're picking. They are going to simply take the best player on the board. For them, that's going to be Cam Ward. Pick number 2, there is a lot of buzz right now that it might end up actually being traded. Not just our boy Slick Rick. There's a lot of NFL insiders now doing interest of, the Browns, number 2, we'll see what happens. That would be, we presume, for Travis Hunter, who is the best available player on my board. I think he can play corner and receiver. Why not both? I think he's an athlete. I think he's an awesome football player. I think this is I don't use the word generational anymore because somehow every year there's a generational player at every position, which isn't how it works. But we haven't seen a player who is able to play both ways in the NFL in a really long time, really since Dion. And that, guys like Champ Bailey and even Adoree Jackson and Miles Jack too, did some double dip, but it wasn't the same like Travis Hunter is in line to do. And if it's the Browns, somebody else, major at one spot, minor in the other. Abdul Carter seems like the likely number 3 overall pick to the Giants. Ashton Genty is going to be a top 10 pick. Mason Graham might not be. I'm curious what ends up happening. He'd been mocked so long to number 5 at Jacksonville. Jacksonville's kind of a chaos. Sorry to offend you there, Jack. Jacksonville's kind of a chaos agent right now. I only had so many first-round grades this year. I had 12. It was a light class for me. And the top 4 I feel good about. These are my top 4 guys. After that, everyone's got concerns. And pros, obviously. I think Will Campbell's going to be a great offensive lineman. I don't know what position it ends up being at. Is it tackle? Or does that significant wingspan concern kick him inside the guard? He might be an elite center, by the way, but you're spending a top 5 pick because you think he can be a tackle for you, right? Tyler Warren is not Rob Gronkowski, but he's a good football player who had a breakout year for Penn State this season, was highly productive in a way you don't always see on that side. Tetairoa McMillan is not an elite athlete or an elite route runner, elite separator, but he reminds me of T. Higgins. That's good. I like Will Johnson a lot. Didn't have the best year, was banged up a lot. Now there's knee concerns, which I think are a red flag for teams around him. But at number 8, he could slide a lot this year, and I wouldn't be shocked by that one. Armand Membu feels like a top 10 pick. I liked him a lot at Missouri this year. I think he's a plug-and-play right tackle. Big fan. Jahdae Barron has short arms. That dude is a playmaker. Corner, safety, nickel. He will make plays for you. Don't overthink that one. Mike Green's got character stuff, but it seems like NFL teams are okay with it. How much you trust that, I think, is a valid question mark. Luther Burden out of Missouri. I am hiring him the most. Go watch 2023, which is a phrase we have to say for a lot of these guys, which actually is, I think, a pretty valid concern that we're talking about them being really good 2023 players and not as good in 2024. I think Jalen Walker's an edge rusher, edge linebacker hybrid. Where he plays, we'll see, but I think he's going to go top 12, top 15 at the latest. Colston Loveland, some have him over Tyler Warren. I get that too. I think, had he not been hurt, we'd talking probably a bit more about him versus Warren. Jahad Campbell's got the shoulder injury, but he's fun. I really like watching him play. He can kind of do everything for you at the off-ball linebacker spot. To an extent, kind of like Frankie Luvo. I think he's a little bit better in coverage, though, than what Frankie Luvo is. Kelvin Banks might go very early. I would play him at tackle. Not everyone might, so I'm very curious where and when he ends up going. Now, whatever stream you are watching on, whether it is the Cowboys Report or here on the Chat Sports, we're simulcasting right now, hit that sub button. What is the number we need again, Jack? Iowa Bean Boozled? I would like to accuse Sperry of ducking this. I feel like this came in when Sperry was on, and you just didn't go to it.
Look,
I'm not a child.
I haven't checked the sub number in probably 30 minutes.
Definitely Sperry.
I do not recall. I don't know.
So, do I owe two now? Just the one? Okay, hit that sub button. Well, I got Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks, so we're off to a banner start here. Here we go. I think that's Tutti Frutti. Sperry's going to be so pissed when he comes back in. But it doesn't taste good. But it's not bad. I feel like it's supposed to be... I don't know. I'm going to go with... Stinky Socks is not this bad, is not this good, but Tutti Frutti is not this bad. So I don't know about that one. That was kind of weird. Anyway, we did it. Hit that sub button. What's the next number, Jack? 287? 287. We'll do another one. And don't check it till Sperry gets back. We'll make Sperry do one. That's extra fun for me. Hit that sub button, whatever stream you guys are watching on. Several super chats, including those on the Cowboys Report from Jimmy Productions. Cowboys take Walter Nolan, Gray Zabel, or Tyler Booker at pick 12. Why do you want to hurt me? I would be surprised, but I think the Cowboys have tried to hide their intentions to their credit. I think at least two of them will be there for you. I don't have them as the top graded players on my board. So I don't really want to go down that path. Jimmy Productions, what are the Jags and Browns going to do? Maybe trade. Maybe trade. We'll see what happens in the next 45-ish minutes, but I think there is a possibility of some fireworks at 2, or at least the Browns are maybe more intrigued at being willing to move out of that number 2 spot, which that would be interesting to me if the Browns actually did that. And I'm curious how Petey would react to that too. From Chris, Tom, a Mason Graham slide would be similar to Sharif Floyd, short arms. He was a consensus top 5 player, fell to 23. Genty equals Trent Richardson. I think he's way better after contact and explosive than Trent Richardson. I don't mind the Sharif Floyd Mason Graham slide comp there. Ironically enough, both the Cowboys, I think, would have liked to have taken the Cowboys had Sharif Floyd as their highest graded player. And that chaos in that draft when they traded down took less value to trade down and take Travis Frederick eventually is what actually led to Will McClay taking over in his current role. So it'd be kind of funny if it had a chance to come full circle there. $10 super chat, Phantom of Many Topics. We're going to have McMillan at 12 or the 12th pick of 1991 draft, Alvin Harper. I mean, don't you have to take the proven commodity to an extent? Like Alvin Harper, he wasn't that good though. I kind of think Alvin Harper in this generation would have been better than what he was then. He was a big play machine, but he kind of flamed out. So I think I never had more than like 800-something yards. I think I'll take the unknown of McMillan there, even though I do think Harper, like his overall play style, would have fit a little bit better in this era in the NFL. From Wanton, what if the Cowboys trade the 12th pick to the Giants, Shadur, get the Giants first rounder next year and the Giants second round pick this year? I need more than that. I'm dropping from 12 all the way down out of round 1 to the early second round. So I need a lot more. That's actually probably why the Giants don't make that deal happen. I would also subscribe to this theory. If there is a rival team coming up to get a franchise QB, I'm not going to be the one who trades with them. I don't think that will benefit me in the end. Chris B., who is your gut feeling on pick 12 right now? If Tedarrell McMillan is there, I think he is the pick. I don't know if he's going to be there. Possibility he is, possibility he's not. If he's not there, I think the board opens up. I think Matthew Golden makes sense. They could trade down if they can find a partner. I think at that point, Micah Williams, Shamar Stewart, dark horse offensive guard. I think Matthew Golden would be a prime candidate. But if their top-rated player isn't there, I think the boards are all pretty similar at that point. From Sell or Excel, and as a reminder, if we get a $100 super chat, I will do a beer bong. First one, I'll do 2 beer bongs. First one, I'll do 2. But we haven't had 100 yet tonight. On either stream right now, Cowboys Report, Chat Sports, we will do both. Sell or Excel, maybe not today, but tomorrow I'm all in on Harold Fannin Jr. Guy is running back playing tight end, can be dynamic. Can I sell you on reaching from at 44? You can't. I do like Harold Fannin. I think there's a lot to like about him. But I've got him at like second, third round grade, 59 overall. I can't. Like, I don't. There's a scenario he's not better than Jake Ferguson actually. So I would not take tight end. Now if he's there in the third, yeah, have that conversation. He'd be one of my better players on the board then. I don't know if he gets to you in the third. But I also need my tight end to block, and I don't know if he's ever going to be an elite blocker. I think you have to scheme for him a little bit too, and I don't know if that's what this team wants to do given the presence of CeeDee Lamb and everything else. All right, the Super Chat menu on today's show. Every 100 subs is a Beaned Boozled. We'll spin the wheel and see what good or not good flavor of jelly bean we get. $5 is on the Chat Sports side of things. It's a draft hat raffle. $5 for that. $10, we'll talk about your team. And $100, this is my special offer, I'll do a beer bong. First 100 is 2. Haven't had any yet, which is pretty darn disappointing. So get those super chats in. And we will discuss some of the rumors out there around the Cleveland Browns. Our friendly neighborhood dog, Slick Rick, says the Browns are moving off the second pick and have multiple options. Now, that report then led to several different reports from Jordan Schultz and Ian Rappaport and others of, hey, the Browns are serious about getting offers and potentially moving down from pick number 2. So we at least have some potential for a surprise and for chaos here at the number 2 pick. Ian Rappaport had this to say, says, the Browns currently hold the number 2 pick and with interest inside the top 10 from teams wanting to move up, Cleveland is open for business. Could there be chaos coming? Rapp would not put that out there if there wasn't real possibility of something crazy happening. So I had said before, I think the draft starts at number 5 with Jacksonville. Maybe it starts at number 2. Or maybe it's Jacksonville. There's been buzz that Jacksonville's trying to move up. You know, maybe a surprise contender emerges, you know, like a Patriots or something, or I don't know, it doesn't seem like a Jets play. Saints are always chaos creators. Maybe they want to do something wacky and wild. If the Browns trade down from number 2, everyone's mock drafts are screwed up, which makes it kind of fun, actually. They have the number 2 pick. They have 8 picks overall, 4 in the top 100. If they don't take Travis Hunter, figuring out what they do is a little bit murky. Could they move down and do they pursue a quarterback? Do they look offensive line? Do they take a Kelvin Banks, an Armand Membu, I don't think Will Campbell gets there, but you know, depending on who moves up, maybe he does. You know, do they take a different wide receiver? I am very curious to see what ends up happening at 2 now, because this seems like there's a little bit more drama that could unfold here in the next half hour and change, called 45 minutes. Adam Schefter saying this as well. When assessing on the top 10 picks that will unfold, one well-placed source said, expect explosiveness. Now, I'll say this too. the networks want drama. They benefit from there being chaos or even the potential of chaos because they want eyeballs on it because they might not get the quarterback eyeballs that they want. So that is a conspiracy theory full out, but I think it is worth mentioning there. So the upcoming picks here, by the way, in case you have not paid attention, Tennessee has the number 1 pick. They're going to take Cam Ward. That is not signed, sealed, delivered, but it would be the biggest draft stunner in years, if not ever. Cleveland at number 2. Seemed like a foregone conclusion, Travis Hunter. Maybe not. Or at least not Cleveland at number 2 with Travis Hunter. Giants at 3. Again, expectation has been Abdul Carter. We'll see if chaos unfolds. Patriots at 4. If it's not Carter or Hunter, the assumption has been Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU. And then there's a lot of uncertainty. Who does Jacksonville pick at 5? Who do the Raiders pick at 6? What about the Jets at number 7? The Panthers at 8. The Saints at 9. Could they be a surprise QB team? Because if you want to go full-on conspiracy theory, if you were the Saints and you wanted a quarterback at 9, you would tell everybody, we're not taking a QB, we're not taking a QB, we're not taking a QB. No, we don't want one. We're not going to take one. We're fine. And if Derek Carr's camp and you're mad at them for potentially drafting a QB, you would leak, because it came from Carr's camp, you have a shoulder injury and trying to get a team to jump in front of the Saints. All conspiracy theory ramblings, but it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And then the Bears want Ashton Genty at number 10. Will they get him? I don't know. No. There's also, I guess, the possibility of maybe the Browns at 2 isn't for Hunter. Maybe it's for Abdul Carter. Then what do the Giants do? Do they get Travis Hunter? That's some chaos to unfold here. Now, our goal right now is to beat last year's chat rate record. That was 3,343. I want to beat it right now here on the Chat Sports YouTube live stream. So spam win for me in the comments. With the amount of people watching right now, that would be pretty much every single person watching live right now spams win, but you can spam it multiple times. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. So go spam the comment section right now. Flood it with win for me. We'll give some shout-outs here as well. I'll have Jack keep an eye on that figure. I want to skyrocket that chat rate. The mark is 150. Okay. I think we'll shatter that one. But from last year, I think we already, once it updates, then we're going to shatter it there. So spam win for me in the comments of today's show. I will give as many shout-outs as I possibly can here. We got Cassie, Gage, Renz, Chris, Pop, Zone, Hello, Florida, Steelman, Tommy, Mia the Sports Girl, Cody, the Big A-Trade, Cassie, Greg, Chat Sports is in there. Barry, Saunders, Pro Job, Steeler, Rob, Jenkins, iSharky, Cody, Pap, TTP, TA4, Cody, Barry, Eric, Tommy, Win from Eric, Tyler, Colin, Eric, Pro Job, Fabio, Martin, Carson, Eric, Whitey, Florida, H. Rodriguez, Jonathan, Whitey, Colin, Jeff, The Spot Podcast, Mr. Benjamin, Tyler, Steven, Vaughn Knows, James Yoder, Mikasa, Colin, DRK, KNT, James, Sanders, Willie, T. Madden, Marquise, Lazy Daves, Coleman, Jeff, Fabio, Benny, Florida, Himmel, Destroyer Dog, Jeff, Joshua, HK, Michael, T. Madden, Jessica, Kai, Jonathan, Michael, Alex, Sun Devils Channel. What's the number, Jack? Oh, I see what you're saying now. You're saying demonic number. Now I get it. Hike then shoot. That sounds inappropriate. DRK, Elite, need to have food. Get some pizza, my friend. Ethan, Whitey, Navaya, Saunders, Jeremiah, Mike, Terry K, Chris, Master of Champion, Carl, Alex, Destroyer Dog again, Mia, Estevan, Colin, Scotty, Nightmare, Vernon, DAV, Steel City Mafia, Benny, Charlie, Mia, Colin, Titus, Elite, Cody, something that was a P and then a K and then it went away too fast. Cody, Evan, and it's Drayway TV. What is our number here, Jack? How high did we get? 667, okay. Shattered the number there, shattered it, but didn't get to where we want to get there quite yet. So it's a good start, though. It's a good start. The expectation, especially going into today, was that Travis Hunter would be the number 2 pick by the Cleveland Browns. And maybe it's not by the Browns. Maybe a team trades up for who is my number 1 player in the class. And I think is a very unique and rare player because he is legitimately able to play both ways. He is able to play as a wide receiver. He is able to play as a corner. He won the Heisman, won the Linikoff Award, and the Chuck Bednarik Award. He won all the awards for being a receiver and a corner. That does not happen in college football at that level. I think if you get the best version of both, looking at a Garrett Wilson at wide receiver and a Marshawn Lattimore at corner. I think Champ Bailey comp works pretty well too. But this is the closest we've actually seen to Deion Sanders since Deion Sanders. I think there are valid questions of like, hey, he's 6 foot and 188. Can he hold up playing both ways? How is the conditioning? He played a tremendous amount of snaps, and he never really looked that tired out there to me. Now, what you'll do in the NFL is you'll have him major at one spot and minor in the other. I think you can make real arguments for both sides. Are you better off playing him at wide receiver, where there's more money, you get the ball more, or at corner, where he can be a potential lockdown guy and make him your number 3 receiver, your on third down packages, or however you want to play it. He is a natural at both spots who has never specialized at either spot, which actually gives him a higher ceiling as a result. I don't think he's ever going to be an elite tackler, but that is how it tends to go. I think this is going to be a dynamic football player. He's also smart as all get. He's an academic All-American, Heisman Trophy winner, multiple-time award winner, multi-award winner, and academic All-American. That's going to be a pretty good thing. I think there is a good question to have about what his best position is in the NFL. Is it wide receiver or is it corner? Let me know in the comments section, wide receiver or CB. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. We'll give some more shout-outs after I sip some water to hydrate here. And you know what? If you want to write in both like T. Madden was, I ain't mad at it because I would absolutely give him snaps at both. I think to not do that is kind of just for no real reason limiting the ability and the potential that he offers. I think he would be a legitimate top 5 pick if he had only played corner or if he had only played wide receiver. He was awesome this year. He was awesome last year before he got hurt and missed some time. He's a lockdown corner. He makes plays. I think he could do special team stuff if he wanted to, but that's probably too many snaps in the end. You probably don't want to go down that path necessarily. But I think both is fine. Best, I think I kind of want to play him at corner and then let him play outside at wide receiver, but I think that's really intriguing to me. So, best position in the NFL, wide receiver or CB? Let me know in the comments of today's show. I see both. I changed to both. Once I said both was fine. There was a lot of them there. We will welcome in our Steelers live stream as well. Don't worry, Jack Sperry will be here in just a second as we continue our simulcast here on Chat Sports, on the Cowboys Report, and now on Steelers Talk as well. Those will have myself on Cowboys Report closer to their pick, Steelers closer to their pick as well with some individual coverage on that front. But welcome in our Steelers Report live audience here as we discuss Travis Hunter, and who we assume, it is an assumption though, ends up being the number 2 pick in this year's class. What's his best position? Wide receiver or CB? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Got a handful of super chats to get to as well. PK. These are from Maine, by the way. Skull, Vikings, your thoughts on the Vikings? Trade down? You got 4 picks. Trade down would make all the sense in the world to me. Alexander Forte, 6th year watching the Chat Sports Draft coverage. Better than all the talking heads on TV. Cheers to another year. Thank you, Alexander. I appreciate that one. You're very kind, my friend. We got Sell Excel earlier on the Cowboys. Appreciate that. Tristan asked for dream scenario tonight. My leaked bong photo of Travis Hunter works, and he falls to 12. It ain't going to happen. He's going 2 or 3 in the worst case, but it'd be, you asked for ideal. There you go. Adam Commons, I'm forgetting how to pronounce it. I'm terribly sorry. If everyone wants to trade down, could a move up be cheaper if someone falls to around 9? If so, who would be worth it? You could, but this team needs its picks. I know they haven't drafted as well previously, but I think they need to keep their picks. If there's someone they love that's high on their board, that could be a McMillan, that could be a Mason Graham, could be an offensive lineman, whatever. Then maybe, but you might be able to stick a pick at 12, depending on what happens at 5, 6, 7. Or hey, what value can you get if you trade down 2 spots? Maybe you get your 4th back. It's also dicey, and it is not a seller's market, so you might not get that offer. Even though the value says you should, shaky if you actually get that offer there. Chris B, T-Mac, please be there. Haven't been happy in over a year. On that note, you have Chris saying Broncos stole Surtain. The Niners give them T-Mac. I don't think they're going to trade up for a wide receiver. I think if they move up, it might be for a running back or a defensive lineman. But I don't know if they're going to go get a wide receiver. But that is, can't rule it out. See how it plays out. MJ, even though I'm at work, I'm still watching the draft. Thank you, MJ. I appreciate that. Cheers to you, my friend. Aiden Cole, if we miss Jempty and Hampton, I think we could get Caleb Johnson or R.J. Harvey, and they could eventually put up some solid production. Johnson probably taken round 2, I think. Yeah, maybe he goes in the 3rd. R.J. Harvey, I like in the 3rd too. I think there will be good backs on day 2. Maybe it stretches some into day 3 as well. I think you have the available options to add some running back talent. Even if the Cowboys or anybody else, there will be a lot of good ones there. We are inside. It's 30 minutes to go into the draft. Jack Sperry, welcome back, my friend.
Thank you so much. For all the people watching on Steelers right now, thank you so much for joining us here. If you guys have sent in a super chat, we will get to it momentarily as well. I know I have a couple supers waiting, so I just want to let you guys know we haven't forgot about you. We will get to eventually. Thank you guys so much for all of your support, where, of course, we'll be covering every single pick on today's stream for round 1 of the NFL Draft. All right, so make sure you guys click that thumbs up icon if you haven't already. Right now, we are getting really close to our goal of 1,000. We're in 3rd place right now, so we gotta get it going. Right
those are
now,
rookie numbers. You got to pump those numbers up.
We're used to being number 1, Tom, and we need to get those going. Our Giants and Raiders streams are beating us right now, which is kind of embarrassing here, Tom. We got to get this thing going. If we can get to 1,000 right now, we each do a Bean Boozled?
Sure. I already did one too.
Oh, but
you dodged it. You dodged it.
What do you mean I dodged it?
Because it got there, like, we hadn't checked it in a while, and it like blew right by. So we got there while you were supposed to do it.
Make sure you guys keep clicking that thumbs up icon. Help us get to 1,000. If we get there, both Tom and I will do a Bean Boozled jelly bean here. With Tom's luck, he'll probably have a good one, and I'll have a bad one.
I think I got Tutti Frutti, but I'm not sure. It didn't taste like as good as
you couldn't tell if it was
really
dirty dishwater or Tutti
Stinky
Frutti.
Socks, and like, but it didn't taste as bad as Stinky Socks normally does. So I wasn't really sold on it.
I think you should pretty easily be able to tell.
That's what I said. So I think it was why it was Tutti Frutti, or it was like a weird, like it kind of like merged and got some leftover flavor.
Was that Domino's just like blazing hot? It just killed your taste buds or something? We're
like
140 away. Come on, can we get there? Come on. I need my Steelers people to help me out here, baby. Come on, get those like buttons going. If we can get to 1,000, we'd really appreciate it. We're now less than 30 minutes away from being on the clock here, Tom. All the draft preparation, all the film that we have grinded, all the analytics we have. I cannot wait to see what's going to happen.
Until the Titans take all 10 minutes at the 2.5 cam board.
And then I can't wait for the Cleveland Browns to pass on the best player in the NFL draft this year.
You might crash out for them.
I will be so happy if they trade out of number 2, man. Because I don't want to play Travis Hunter twice a year.
I know you don't.
I really, really don't. All right, man. We're getting really close. Less than 100 likes away at this point. It takes a half second of your time. We need to pass the Giants and Raiders. We got to be number 1 here on Chat Sports Main right now. We can't let those pesky Raiders fans beat us, Tom Downey. That's just embarrassing.
It is.
It just
It's
can't
sad.
happen.
It's sad.
Raiders fans think they should still sign Colin Kaepernick, all right? Like that is actually an actual suggestion that was made in that fan base last year. We're only 70?
It's the updated
Just
number
went up.
here. 40
Oh,
away.
we're
Okay.
getting close. Come on. Okay.
I'm going to spin the wheel for myself here.
All right. Tom's already spinning his wheel here.
I have confidence in you guys. Dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie?
Woohoo! Dead fish for Tom. Come on. All right, I need the.
I already got one good one, so the odds are not in my favor there.
Okay.
We got to 1,000 likes. I'm going to eat mine.
All right, we got to 1,000. Thank you guys so much. What do I got here?
Strawberry banana smoothie. Let's go. I don't think I've actually ever had this one before. This is really good.
All right.
And that's like actually like good.
The strawberry banana smoothie.
That's really good, actually. I like it a lot. Just eat it, you coward. Yeah! He got a bad one. What were your options?
Oh, I need.
Undefeated. Never lost. What was your flavor?
It was the stinky socks one. The one that you said wasn't that bad.
Tutti Frutti one then. For me.
You must have got Tutti Frutti.
Undefeated, never lost.
That was so bad.
Undefeated.
Oh my God.
Have never lost.
Did you rig this again? Do you have like a
I can't rig anything.
Did you like put like the good ones in like a corner that I'm not
Get good, Sperry. That's all I got for you.
Goodness
Get
gracious,
good.
man.
Keep on liking the video. Appreciate it here, guys.
Appreciate you guys. So Tom, take us through your big board here. And the top guys a little quicker on this one. Okay. So
Yeah.
Tom, take us through your board here.
Hunter, Carter, Genty, Graham. I feel good about those 4 in that order. It's after that. I don't know. It's not a great class. I had a harder time than ever, like figuring out who's your 5th best player this year, Tom. I have to pick one. This is the ultimate, somebody has to be the 5th ranked player by definition. Last year was Roma Dutz. That was a no-brainer. He might be 3rd this year in this class. Like, it's just, looking back at last year, I had Olaf Schano at 8. He'd be a no-brainer 5 over these guys. He'd probably be 3 as well. There's so many guys in that class. Like Drake May he might have been number 1 in this class because of the quarterback boost. They've been a no-brainer number 1 overall pick. It's just not as good at the top. I think there is depth though, and I think that's why so many teams want to trade down, because the guy you get at let's say 13 or maybe even 8, depending if you start crossing off medicals and non-position of needs. Now you're out of first-round grades all of a sudden. At that point, you're like, the guy you get at let's just say 13 is like the same you might get at 40 more or less. Like the grades as you go down from like a Kelvin Banks, or I have an early 2nd round grade on Matthew Golden, who's just outside this list. Is he really that different in the end than like taking a Benjamin Morrison if he's healthy at 46 or something? I don't really think so. Now, the medicals are a factor there too.
Yeah,
a Mason Taylor at the tight end, a Trey Amos, like the depth is pretty deep in that late round 2 range.
Yeah, I think that most of the people that cover this draft pretty much agree. Once you get to that 15 to 40 range, you get very similar caliber of players. And that's why so many teams, especially in the 20s, want to trade down, is because you're getting a very similar type of player by trading down, but you also get the additional draft capital to spend on day 2 and day 3. And especially if you're a team like the Steelers, you only have 1 day 2 pick. You want to recoup that pick. It just makes a lot of sense for a lot of these teams to trade down, but because, the value is kind of similar in that entire area, I don't know how many teams are really going to be looking to trade up. Maybe there's a couple teams that have a specific quarterback in mind, and that's what we're going to be keeping an eye on
there's one
in the
first
second
round
half.
They love that's left on their board. They're
Right.
get aggressive, but that requires a lot of stuff to figure out.
Absolutely. Make sure you guys let us know down there in the comment section who's the best player in this draft. Tom and I both agree. We think it's Travis Hunter, and I'm really hoping here. I said it just now, but I really hope Cleveland trades out of number 2 as a Steelers fan, because I do not want to play Travis Hunter twice a year. He is a special player, Tom.
Fair. Okay. Sweet.
Sounds good. So we got some super chats here. Mr. Southey.
Then a giveaway.
This one's from Maine. It says, I see Houston taking Donovan Jackson at 25 with Robinson and Howard on the team. Does Jackson play guard if selected? Probably.
Yeah.
I think that, there's a good chance that he maybe doesn't get taken in the first round, but there's a chance that he could. And, he's kind of in that range of the 15, the 40 type that we just talked about. So it's definitely a possibility, Mr. Southey. You want to take the next one, Tom?
Two reductions. I think if the Jags want T-Mac, they don't trade up for Travis. So trade up for the Jags would be good for the Cowboys. I actually agree. By the way, Jay Glazer does say he thinks there's a chance that the Jags-Brown trade for 2 happens.
Wow. Okay, that would definitely be interesting right there. $2 from Pug Racer says trade Dak, eat the contract, and get Sanders.
When you get a chance to get worse at quarterback and pay 6 figures to do it, you just got to do it.
Yeah,
9 figures. I should
the
say,
ultimate Jerry Jones. Let's just draft a quarterback for clout type of move would be absolutely hilarious. CT says, who would Dallas draft that would make you crash out, Tom?
Jerry goes rogue and takes shitter.
We just talked about it. Perfect.
Everyone in the know says he's not even in consideration for them.
$5 from Austin says, please Mason Graham be there at 12. I'm praying, Tom.
He shouldn't be there, but what if he does?
I know some people are lower on him because of the measurables, because the pass rush win rate wasn't
good football
fantastic.
player. Just take him.
I agree. Damn good football player. I think he's just top 10 player. I think Brett Coleman had him fall down to like 19 in his mock draft. He's a lot lower on him. So there are smart people that are lower on Mason Graham, but I agree with you. I think he'll go top 10 tonight. $5 from Matthew Marino says trade Parsons to the Browns for 2, Carter, and first next year.
When you get a chance to have a Micah Parsons and trade him for a guy that maybe could be Micah Parsons, you have to do it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you get the new rookie contract.
The value is good, but also like you already have a guy on a Hall of Fame path. Like just keep him.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Roberto says
pay him.
Savion 6-5, 4 years, average 10+ yards, and last year 6 average running. Next, Deebo Samuel going to Dallas.
So first off, 10 yards per catch is actually not a good thing. Also, he is Cordero Patterson.
Yeah, he's very
That's what he is.
I think isn't he a bit bigger?
He's 6'4", 222. So he's way bigger than Deebo. He is taller than Cordell Patterson.
Yeah.
But he's kind of built more like him.
Yeah, and
weight-wise.
As somebody that watched some Cordell Patterson last year when he played for the Steelers, he got a little chunky. But in his prime, he was a really good player.
Hey, Deebo was built like me at the end of the year.
And Cordell was actually a really good running back at some point in his NFL career as well. And that might be the path for Savion. He's got pretty slow feet, I think. His route running is not very good at all.
Receiver yet.
And once he gets going, he's really good. But, I think he's going to be a running back in the league eventually. $5 from Cade, or from Junior. Says, am I crazy? I want Golden over T-Mac and Genty. Tom?
I don't agree, but I wouldn't consider you crazy. It's all flavors of ice cream this year.
$5 from Cade says, hey, Tom, what grade do you have on BYU defensive end Tyler Abadi? Thanks for the great content.
7th.
7th round pick. There you have it, folks.
Sorry about that. I like Taylor Batty, but
630.
I got him on the late the late round there. I got him 7th round. I think he does get drafted.
So the first one that you should show is collapsed throne.
We're getting some Steelers super chats.
All right, some Steelers super chats coming in. Thank you to everybody being patient. If you sent me a Cash App or Venmo, we're going to do those when I go back on that stream at pick 15. So if you sent me a super chat or Cash App or Venmo, be patient, Steelers fans. I'll make sure you're in that jersey raffle that we're doing later. But Collapsed Throne says, wave that towel. Here we go, Steelers. Here we go. Love it. And then Cassie says, pick another. So Cassie, let me know down there in the Steelers talk chat who you want in the hat raffle. And then Kickback Art says, we need Gray Zabel and Tyler Shuck at the least.
How many offensive linemen do you want?
I mean, listen, people do. I think Steelers fans don't think Mason McCormick can develop into a good player at right guard. Plus, Broderick Jones has been straight hot garbage his first 2 years at right tackle, but he's moving over to left tackle where hopefully he's going to be better. Mason McCormick, I really liked out of South Dakota State last year, had to move from left guard to right guard while adjusting to the NFL game. I think that after a full offseason, he could be a lot better. And then you had Troy Fautanu, who looked great until he got injured with those chronic knee issues that he was flagged for last year. So hopefully he can stay healthy. Steelers are not going to be taking an offensive lineman tonight. I'm sorry, Kickback. All right, so make sure you guys give us a follow at Chat Sports on Twitter, and we're going to be giving away a Mando Smooth Solid Stick 3-pack here. So 3 solid sticks of deodorant. Up to 3. What's up, Jack?
So here's what we're going to do. Here's the deal. Follow Chat Sports on Twitter, okay?
At Chat Sports.
At Chat Sports.
Link's going to get in the chat right now. Every 50 new followers, we will pick one of those new followers, and they will go home with a Mando Solid Stick 3-pack. And I can actually show you a photo right now.
All right, look at that. You can get 3 different sticks different fragrances. I personally love the bourbon leather, Tom. Ever since we started partnering with Mando, they gave us the little body wash that comes with their starter pack, and now I have a big bottle of it at home. I absolutely love that scent, but they got a bunch of other great scents too.
Useful this weekend because it gets kind of hot and sweaty at the Chat Sports studios.
Yeah, and we're here for a long time. We don't sleep during these 3 days, so Mando definitely helps us out here, keeps us smelling fresh for up to 72 hours. Again, all you have to do is follow at Chat Sports, and every 50 new followers, you have a chance to win this 3-pack of solid sticks of deodorant from our friends at Mando Whole Body Deodorant. Big shout out to Mando, and let me tell you, man, this is the best deodorant that we have used, that I have used, and once Coop got on it, let me tell you this, Tom, my life got a lot better on Steelers Talk when he started using that.
Yeah, Turd, he's not saying that you smell, he's saying that Coop smells.
Yeah, not you, Jack, not you, Sam, Coop.
And you guys can also get $5 off the Mando starter pack if you use code CHAT at shopmando.com.
Yes, you can.
And the starter pack is great. Look, I'll tell you, I use Mando as my daily deodorant, like legitimately. My girlfriend Sarah, who's watching right now, she loves how it smells.
Ooh, look at Mr. I have a girlfriend.
You've got a wife and another kid on the way, so
Kid and a
chill.
half. Kid and a quarter.
No,
Whatever it is.
but
Doesn't mean we
seriously,
can't make fun of you, Jack.
I use this deodorant as my daily deodorant. It's fantastic. We got 11 followers so far, too. We got to get to 50. We're not going to be able to give one of these away until we get to 50. But $5 off a starter pack when you use code chat at shopmando.com.
Perfect. So make sure you guys go to @ChatSports on Twitter. Give us a follow. Once we get to 50, we'll give away, and we'll check back on this in a little bit here. But again, once we hit 50, somebody's going to be walking away with a 3-pack of solid sticks of deodorant from our friends at Mando. So big shout out to Mando. Again, $5 off a starter pack when you use code chat at shopmando.com. All right, so let's talk a little bit here about the top 10 of the NFL Draft this year, because obviously we are getting really close here. Nearly 10 minutes away from the start of the NFL Draft. The anticipation is building in Green Bay, Tom, and now we're getting to the top 10. I think, number one is pretty much no doubter.
It's Cam Ward. Congratulations, Tennessee. You hopefully have your franchise QB. I don't know if the Browns could keep that number 2 overall pick.
I mean, Slick Rick says it's gone.
Well, even Jay Glazer, not that long ago, I'll read off what Glazer said if I can find the tweet. I've got some people on the conversation. Jags and Browns trade looks like it could go down and talks are happening, but nothing done till done, obviously.
Yeah.
The talks are real. Is the news real? Who knows?
I mean, this has definitely turned into some developing news, and it's got to be the Jags, right? Because you got to think that they're not going to be willing to trade down too far.
The reports that Jags want to make a splash.
Yeah.
So maybe
and by the way, they need corner and receiver. Perfect fit for Travis Hunter.
I kind of love the idea.
I kind of love it too.
I think he's gonna look great in the black and gold and teal.
I can't.
I love those unis.
Dude, Trevor Lawrence throwing to Brian Thomas Jr. and Travis Hunter. Are you kidding me? I need to see that.
Outside. They got nickel ups. So you can just kind of be like a rotational corner. I like it.
You can see here, Ian Rappaport said the Browns currently hold the number 2 pick, and with interest inside the top 10 from the teams wanting to move up, Cleveland is open for business. Chaos coming? ? I mean, if this trade actually happens, Tom, chaos will ensue. But maybe not like a crazy amount there. There it is, Slick Rick. There it is. We got Slick Rick on Chat Sports. I'm so happy. He says, sounds like the Browns are moving off the 2nd pick and have multiple options. So it's not just the Jags that want to move up, Tom. Could it be Carolina trying to move up for Abdul Carter? Is that a possibility?
Patriots just go get Travis Hunter, say F it?
I mean, but are they going to give up multiple picks this year? And if so, what are they going to do at offensive line? Here you go, Drake May. Here's the worst pass protection in football for the 2nd straight year.
He's a tough guy. He can handle it.
Hopefully he can survive. Josina says Browns have been in discussions at least since the top of this hour. I mean,
I have thoughts on Josie.
Are we getting the sequel to Draft Day here, where they're going to take an inside? Are they going to take Jahad Walker no matter what, or Jahad Campbell no matter what at number 2? Is that what we're getting here? By the way, that movie completely ridiculous. They take an off-ball linebacker and a running back in the top 10, and they feel like they're going to the Super Bowl.
The salary cap person signed off on it because she was pregnant and wasn't paying attention.
Absolutely ridiculous, that movie. Which is why we love it, by the way. But then, Tom, number 3 at the Giants, you feel like they're staying put. It's going to be Carter or Hunter, whoever doesn't get taken at 2.
Probably. If I were the Giants, I would rather have Travis Hunter. I think he fits better with what they need. But you could also see a scenario where the Giants, and this has been a very popular rumor, they just take Abdul Carter and they attach Kayvon Thibodeau as part of a trade-up package.
Yeah, I think that's actually
kind of feels like ownership admitting that the GM admitted he screwed up because he took Kayvon Thibodeau top 5, top 6, whatever. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird spot in New York, you know? It's weird.
Absolutely. And the Giants are going to be an interesting team to see if they trade up back into the 1st round later today. Then you get the New England Patriots at 4. Feels like Will Campbell there. We'll see if anything chaos-wise happens there, if they trade up to 2 or, whatever happens there. But it does seem like the Patriots are locked on to Will Campbell at 4. Mm-hmm. Then we get to 5 with the Jacksonville Jaguars. Again, this is kind of the team that we have been discussing throughout this kind of pre-draft show.
They're the chaos creators.
That could move up, they could stay put, and they could have a lot of different options. They could take Genty, they could take Warren, they could take McMillan, they could take a bunch of different players if they stay, and they could also trade down. The Bears have reportedly wanted to come up to the spot to take Genty if he's still on the board. Lots of stuff. That number 5 pick is going to be fascinating in this first round. Then you get the Raiders at number 6. Your thoughts on the Raiders there?
Offensive line, it feels like.
Yeah.
Membu or Banks, depending on who's there. I thought they were going to be Genty for the longest time, but it sounds like that's not going to be their plan. So Banks or Membu.
Yeah, and I don't think offensive line is necessarily like their biggest need. They have a massive need at corner. They have a massive need at number 1 receiver.
But if you don't like Barron's length, you worry about Will Johnson's medicals, then all of a sudden you're out of corners to go 6.
And I had them take Tet in my final mock, which of course Mitchell Wentz doesn't want. Mitchell Wentz is convinced he doesn't watch film. So
I don't think we should be using clips from 3 years ago to determine how committed a player is.
Couldn't agree more. Number 7, the New York Jets. Feels like Membu.
If he's gone, Tyler Warren?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that's probably
Dark horse, Jade Barron?
Yeah,
Dark horse?
Yeah, it sounds. I've heard some rumors that they're willing to shop Sauce Gardner. I do not believe those whatsoever, but
so stupid.
Patrick Seatman is
that's
Patrick Seatman is very much in on the Sauce Gardner to the Vikings trade.
And I want Garrett Wilson as a Cowboy. Yeah. You know, you don't always get what you want. You know.
Number 8, Panthers. It sounds like Jalen Walker. They've shown a ton of interest in him. Personally, I'm lower on Jalen Walker, Tom. I think he's a true outside linebacker in a 3-4 system as an edge rusher. So, like, that kind of condensed role, I don't know, man. I don't think he's a good off-ball linebacker, not good in coverage. But what are your thoughts on Jalen Walker?
I think he's an edge. But I think, like, as a Frankie Luvo supercharged version, like, or Hassan Reddick, I think that all works. I think Carolina, like, I think you want to kind of build your defense around him. Carolina can do that. They don't have a lot of guys already building their defense around.
Yeah, I completely agree. Number 9, Saints, another kind of X-factor, kind of wild card kind of team.
Trench player.
I think it is going to be a trench player. I do think it's probably offensive line. That's where like Nick Underhill and like a lot of different people connected to the team have been saying with New Orleans.
What if
and then
Mason Graham's there?
Maybe Mason Graham. I mean, Brian. Let's face it, Brian Brzee. Oh my goodness, he might be the worst run defending defensive lineman in the entire league.
I've seen some bad run defending.
Bad man. Like he's pretty decent rushing the passer, but like he's like a designated interior pass rusher at this point, in my opinion. So Mason Graham, if he's there, maybe. Then the Bears. Do they trade up for Ashton Genty at 5? Do you think that's a good move in Ben Johnson's first year?
I kind of don't want to trade up for a running back in ever, but I think he'd be really good in the Bears offense.
Yeah.
Like, you're getting a top 3 player for me, so like one hand I get, on the other hand it's like value.
I mean, you pair him up with Caleb Williams in a Ben Johnson offense. I mean, that has the potential to be like special immediately, in my opinion. So I would kind of love that if I am the Chicago Bears. Again, guys, we are doing this promotion here. We're going to be giving away a 3-pack of solid stick deodorants here from our friends at Mando at Chat Sports. Our producer Jack is going to give some shout-outs here.
I got some shout-outs, and also, excuse me, guys, we are going to be picking 2 winners coming up.
Ooh.
Because
2 winners.
Yeah, coming up soon, okay? But I do have some shout-outs real quick. Shockwave Gaming, Charles Barnes, Bailey, The Truth, Salvador Vargas, AKU Sucks, Joe, Javier, Rice Crispy, Tom, I see Orchids, I see Matt Brooks, Michael Hoskins, I see Queens, I see Taylor, who's a Raider fan, YouTube Press, Eric Taylor, Randy Schaefer, People Are Cooked. That's a funny one. Crypto Beats.
I would like to be cooked, but no one will give me $100 super chat to do a beer bong.
Somebody send in a 100.
I'll do 2 of them.
Somebody send 100 on Steelers so Tom can.
I got
can
Happy
do the beer
Dads
bong.
right here. I will only do 1 for Steelers.
We
That's
got a few
fair.
more here. Leon Rodriguez, Trevor Roberts, TZ75, and Brandon. Thank you all for following Chat Sports on Twitter. And in a second, we're going to announce some winners.
Oh, do we have 2? Multiple?
That's what our boss, James Yoder, is saying. We're going to have 2 winners.
Sweet.
For a Mando Smooth Solid Steak 3-pack. So you're getting 3.
All right, so are we doing that right now?
He's going to do it here. He's typing.
James is letting us know.
James is doing
I thought of something, by the way. We're talking about like who the Browns could take.
Yeah, okay.
Isn't it just who I had mocked before they got the top 2 pick? Isn't it just Mason Graham?
I mean,
don't they just take Mason Graham at like 5 or whatever? Isn't this how it goes?
I think that makes a lot of sense for them.
Yeah.
You know, good player, just a damn good football player, and you get extra draft capital. They have a lot of needs.
Better than taking.
I would rather take Travis Hunter. I'd rather take the unicorn.
I see what the package is.
Yeah, and you get a first round pick next year,
that.
maybe.
I apologize, but I didn't mean like that. But that's how it goes. So I'm curious to see what ends up happening.
Because
I think there's a lot of chaos.
To me, if you draft Travis Hunter, you're getting essentially at least 1.5 players in one. And that's the value on that, especially at outside corner and at wide receiver. Those are two value positions right there. The thing about Hunter as a corner, Tom, that I love is that his ball skills are generational for a corner. So if you even throw it in his vicinity, it's a chance to get intercepted every time you throw it in his direction. All right, Jack.
We have the winners.
We have the winners?
Okay, here we go.
We have the winners. Barento, Ekin 8, Ekin.
Barento, Ekin 8.
Breakin.
Hopefully we're saying your name
Hopefully
right.
You're saying your name right. You are the first winner, and then Luda Cuban. Is winner number 2.
Let's go. You guys get the 3-pack. Congratulations.
DM us at Chat Sports on Twitter and say, hey, I won. And someone will get with you guys and send you guys the Mando Smooth Solid Stick 3-packs.
Congratulations to those two for winning the Solid Stick 3-pack there. All right, so Jack's saying we have to get through these super chats really, really fast. So let's get through them really, really fast here. Robert, $5. My prediction is the Cowboys will not draft who the fans want. They will completely overlook wide receiver running back.
Just got to be a chill guy. Let things play out.
$2 from Ryan. Hope the Giants draft some of my Tennessee Volunteers. Maybe Omar Norman Lott, maybe.
I can see that one. Yeah, actually, I like that fit.
$5. Landry Ghost says 4 need areas: wide receiver, running back, DT, cornerback. Only 3 premium picks. Which position would you rather handle later? Running back.
If I had a 4th, I'd say running back. I have no 4th. I don't know if it touches to the 5th. I can find a nose guard in the 5th, though.
Sure, yeah. $2 from MA says, big dad bod here. Happy draft day. I do not have the dad bod, at least not yet, Tom. You're working on it for sure. No. That was a little mean. Sorry, Tom. But
I've never hit. It's true. It's true.
Fair enough. Type go in the chat. Ready for the draft to start. We're
Let's
less than a minute away.
Baby.
Come on, baby. Shatter that record right now. Spam those goes in the chat right now if you're ready to go. The first pick of the 2025 NFL Draft is right on the horizon. 45 seconds to go before we get going. Oh, my goodness, man.
If every single person types go, we will shatter the chat rate high.
Yes, we will.
So just every single person do it. Spam go in the comment section.
Get it going right now. Spam those goes. We got 30 seconds. Whew.
All I got to do is spam go.
Tom, even though this is not the best draft class in the world, it never beats the anticipation, man, of just, history's going to be made tonight in the National Football League. Destinies will be shaped. Sounds good. All right.
Get those goes in there.
We are 5 seconds away from the NFL Draft, and it's coming at you right now. Welcome into Chat Sports' live coverage of the 2025 NFL Draft, this year being held in Green Bay. I am your host, Jack Sperry. That is my co-host, Tom Downey. We are here to break down all 32 picks of round 1 of this year's NFL Draft here on night 1. And Tom, football Christmas is finally here, and I cannot wait to see where all these top players and prospects end up going here over the next several hours.
I want to see if we get chaos at 2 or not.
Yeah.
Going into today, it had been, it's very clear, like, hey, they're going to take this guy. They're going to take this guy. It's going to be Travis Hunter to Cleveland. Not so much certainty anymore with the Browns listening to offers and the Jags apparently very much in the mix there. I am excited to see how this all plays out. And we'll know very soon. And it will be hopefully entertaining, because I think chaos is always the most fun part.
Yeah,
so
me
I'm
too.
Yeah,
I couldn't agree more. Shout out your favorite NFL team down there in the comments section. We'll give some shout outs here momentarily, so make sure you guys spam those NFL teams. By the way, whichever team has the most fans in there wins, so make sure you represent your squad down there in the comments. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button as well. We are going to be live for every single pick of the NFL Draft this year. Of course, the 32 picks today, the 2 rounds tomorrow, and then the final 4 rounds on day 3. Tom, we don't get a lot of sleep during this weekend. We have to use our Mando whole body deodorant.
Sleep
but
when I'm dead. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, exactly. You put in all the work here for these 3 days, and we give you guys the most extensive, in-depth coverage on the NFL Draft anywhere on YouTube, 100% free. So make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. That's a live sub counter, by the way. You guys can see that number dance right now. Keep it going all night long and help us reach. Hopefully we can get to maybe like 407,000 at least here by the end of the night, but it's going up quite a bit right now, which we absolutely love.
Real quick, 2 notes. 1, you guys owe 2 Bean Boozleds. 2, we had a 3rd winner in our Mando giveaway that I want to say really quick because James will be DMing him.
Sweet.
It is Randy SH 59125 Randy, you also won a Mando 3-pack. James, our CEO, will be DMing all 3 of you. You guys won, so congratulations. You're going home with some Mando deodorant.
You're about to owe 3 Bean
And you're about to owe 3 Bean Boozleds.
Look at that number row. Spin up there. So Sperry spin 2.
Do I have to spin 2?
Yeah, because you were supposed to go first, and you dodged it.
All right, fine.
Get another 100 subs, and I'll do 2.
All right. Why can't I spin this? I'm such an idiot. Why can't I do this?
It's not that hard.
There we go. It looks like top banana.
That's a new flavor.
It's top banana or wet dog.
I'm
having trouble identifying here. All right, I think I got it.
It's probably the one that's yellow.
Oh my God.
I'm such a jerk. See, he reacts already. Look at that. Hand me the wheel spin, buddy. He got wet dog apparently. And you know what? You can pick the flavor for me.
I can pick the flavor. You're getting the wet dog. You're getting the wet dog.
No. You pick the after I spin. You pick which bean I mean. Sorry.
Okay.
Licorice or burnt rubber.
All right. There we go.
Roger Goodell's on screen. Feel free to boo him.
Boo! Did you get burnt rubber?
I think so.
It just doesn't taste good?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Yeah. That one's burnt rubber. That one's burnt rubber. That is an aftertaste one.
Spam those boos in the chat. Boo!
Here's the thing. Goodell took the coward's way out again this year by bringing other people on stage so that they don't boo.
I think they're still booing.
He did that last year.
Tom, I can smell it from over here.
It's not good.
How?
It's an aftertaste.
Yeah, it's very much.
It just lingers. It lingers.
I can still taste the first one.
Well, you owe another one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. Okay. All right. I owe another one here.
There's
the booze.
Spam boo in the comments.
Right. Liver and onions or cappuccino?
Oh, they both suck.
All right. Here we go.
Actually, they're both like mid. He's so traumatized. He does the face.
Okay. It's cappuccino.
It's like,
but I don't like
coffee. He's like
coffee.
a 16-year-old drinking his first beer. He's like, I don't know if I like
it. It's cappuccino. I got a good one, but it's not a good one. It's I don't like coffee. So
boss has said 21-year-old. Sorry, or 18 if you're in Europe. My bad.
Exactly. Tom, come on now. Spam those boos.
Accountability.
If you haven't already. But we're gonna be getting real close here, Tom, to the Tennessee Titans being on the clock. I think we all know who the pick is going to be. I think
Jackson Dart.
Yeah.
How funny would that be?
Shedeur Sanders.
How funny would
Jalen
that be?
Milroe, number 1, going to Tennessee. It's not going to happen. It's going to be Cam Ward. I think we all know it. Give me kind of your thoughts on Cam Ward here, Tom, and then maybe give me a pro comp for who you like and liking him too.
Yeah, I'll do some good and some bad. I think it is.
It's important to say both.
To mention both of them. He got better every year of his career. He was a wing T offense guy in high school. It was super under-recruited, goes to Incarnate Ward, and then goes to Washington State. I think he's done a good job of kind of cutting down on some of the turnover-worthy plays. The fumbles were a major issue at Washington State. He was down to 3 this year. He had 19 the previous 2 years.
Yeah.
And 12 at Incarnate Word. So he was a fumbling machine. He's done a much better job of cutting that stuff down. He has, I think it's not an elite arm. It's an above-average arm. But it's a very manipulatable arm where you can do some different angles.
Yeah, very flexible.
Flexible is a good way to describe it there. I call it the
rubber band
arm, I think is a good way to describe it there. I've heard good things about his leadership there. He did make some of the checks at the line of scrimmage as well. I've seen experience. He is a bit of a gunslinger, though.
All right, we got a super chat menu for you guys on today's live stream as we're about to get on the clock here with Tennessee. Every 100 subs, we have to do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean, all right? And obviously, I've already had 3, and I haven't enjoyed them very much. So if you guys want to keep, torturing us here on this live stream, click that subscribe button for extensive coverage.
Jay Glazer reports that on the Fox Sports stream that the Browns and Jags have the parameters in place for a deal.
Travis Hunter, you are a Jacksonville Jaguar. At least
not
Yet,
official.
not official, but
We'll see what happens in about 10 minutes.
It's looking like it's going to happen. $5 draft hat. You guys get into a raffle for an NFL draft hat of your choosing for your favorite team. If you put in a $5 super chat on today's main live stream, $10, we get to talk about your team. So if you're a Steelers fan, if you are a Cowboys fan, if you are a Los Angeles Chargers fan, even though there's like 6 of those, you guys, we'll talk about your team.
Why are you taking pot shots at the Chargers for no reason?
Because I like to have fun, all right? Because I like to party, that's why. You guys can like the video to help us be the #1 stream here on YouTube. We are consistently the #1 anywhere on YouTube when it comes to the NFL Draft live stream. So thank you guys so much for all the support you give to us in that regard. You guys can share today's video on social media or with somebody you think will have some fun watching me and Tom talk about the NFL Draft. And having some fun here. You guys can also click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Like I said, every 100 that we get, we're doing Bean Boozled Jelly Beans today. And then we get, and then make sure you comment in the comment section all night long. Give your takes on every single pick that's made, all that stuff. Can't wait for it.
You can call me stupid. I will not be bothered by it.
Me neither. I mean, it happens every single day anyways. I like it comes with the job for sure. And we are officially on the clock here, Tom Downey. Pick 1 of round 1. Here we go. 10 minutes on the clock for the Tennessee Titans.
They will use all 10
yes,
per
the
mandates.
The NFL wants them to draw this out, and of course this means that Kevin Costner in Cleveland has time to work out his deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's also hilarious that those are the 2 teams that make the deal early on in the movie Draft Day.
Art imitates life. Or light imitates art.
All right, so, the Tennessee's on the clock as we prepare for them to get their new franchise quarterback here. Chris from Steelers Talk says, guys, do you think Broderick Jones is a bust? To this point, he is. The Steelers feel like in year 3, he's played right tackle his first 2 years. He's been very uncomfortable on that side. He played left tackle his entire life before moving to right tackle when he got to the Steelers. They're hoping at his more natural position, that first-round pedigree is going to come out. $10 from Dylan Lewandowski, and he goes, here we go, Steelers, here we go. Very good, Dylan. Thank you so much. You are in on the draft hat raffle we're doing on Steelers later today, by the way, and we make it rain for you for about 2 seconds. So shout out to producer Jack for that.
Do it for 100, we'll do that again.
Yeah, if you do 100, we will make it rain for longer than half a second.
I need 100 for a beer bong.
Okay. $5 from my man Chris says, can you imagine if the Steelers package Pickens in a trade to move up to #2 to grab Hunter? I know it won't happen, but that would be exciting. It would be exciting, and I love Travis Hunter, but like you said, it will not happen. Oh, baby, Brandon Isaac
Now I'm doing a beer bong for a Steelers fan and not a Cowboys fan.
Brandon!
Making me look bad.
Woo! My man Brandon coming in with a $100 super chat, making Tom Downey Drake. I love it, Brandon. Go, go, go. There we go. By the way, there we go. We're making it rain here on Steelers Talk, and then also on Chat Sports Main, and we're making Tom Downey drink, which is always.
I'll do 2 if a Cowboys fan.
Which is he's doing 2. All right, I love it.
By the way, Cowboys channel, you're 160 likes away from 1,000. Let's get there ASAP.
By the way, Steelers is at 365. Can we get to 500 on Steelers, guys? If you're watching us, we got over 800 people watching us on Steelers right now. Help us get to 500. We appreciate you. All right, so now the Tennessee Titans are on the clock here, Tom. We talked about them a little bit here. We talked about Cam Ward, but talk about their overall draft profile, so maybe some other things that they're going to need to address.
We'll get some more supers on the main and Cowboys side. Don't worry, folks. I think there's a scenario in which they get Luther Bird in the top of the second round if they take Cam Ward.
Yeah.
Which I think is such a fun idea. Like, I think he fits really well with Ridley. Like, Ridley's your route runner.
Yep.
You know, Burden is your underneath guy, what you were hoping Traylon Burks was going to be, but I think he's a lot better than Traylon Burks ever was. Or maybe there's like an edge or a lineman there. They don't have to force the edge pick. They're light on top 100 picks. I think at the beginning of this process, they kind of wanted to trade down. And I think Cam Ward really impressed them. And they said, you know what? We have the chance to get a guy we think is a franchise QB. Let's do it. Because the downside is, this guy's not our QB, or we trade down. Then you're picking 7 next year. It costs you more to go up and get somebody that maybe is as good, maybe isn't as good. So if you think he's your guy, you take him. You don't galaxy brain it to an extent. I wasn't as high on Cam Ward at Washington State last year because of some of the downsides, like stuff that's not in the raw box score. Like, fumbles don't show up in the box score.
Yeah.
He fumbled a lot. He's a very fumbly guy. But I think he was great at Miami. I thought he did a really good job of really carrying the offense. Not that Dave Martinez was bad or anything, but I think he was really, really good. I think he's pretty accurate. I think he has, if there's a guy that is likely to become a top 10 QB, Milroe's got more upside, but that's a farther rise to make for him.
Yeah.
I think Cam Ward ends up being that guy in the end.
Yeah, I really like his anticipation. I really like his pocket presence, playmaking instincts, and like we talked about, his arm flexibility, his ability to drop that arm angle, do a lot of creative stuff that way. My comp for him, Tom, it might be a little bit controversial because he's going number 1 overall, and a lot of people think this quarterback stinks, but Brock Purdy from San Francisco, they're like exactly the same size, 6'1", around 220. They both throw with great anticipation. They both are really good out of structure. I think if you put Cam Ward in the right offense, similar to Brock Purdy, I mean, Purdy's been extremely productive his first 3 years in the league, so that is not an unfavorable comp, at least in my opinion. But a very similar profile here. And if you're getting Brock Purdy production out of Cam Ward, you are very, very happy with this pick.
I'll help you out with a Will Grier, but he's actually good at football comp. I'll make you feel better about that one.
That's pretty funny.
I think for Tennessee, like I actually don't mind the modern day Steve McNair comp. I actually think that there's some elements because McNair also had some turnover
and then with
too.
the team that he's going to, you know, it does make a lot of sense there. Mm-hmm. But and the pick is in, so we are.
They didn't use all 10,
and they didn't use all 10, which is actually unprecedented for the first overall pick here, Tom. So maybe the NFL is like, you know what, we want this to go a little bit faster than in years past. Or the Titans were just that sure that they're going to take Cam Ward. But to your point, Tom, it definitely does seem like they fell in love with him during the draft process this year, the interview at the Combine, then the Pro Day. The momentum continued to move forward, and it just seems like they found their guy in Will Levis. Who knows what's going to happen to him moving forward?
Keep him as the backup, try to find a trade partner, accept the fact that he's not going to be the starter. It is what it is. There are going to be some low moments from Cam Ward. I do think some of those gunslinger traits will lead to some highs and lows. It will lead to some incredible moments of like, wow, he made that throw. That's incredible. That's our guy. It'll lead to some, hey, man, why did you make that trade? Why or make that throw? Why did you do that? Why'd you force the ball in there? I think that in the end, the Titans have a decent chance of this being their franchise QB, and that's what they need to have.
We are getting breaking news here of a trade. Adam Schefter is reporting here that the pick is being made right now, by the way. We'll just confirm this before we break the trade news.
It is a trade. The Browns and Jags have made a deal.
Yes,
the Jags are jumping up to number 2. This is going to be the Browns are giving up a second, their 4th this year, a 6th this year. The Browns get 5, 36, 126, so they're swapping 4ths this year, and the Jags' first-round pick next year.
Wow.
So the Browns are acquiring 2 first-round picks here. We'll go more in depth on that, but some more on Cam Ward. Spirit, I know you're a big Cam Ward fan. Why do you like him so much?
Yeah, I just think that anticipation is the most translatable trait that you see from college quarterbacks to the National Football League, and you see it all over Cam Ward's film. I do think sometimes he makes throws that his arm can't cash, and that leads to some turnover-worthy plays. And, he's going to be a gunslinger type of mentality. When he's going out there, he's trying to make big plays. He's going to try and create stuff out of structure. He does have a little bit of a drifting problem. He'll take sacks.
He will.
But he just brings a lot of starter-caliber tools, and the things I really love, pocket presence, playmaking instincts, a little bit of rushing ability and anticipation. It's all there. Arm flexibility, really rotational passer. I think this kid's got a chance to be a really good player if you can put the right players around him. And I think that Tennessee's getting a really darn good player right here. And by the way, I have a top 10 grade on him. I would have taken him in the top 10 of last year's class, and he would have been my 4th quarterback last season.
I had a second-round grade on him, but that's not necessarily a bad thing in this class. And if you think he's your franchise guy, I get him going at number 1 overall. I'm never going to be mad at a team for doing the 1 round earlier on a QB pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's face it, they needed a quarterback. They really did. And, I think that he does bring a lot of pro-ready traits to his game. I think he will have his warts his rookie season, but Tennessee's laying the foundation for a future success. They're not trying to win the Super Bowl this year, so they're going to be okay with that. They're going to allow him to grow in their system. And I think he's got a pretty damn good chance of being a legitimate starting quarterback and maybe a potential top 10 quarterback in this league if Brian Callahan can figure it out there in Tennessee. So grade the pick for us down there in the comments section, A, B, C, D, or F. Give us your grade for the Cam Ward pick. This one's an A- for me. It's not like Trevor Lawrence, Caleb Williams level of number 1 pick, but you needed a quarterback. You get the best one in the class. I think it's the right pick, Tom. Let's just skip to the trade here because that's what everyone wants to talk about. So this is the official details of the trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars get the number 2 pick. They get there's a pick swap in round 4, and they get a 6th round pick. The Browns they move down to number 5. They get a 2nd and a 4th this year. Plus they get Jacksonville's 1st round pick next year. So obviously they don't have any plans of replacing Trevor Lawrence anytime soon.
It's a big haul.
And it's a big haul, but you're getting a player that I think that they feel is going to be able to contribute both ways for them. And let's face it, Travis Hunter's going to look great in that uniform.
Can I throw this out there too? I love when teams do this. Fine, here's a 6th round pick.
Yeah.
We'll throw the 6th round in for you as well.
Or even better, the GM is like, we're adding a 6th rounder to this deal, and if you don't take it, the deal is dead.
The 6th rounder is what sends it over. That pick 200 for your 3rd string corner, that sends it over the edge.
So from the Browns' perspective, do you think that this is the right move? Do you think that they should have? Do you think this is enough to go from 2 to 5 to not take Travis Hunter?
I think it depends on how highly you have that 5th pick graded. In last year's class, hell yeah, that's not a big deal to me.
Yeah.
This year, is it Mason Graham? Is it an Armand Membu? Is it a Kelvin Banks? What is it? Who they take at number 5? I think it's always important to consider, Travis Hunter and a 4th and a 6th versus that pick and 2 2s or a 2, a 4, and a 1. I think the value in a bubble is pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Man, it's tough to move away from Travis Hunter.
Yeah, I agree.
Although, that 1st round pick could be anything. It could be a boat.
And I know it's a lot for a non-quarterback, but I actually love the deal for Jacksonville. I think that they're going to keep Trevor Lawrence isn't going anywhere. He got paid. You have Brian Thomas Jr. there, and this is a place where Travis is going to love going to because he can play both ways. They need corner and wide receiver help. He's going to play a lot on both sides of the ball, and Jacksonville is getting a player that they feel like is going to be, part of the face of their franchise for many years to come here. So I think I have a little bit of concerns with the tread on the tires playing 2 ways in the NFL, Tom. But
he's young, he's athletic.
It's an intriguing experiment that Jacksonville's about to embark on here. And it's going to be very, very interesting. Let me know who won the trade down there in the comments section. If I had to pick one team that won the trade, I want to see what Cleveland does at 5 before I give an official answer.
I'll give you options. They take Mason Graham.
Okay, if they take Mason Graham, I'm going to say Jacksonville won this trade because they get the best player in the draft.
If they take Will Campbell or Armand Membu or Kelvin Banks, they take a tackle.
I still think Jacksonville.
So you're saying it's Jacksonville.
They're getting the best player in this class.
Then there's really no one that the Browns could take. Then that would convince you otherwise. Right?
Yeah, probably. And then the thing that I do like about this pick for Cleveland, though, this trade for Cleveland, though, Tom, is that you get more ammo to take a quarterback next year. Mm-hmm. So the pick's in for Jacksonville. Look at the suit that Travis is wearing. It is bright bubblegum pink. I mean, that is unbelievable.
Electric. I love it.
I mean, you
Just
know,
like the trade.
Prime took him to his tailor and said, "Get this suit." And he was like, "Okay, whatever you say, Dad." And it just happened that way because I mean I think we all know he is another son to Deion Prime Sanders.
He's the favorite son.
And he is the favorite son without question. So we'll see where his teammate Shadur Sanders ends up going later in the draft. And let us know.
Can't say Shadur. Can't say Shadur.
Can't say Shadur. Can't say Shiloh. Can't say any of them. So let us know who won the trade down there in the comments section. I am seeing a lot of Jacksonville in the chat here. I don't know, man. It's I have to say Jacksonville for me personally. $10 from my man Hitman GFX. This one's on Maine. Says, happy to spend draft day with Chat Sports. Still no cable, and I don't miss it. Can you please hit the talking points on Baltimore Ravens' needs and where they should be spending picks?
Let me tell you what Baltimore's going to do real quick here. They're going to take some SEC player who never should have been there in round one, and they will profit as a result.
Jalen Walker, if he's there.
Nah,
he won't make it there.
Malachi Starks,
Michael Walker, maybe. Ezraku, James Pierce Jr., I think, is probably the perfect one to fall to him.
It's character stuff,
but strong culture. Harbaugh, I think he needs a strong culture. Baltimore can certainly provide that to James Pierce. That's my prediction for him tonight, by the way. And now we have the pick. Is it? All right, Jack's telling me.
I think we're
pretty much good here, Jack. All right, here it is, folks. Travis Hunter, cornerback, wide receiver, combination out of Colorado to the Jacksonville Jaguars. You're pretty much getting at least a player and a half here, and he's really good at both positions, Tom.
This is the closest thing we have seen to Deion Sanders in a very long time. I don't know if he's going to – I think he might play more receiver for Jacksonville than corner. I don't really know how much that matters in the end. He's going to major in one, minor in the other. This is my number one player. This is my number one corner. This is my number one receiver. This is my number one athlete in this class. I love everything about his game. I think you could have a Garrett Wilson type at receiver, a Marshawn Lattimore type at corner. I don't mind the Champ Bailey comp since he actually did play a little bit of both ways at Georgia. I think he is obviously a better receiver than Bailey would have been in the NFL. I think my biggest note here is don't be stupid. He's a rare athlete and a player. You take him and you profit. Jags gave up a ton to go get him, but he can be a corner for them. He can be a receiver for them. If they wanted to be electric, quote unquote, they wanted to make a splash. This is a splash. Trading up, giving up a second, a first next year to acquire Travis Hunter, who does some after-catch stuff, has, as you've pointed out, Sperry, elite ball skills and feel on both sides of the ball, at both receiver and corner.
Listen, man, I'm not joking when I say this. Travis Hunter is the best ball skills I've ever seen from a corner, period. All right? It is elite as a wide receiver, let alone a corner. And usually people play corner because they can't catch the football. This guy can contort his body into really weird angles and still come down with it. Reminds me a lot of Odell Beckham Jr. in that regard. He's also really good after the catch like young Odell was. And he's unbelievable in zone coverage with great zone feel, like you were talking about. And if you just throw the ball in this kid's general vicinity, it has a chance of being intercepted. That is the value of having a guy like Travis Hunter, where he can just take away a zone of the field for you if he's playing corner. And then as a receiver, he's super fluid. He just, like, his route breaks are so freaking fast, and then he's got great hands and body control, and he's going to, like you said, he's the number one corner, he's the number one wide receiver in this class. If you're going to trade up for a non-quarterback in this class, it's going to be for this kid, and I'm so excited to see him pair up with Trevor Lawrence there in Duval. Oh, my goodness. I got to bring out the Liam Cohen take, man. I'm juiced for this pick, ladies and gentlemen. I am juiced.
So is Travis Hunter. He's very excited.
I am so excited for Travis Hunter not going to the Cleveland Browns, and the Browns passing on the best player in the entire class. So Travis Hunter's best position in the NFL. Give me wide receiver or corner. What's that, Sam? New live poll. Go vote down there in the comments section. Wide receiver or corner. Where is Travis Hunter's best position? Tom, I still lean corner.
Both, I think.
But both he's really good at both.
There isn't a wrong answer. That's the fun part. But you have to choose in the pin poll.
Absolutely. So right now we got 46 votes, and it's pretty dead even. It just depends on what you need from him, in my opinion. I think Jacksonville probably uses him more as a receiver than they tell him to go on defense and just say, guard this guy, on certain big downs and just take him away, and he's more than capable of doing that. So love this pick for the Jacksonville Jaguars. They gave up a lot to get him. We'll see if the tread on the tires holds up and if he can stay healthy. That's a lot of reps during an NFL season, which means double the risk of injury. And for a skinnier guy, this could blow up in the Jacksonville Jaguars' face, but it could also be special. So this experiment will be fun, and I can't wait to see how it plays out. Make sure you guys like the video if you haven't already, or your team will miss the playoffs next year. So, pressure's on here, folks. If you don't click that thumbs up icon, your team's effed, all right? So click that. Steelers fans, please click that thumbs up icon.
964 away on the likes on Cowboys. 139 super chat on Cowboys.
Woo!
K-Dog coming through.
Gotta love it, man. Can we pull that up, Jack, real quick? The 139.
I did promise 2 beer bongs on the Cowboys report.
All right, he's doing 2. Tom's doing 2 beer bongs here. The Giants are on the clock, by the way. I think we all know who this pick is going to be.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah, Jackson Dart at 3.
God, it'd be so funny. Please do it.
Would that would be even more shocking than Michael Penix last year
Absolutely.
to Atlanta.
Cowboys got to 1,000 likes. Thank you all very much. Cheers to you, K-Dog.
All right.
First one.
So my Steelers audience here, if you're watching on Steelers Talk, we got over 870 people watching live. We need to get to 500. I'll tell you guys what, if we get to 500 likes on Steelers, I will do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean. All right, I will do a Bean Boozled Jelly Bean if we can get to 500 likes on Steelers Talk. So the pick is in.
K-Dog got granddaughter number 2 today.
Talk?
So congrats, K-Dog. Sorry, I can't read it. There's money all over the screen.
Hey, K-Dog's making it right.
Cheers, K-Dog.
Love it, K-Dog. Appreciate you, my man. The pick is in for the New York Giants, by the way, so we will hear from Commissioner Goodell, and he will most likely say, Philadelphia Eagle fan, Abdul Carter here, Tom. That's a big talking point.
It doesn't matter.
He's going to be...
Don't let Eagles fans fool you otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
Respectfully.
Like, he's going to be a Giant. He's going to love being
There
a
we
Giant. And I know Marshall Green is going to be very happy with that. Go, Tom, go! Woo! You got to love... Dude, Travis Hunter just looks like he was born to wear that Duval hat, baby.
Go rapid fire on these.
Rapid fire, $5 touchdowns and tokes says go blue. Appreciate you. Go blue, Michigan. Daddy Aitzian 24. Hope I'm saying that right. Says, what do you think the Seahawks would do? Also, is this the only place I watch the NFL draft? Appreciate you, Daddy. And then for the Seahawks,
someone clip that.
Someone clip that. Yes. They should go interior offensive line, Tom, but I think it's going to be wide receiver.
That's not their archetype. They don't take interior offensive
I know,
line
like
early, but they should.
Schneider's going to Schneider.
Also, they will draft a running back this year, I promise you.
Yes, they will. $2 from Uray. Hope I'm saying that right. Says, would you rather T-Mac or Matthew Golden in Dallas?
I got McMillan higher. I think there's a chance of that one happening here.
Yeah, I think you're good either way, but T-Mac is higher for me. $2, Joshua.
Still on Cowboys.
Go ahead, Tom.
Who's this year's non-QB? Aaron Rodgers. I treat that as like a slider. Maybe it's Will Johnson because of medical. Jotman, is the Browns GM going to fleece the Jags GM like the movie? I just want to know where David goddamn Putney's going to go. And eat some pancakes, too.
And you're going to include David Putney because I goddamn feel like it.
So, Ellipsis, I think we're good on pick 3, by the way, here after this. Ellipsis, how about them Cowboys? Appreciate that, my friend. Nosy Toyota. Hope we do better than 7-10. Don't we all? Not Jeremy Chugs' burner. Are we going to draft a pair of You Sucks? With T-Mac on the board, hope they prove me wrong. Luke Downey, my godson, says Dart third. Oh, how I wish Jackson Dart would go third.
Giants,
It'd be so funny.
Please
so
do
funny.
it.
K-Dog, the $100
this is the big one. All right, here we go.
Appreciate that,
Pick
K-Dog.
is in. Commissioner Goodell is going to be coming to the podium here momentarily. They're going to take Abdul Carter here, guys. Special edge rusher. Tom, I think he's got generational acceleration, burst off the line of scrimmage, and then great bend around the edge. Like, this guy's acceleration, I don't think I've ever seen an edge rusher move this fast on tape before, and that's really his superpower.
It's a very easy comp here, and it's the Penn State linebacker, off-ball turned edge rusher who wore number 11. It's Micah Parsons. I don't think he's going to be as good as Micah. That's really not a fair comparison with how good of a start Micah Parsons is off to here. I think this is a gifted pass rusher. He has not played that much edge rusher.
Yeah.
We have not seen the best of him yet. He didn't test because of the foot injury. I don't think that's going to be a huge red flag. I don't think it is, but he's a special athlete. He's not the biggest. He's not the strongest, but he has legitimate double-digit sack potential. And, isn't that what you want if you're taking the edge in the top 3? You want that type of player. He's my number 2 player in this class. I think he's an awesome athlete. I think he is a gifted playmaker. I don't know if he's ever going to be an elite run stopper.
Yeah.
I don't care that much if you're getting me double-digit sack, as long as you're not a massive liability. I I have heard that he can be like a little bit extra to manage, but that's how it is sometimes when you're a top level player. Like I've heard that Hunter is like the chillest guy ever, and that Carter is like he's a little bit of like not diva, but like
Sure.
He knows
Passionate.
what he wants. Passionate, sure. Not like Odell Beckham fighting in net, but like kind of in that same vein. I don't think the assault charge in 2024 really meant all that much there from a negative standpoint. But look, he's my number 2 player for a reason. You got him at 3rd overall. The quarterback spot is a huge issue for the Giants, but just purely on taking the best player available, I can never be mad at this.
Yeah.
Someone said in the chat he's Micah Parsons' team. He's better than that.
He's really good.
He's on sale. He's last year's model.
My comp for him is Von Miller.
I don't mind that one.
His speed is just unreal, man. It really is. Last year he had multiple sacks where his acceleration, which was collected by Next Gen Stats, was more than in any sack Micah Parsons has had ever in college or pro. So this guy's acceleration, you can even say, is even a little bit tick higher than Micah's. He's not as big or strong, but like, and that's just the Next Gen Stats.
Micah closes ground so fast.
Yeah,
though.
yeah. And listen, Micah's
surprises people with that.
Micah. All right, but this kid can move fast, and I love what he brings to the table.
He cooked Notre Dame with a shoulder that was all kinds of messed up too, which is really impressive.
Yeah, and also if you want to use him 3-4 outside linebacker, you want to put him out into coverage. He's experienced doing that.
Don't do that. That's stupid. Don't do that.
Sure,
I hate when teams do that, but he can.
That's like when the Steelers put T.J. Watt out in coverage
It's
sometimes.
stupid.
Like it's stupid, but like he'll get an interception every once in a while because he's pretty darn good at it. So don't do it, but you can do it if you want. Diana Rossini says this about the Cleveland Browns trade here. Says the Cleveland Browns are taking calls from teams interested in the number 5 pick. So they're looking at trading down even more. Are they trying to get Shedeur?
We made it to the draft night with 0 2024 picks traded. Or 2025 picks traded. We're going to have multiple 2026 traded at this rate. Denver might want to move up, and maybe they could go make a crazy trade for Jensen.
I'm so confused with what they're doing. Are they just stockpiling picks so they can get their quarterback of the future next year, and they're just going to suck this year with Flacco and Pickett? Is that the plan?
Can't wait till Arch Manning goes back to school, and it's get ready to learn Garrett Nussmeier, baby.
Dude,
get ready to learn the Nuss bus, Cleveland.
By the way, with Hunter not going to Cleveland, I don't know who gets Shedeur in the first round here. Unless it's the Steelers, I just don't know who's going to take him in the first round.
I said you can't say Shedeur.
I know you said you can't, but I said it. Sue me. I don't know, man. I think Shedeur has a chance of falling out. Sorry, Tom. Falling out of the first round later today. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button. Right now, the Patriots are on the clock. Make sure you guys click that subscribe button if you haven't already. We're going to have extensive coverage of every single pick of the 2025 NFL Draft right here on Chat Sports all 3 days. All 32 picks today, Tom. All 2 rounds tomorrow, and then the final 4 rounds on Saturday, plus UDFA coverage for all of our teams that we cover here at Chat Sports as well. So click that subscribe button if you haven't already. Tom, is it my turn or is it Tom's?
I think it's your turn.
All right, I'm on Wet Dog or Top Banana.
Again? I will give you a second spin if you want.
No.
Okay.
I hate banana, by the way. Cassie at home, she can
eat the bean boozled. Quit delaying.
It's banana, but it's not good.
Well, Sperry melts down over a banana. How much is it? Michael?
I don't like it. Okay.
4 is in. It is Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU. This is the biggest need for New England. He was my number 5 player. I don't know if he ends up being a tackle. I got Rich Man's Caleb McGarry comp on this one because I think he's better than Caleb McGarry was. He looks like a tackle with the height and the weight. Almost 6'6". He's 319. He tested really well. This is a gifted athlete. He is not long-limbed. To put this in perspective, his wingspan at the combine, which the arm length was 32 and 5/8 at the combine, 33 at the pro day.
Give him that extra
which
inch.
The combine measurements were weird this year. I've got it in my notes for both of them because I don't know if the combine did it right, Frank, which is kind of embarrassing because it's the same people doing both. The wingspan was 77 and 3/8 inches. That is 7th among all offensive linemen since 2000. It is the 0th percentile, that is a thing, among offensive tackles. Now, that gets him into trouble. He'll lunge against speed. He doesn't always trust himself there. Despite that, he was really freaking good. He was a 3-year starter for LSU. He's a great athlete. I think he's an incredibly high football IQ. You can see him calling out blitzers and helping out on checks and stuff, which you don't normally see as a left tackle. I think he's a good athlete. He has good footwork. I think the worst case is like you move him inside and he's an elite level guard or tackle. He's got everything you want except the length. If he had the length, man, he'd be right up there in the Hunter-Carter conversation.
Yeah, he's one of those prospects for me when I watch him on film where his technique, gets him in trouble because of the arm length, because he does such a good job sitting in the chair, doing all these different things to put yourself in a good position. And usually when we have guys with shorter arms, Tom, we see them as lungers because they need to get their hands on the tackles. He doesn't do that, but he gets in trouble with that too. He like his good technique gets him in trouble because him sitting back in the chair, whatever you guys want to call that, and having really good balance. I mean, it even accentuates
it's the pose he's making in that photo.
Yes, exactly. And like it just accentuates his arm length even more, which is an issue. So do we have
I will sign off here. I'm going to head over to Cowboys Report live stream solo, so stay tuned for that here in just a second. Sperry will take over. Browns on the clock, maybe for now. We'll see how that one ends up playing out here. So don't go anywhere. I'll be right back.
What is going on, Cowboys fans? Chris Daughtry back here with you guys while we're waiting on Tom to change studios here. Let me know who you guys want the Cowboys to pick here in the first round of the NFL Draft. I'm going to give a couple shout-outs here. The most recent pick, Will Campbell in here for the Patriots. They get some offensive line help. Now the Browns are back on the clock here after they made that trade. What an incredible trade. Let's see T-Mac in there. T-Mac, a lot of T-Macs. See Emeka Ibuka in there from Crash. Shadur, don't think they're going to go Shadur. Let's see, Savion, Ginty. Tom said he'd crash out if it was Shadur, man. Let's see Ginty in there. What is going on, guys? Great to be back. It's been an incredible first couple picks here, man.
Let's go.
All right.
I was on the entire time. What are you doing?
My bad.
L's in the chat.
My bad.
L's in the chat. Got to get something off there. Let me know you want the Cowboys to draft. I didn't even look at that on that one.
There we go.
My bad. All right, we will check in on the giveaway here in a second. Stay tuned for that one. If you want Tedero and McMillan, I do think the Jags trading up for Hunter helps you there. I think that helps you out a pretty good amount. But let me know who you want the Cowboys to draft. We are solo casting on the Cowboys Report from now until the Cowboys make their pick. And then a little bit later, we'll get to the giveaway here in a second. Before we get to that, the number 5 pick is in. I wish I could celebrate my victory lap with Sperry on that one. The Cleveland Browns are taking Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. He is the pick here at number 5 overall. I like him a lot. He's my number 4 player. So you took the next best player who was left for me on my board. Feel free to utilize some of those new fancy draft graphics there too, if you're able to, Chris, there. Weird size stuff. Checked in at 296 at the Combine, was 306 at his pro day, was listed at 320. He played more in the 310s. I see Christian Wilkins here. I see he's a 3-down defensive tackle. I don't think he's ever going to test that great, but I think he is a good athlete nonetheless. He's a really good run stopper already. The numbers, the athletic testing, might not say it. I thought this was a really good player that should have gone somewhere in this top 5. Ironically enough, all those mocks that had Mason Graham going 5, including mine a while ago, ended up being right. He moves very well for his size. I think he and Kenneth Grant locked up the Ohio State run game this year. He was the best player on that Michigan title run back in 2024. I think he's very instinctive. This was very much a trust the tape style pick where the film is really good, even if maybe the analytics crew wouldn't have been quite as high on that one. So Mason Graham is the pick here for the Cleveland Browns after the surprise trade down, not taking Travis Hunter and instead getting an extra first next year, a second this year, and selecting Graham at the number 5 overall pick. Who do you want the Cowboys to draft? Keep the comments coming. Let's get to the deal today. I have been tracking the numbers so far. We are at 36. If we get 50 retweets on my pinned tweet, I'll have you put that in the live chat for me if you're able to, Chris, there. 50 retweets on the pinned tweet. We will give away, after pick 6, which is this upcoming one, so we got to get to 50 by the end of this pick, we will give away this Cowboys Chubbies NFL Polo. That is the free giveaway for whoever ends up winning that raffle. We can spin it. I assume you have the raffle stuff all set up to an extent, Chris, on that front. The duck race, yeah. We'll do the duck race for it, or whatever you want to do with it. Dealer's choice tonight. I don't know if there's any fun NFL-themed ones or, I don't know, chubby-themed ones there. So go retweet my pinned tweet. Chris is doing a great job putting it in the live chat right now. I'm adding Taylor to it. Ron in. Shane is in there as well. The numbers on the retweets don't quite match the names I'm seeing, so we'll get to at least 70 and get, if we get some more than that, great, and we'll go from there. Then we'll go through the super chat menu here, but I at least want to get to 50 on this, and then we'll go through some other stuff because I want to be able to give it away. But the bosses have rules and whatnot there. So Cowboys are about halfway to their pick at 12. By the way, for reference, the Browns have not announced the pick on the major networks. They have not made that decision yet, at least not publicly on that front. But that is the pick here. It is Mason Graham at number 5 overall. Hit the RT button on my pinned poll, or on my pinned tweet. It's also pinned in the comments as well, with Mason Graham here. The Raiders on the clock. I think T-Mac is a possibility, but I've heard a lot of buzz around Kelvin Banks and Armand Membu here, both for 6 and 7. Tyler Warren possibly in play here at 7 as well. So hit that RT button. Bunch more to get through here. Eric Taylor. There we go. Let's go to Faith over Fear. You're in there. TR4220. Matthew. I Stand is in there. Brown's about to make their pick officially. Ellipsis is in there. Thank you, my friend. Taylor. Is that 2 Taylors? No, it's Taylor. Oh, shoot. There's 2 Taylors. Okay. Taylor. I'm going to have to do it this way because there's 2 Taylors to do their handles on there. Taylor Lauren and then Taylor JT. Okay, that'll help me even things out there. Luis is in there. That might get us to 50. We're at 48. 49 is Jay Smooth. 50 is Nick. So we will be giving away this this Cowboys Chubbies polo, the one I wore earlier on today's show. Obviously not the same one. We'll get one that actually fits you there. But we'll give that away in just a little bit. I'm getting caught up on all these names in here. There's a lot of them. Jonathan is in there. Brandon is in there. So many. Leon, Devil Dog, and Keenan. So we got a lot of entries. Appreciate everyone who did that. After pick 6 comes through, we'll make that announcement here. And we'll spin the wheel and do all of that. Get to the Cowboys pick here in a little bit. Let's get to the pick for the Super Chat menu here real quick. $10 is the rookie jersey raffle entry. Every $10 Super Chat, you are entered into a raffle. We will do some simulcast stuff later tonight. We'll get back to that and eventually have that available for you guys. So stay tuned for that front. $50 for tortilla slaps. $100 beer bongs. We got them in both studios now. This is your chance to get me a little bit tipsy. So get your super chats in. We will hit those all throughout tonight's live stream. Get them in. Most hundreds in the month of April gets you a DeMarvion Overshown jersey. We will do the Venmo 50-50 raffle as well at What Going Downey to enter that. That is the Venmo 50-50 raffle. All Venmos count double. So if you send in 200s, it counts double in the tracker, and I'll do 2 beer bongs for it. And it counts double on the raffle entries side as well. You saw it there. The Raiders pick is in. It is indeed Ashton Genty, the running back out of Boise State. So all of that buzz about the Raiders not taking Genty ended up being a misdirect. And they take the Boise State running back at number 6 overall. This is the last of my top 5 players, actually. All of my top 5 guys are now officially off the board. If you ignore the positional value, Genty is my number 3 player in this year's class. He is, I think, everything you're looking for in a running back. He fits every offensive scheme. His vision is fantastic. The contact balance is unbelievable. This is stupid production. Not only did he have 2,600 yards on the ground and 29 touchdowns, he had 1,970 yards after contact. After he got contacted. That's 5.25 on average. He obviously had a huge workload. He had 125 forced missed tackles. He was a electric football player. Now, you can argue the visual stuff. That's totally fine. I think he showed more pass catching value back in 2023. I think there's room to add some pass blocking stuff. I don't think he would have been like a 4.3 runner. I think he might have cracked 4.5, but he's in incredible shape. You all saw him with his shirt off, I'm sure. Second Heisman Trophy out of Boise State as running back is honestly low-key insane. Genty to the Raiders at 6 is a lead back solution for the Raiders and will be a very early fantasy pick if you guys like that one. All right. I want to beat last year's like numbers. We are not that far away. I'm going to do one more update for the Twitter raffle entries, then we'll give this bad boy away. We're going to add Tommy to it, my info, Jason Morris, and Tyler Madison as our last retweets of the pinned tweet to get eligible to win the shirt here. So stay tuned on that. I'll let Chris set that up here. Like the video for me. Hit that like button if you haven't already. The goal is to beat last year's figure, which was 1,912. We are not that far away from getting there. So like the video if you haven't already done so. Like the video for me, please and thank you. Appreciate all your support here. If you haven't already liked the show, please do so. Get your super chats in. Once we go back to the chat sports side, it might not be as tipsy, etc., as we sometimes get. So this is your chance, if you want, get me drunk. Venmo 50/50 raffle at What Going Downey is $20. $100 for beer bong. That is the price point set by the superiors here at Chat Sports. We did 2 earlier because K-Dog came through with a big-time win. Can we get more? If the bosses said if the super chats come in time, you can get as drunk as you want. So that is up to you guys on that front there. I'll do one last refresh. Make sure we didn't miss any here, Chris. We do have 2 more. Logan E. and Zeuga. I'm going to pronounce it as Zuja. I have no idea if that's how you actually pronounce it, so I'm terribly sorry if it's not right. My bad. We'll get to Jeremy Roach's super chat here and Jorge A. as well in just a little bit. But like the video, please and thank you if you haven't already. Then we will run the raffle for the giveaway. We got 50-plus retweets on the pinned tweet. We will give this bad boy away here in a little bit. It's a nice polo. I like it. It's comfortable. I'm actually a huge fan of it. You're going to see me wear this a lot on air in the future. A lot on air. Maybe I might try to limit it for special events so it doesn't get too beat up and too wore down, but I like it a lot. Super comfortable. It's a Chubby's NFL Collection polo. So stay tuned. Oh, and I'm going to add one more, Chris, too, if it's not too late. This is the last one. Eric Torres is the last one. The Jets are on the clock. They've been linked to Tyler Warren. They've been linked to Armand Membu. They've been linked to Kelvin Banks. How that plays out here, I would be shocked if they took Tedero and McMillan, but those are the 3 names I've got my eyes on. But it's already been kind of a weird draft. The Genty rumors ended up being right. Maybe it was a smokescreen by the Raiders all along. It's how it tends to go here. I think I will say I am a little bit surprised Membu's there. I thought he was going to go 6. I think Membu could very well be the pick. Let's run this race, then we'll come back to if the Jets pick is in at number 7. Winner gets this polo from Chubby's. Let's ride it, Chris. Here we go. Regular old duck race. 3. There we go. Put that bad boy on. Look at that. It's also nice and cold in here, so this feels like super good against me. Like it just feels nice. It's a good polo. It's awesome. It is immediately one of my favorite ones now. So here come the Ducks. Jesse M is in first place for now. Shadow, we got the British Constable duck. Is that what it's called? I don't know what it is. I'm also not drunk enough to start doing this stuff. So give me some supers. Get Jacked is in there. Jesse M. JJ, 20 seconds left. Jesse M. holding a law. I jinxed it. I'm sorry. Josh F. Taylor. Mentor. Eric Taylor now in first place. 7 seconds left. Going to be a photo finish. Here comes Matt B. Matt B wins. Congratulations to Matt B. Let me get you in there, Matt. Cheers to you. And everyone else who entered, I appreciate that. It's one of the earlier ones. So I got to find Matt. Matt B. I'm messaging you right now. Matt B., send me your shipping info. Cheers to you on the win. The Jets pick is in. It is indeed Armand Membu, the offensive tackle out of Missouri. First round grade for me. I like him a lot as a right tackle. Olufashanu, Armand Membu, bookends on the offensive line. Like that pick a lot for the New York Football Jets. I think there was buzz. He wasn't going to get there to them. I think they are very happy that he is there. He's shorter. He is built like a guard. He's 6'4", 141, 332, but he had 34-inch arms at his pro day. Kind of my comp, by the way, is like Lyle Collins. That's my comp for Armand Membu. Which he's young. He only just turned 21. He's really only played right tackle. I think he's a good fit in New York. I don't know if he's the most powerful player. I think he's more of a mover. He tested really well, by the way. Thrived as a zone blocker as well. I think he's got good balance and pass protection. I had a first-round grade on Armand Membu. He checked in at number, let me pull this up here, number 9 overall on my board. I am super far behind on tracking the picks and everything that's come in, so I kind of need to get caught up on that one there. But picks continue to flow in. Armand Membu off the board here for the New York Football Jets. Let's get to some of the super chats that have come in. I want to break those down and have some fun with those that have come in so far. Joshua Lynch, who do you have the Cowboys picking? In my final mock draft, acknowledging I did not know if he was going to be there for the Dallas Cowboys, I had Teteroa McMillan as the pick. I still don't know if he gets there. Carolina could be in play. The Saints, I would be a little surprised if they take him, but I don't think you can totally rule it out either. The Niners trade downs could always be potential options as well, but I think that there is the Jags, the team I was most worried about. Not the only team I was most worried about. If you want him, if you don't, then you want like a Matthew Golden or a Will Johnson or something. Jorge A. taking a running back in the first round of the class is a bad idea. The class is really good, but so is Ashton Genty. If you told me they were going to take Membu, I wouldn't have been mad at that either. Genty's my number 3 player. This is the best player on the board type of deal. So I get the concerns with it. I do. I also think you just, sometimes just take a good player is all you need to do. Jeremy says, Tom, wide receiver and DT are the Cowboys' biggest needs. Everyone is downplaying DT as a need. Did everyone forget about us getting over last year? You need better play from Mozzie too. Don't get me wrong on that front. You need better play. I think DT is a need. I think you need a run stopper more than anything, and you can find a run stopper later. It doesn't have to be a premium pick. It doesn't have to be a first or second round pick on a DT. Like, does Walter Nolan fix your run stopping defense? I have my doubts. Tedrow McMillan, Matthew Golden, I think that fixes your wide receiver stuff. So I agree in some combination, wide receiver, running back, DT, and corner are your biggest needs. So if you get that in some order, I think that ends up being a pretty good outcome there. Jacob says, should the boys trade down? If T-Mac gets sniped here in these next 4 picks, I wouldn't be shocked if they did that. I would not be surprised at all. That actually makes sense to me. That they would look to I think they would love to trade down. The question is, who's going to trade up? The Jags were the surprise team. Bears are not going to because, never mind, Bears are in front of them. Denver's been linked to a top 10 trade up, but did they want Genty? Or does a team know that you want McMillan and snipe you? My best available, by the way, then we'll go to the Super Chat menu here again. Tyler Warren, it's tight end, positional value stuff. I think he's really good, but he's also older. There are concerns there. McMillan is never going to be an elite level separator. That's okay because he's big. He's got great ball skills. It's kind of like T. Higgins for me. Will Johnson, I submitted this board and finalized it before I got wind of a knee issue for Will Johnson, that he could slide tonight. Maybe he doesn't. The medicals are kind of an unknown on that front, so we'll have to monitor that one. I like Jahdae Barron a lot. He's got short arms. I would be hyped if the Cowboys took him. It's a very un-Cowboys-like pick. Mike Green's got character stuff. I think he's a great pass rusher, though. If you trust the character, which general vibe is I think the NFL does, that stands out. Luther Burden out of Missouri, I think he's a damn good football player. I think he's undervalued. I don't know why the NFL hates him so much, but I like him a lot. Jalen Walker is the edge out of Georgia. I don't think he's a linebacker. I think he's an edge. I would just take him and be happy with it. And play him at like a Frankie Luvo on early downs, and then let him be a Hassan Reddick on third downs, or just play him Hassan Reddick full time. That's fine. Cole Slovin's a good player too, but it's tight end. This is of note. My big board is just in general. So how does that fit for the Cowboys? Maybe you're crossing off a Cole Slovin. Maybe you don't want a Mike Green or a Jalen Walker. He's not big enough to play full time on the edge for you. I like Chad Campbell a lot. The shoulder's a red flag, but he's an electric linebacker. I think Kelvin Banks is a good player. There's been some top 11 buzz in particular for him. He could be in play at 12 if he makes it that far. I think Malachi Starks is a good player. He's a safety. They didn't never take a safety early, but I think he's really good at football. Just take good players. Running back personal value. That's a second-round grade for Marion Hampton. Then Matthew Golden at 19 overall, by the way. I would not be mad at that either. All right, the Super Chat menu. $10 is the rookie jersey raffle. $50 tortilla slaps. $100 the beer bong. We've only done 2 today from the Cowboys Report. We are also, by the way, in a Super Chat battle against the Miami Dolphins. The Dolphins have been live a little bit solo earlier, so they have a slight advantage there. Hit that Super Chat button, and we can catch the Dolphins in our Super Chat battle. As a reminder, we are also doing the Venmo 50-50 raffle at What's Going Downey. That's $20 to enter the Venmo 50-50 raffle. I'd like to do one each day, but if we have to do it only on day 3, that is not an issue at all either. Most hundreds in the month of April gets the DeMarvion Overshown jersey. Venmos count double for the beer bongs and for the raffle entries as well. The pick is in at number 8. Tedrow McMillan is off the board to the Carolina Panthers. So my dreams are dead, and now this very much becomes a question of what the Cowboys do at number 12 overall. Is a trade down the path this team ends up pursuing? So McMillan off the board. Do they just stick and pick with a Matthew Golden, which I would by no means be upset about? I don't really want Walter Nolan that much, but I've got all the second-round grades are the same. But Tedrow McMillan off the board to the Arizona Cardinals. I like the pick a lot for Carolina. I'm a little surprised they went back-to-back round 1 wide receivers, but this guy reminds me of T. Higgins. The way he's able to high point the football, pull it in away from his frame. He is a damn good football player. He was my number 1 wide receiver I like a lot of what McMillan brings. I think that's a really good pick by Carolina. He was the second best player left on my board. 6'4" and an eighth, 213. One of the only player the past 2 years put up at least 1,300 plus yards as a receiver at the FBS level. Turns out that's really hard to do. I think he's an awesome player. I really wanted him for the Cowboys. I feel like the most likely outcome here is Matthew Golden, but I do think the trade conversation now very much comes into play. I think this very much comes in as an option now for the Dallas Cowboys, with the Saints on the clock right now at number 9, the Bears at 10, who could take a Tyler Warren, and the Niners at 11, with possibilities of trades coming in here. So predictions. This is the pin poll too. Will the Cowboys trade down in round 1? Y for yes, N for no. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. Y or N? Get those votes in for me. We'll get to the supers that have come in here. I'd like to get some more supers. I want to do one beer bong before the Cowboys make their pick. One beer bong is all I want. Just one. Brian, a $10 super chat. You are in to tonight's jersey raffle for the rookie pick the Cowboys end up making. You could also wait and pick someone on day 2 if you want to go that route too. But a rookie jersey raffle. The Cowboys say have an interest up in round 3 to take Scatterbo. Give me a receiver in round 1, O-line, D-line round 2, running back in round 3. I don't know if you have to trade up to get him in round 3. I don't know if you have to. I think you can just wait. I think there's a good chance he's there for you. I do. Nick, first 2 rounds go offense, then go D heavy the rest of the draft, then go heavy on undrafted free agency for the rest. Here's the thing. You don't have free agency spots in undrafted free agency. You don't have it. You got 4 roster spots or 3 roster spots outside of your 10 picks. They will not go heavy on undrafted free agency. They'll go light or they'll make cuts. Chris B says, "Welp, better enjoy Tyler Booker or Gray Zabel." I still think they're more likely to take Matthew Golden, but we'll see. Let that one play out. You got, 15 minutes, if that, because the Panthers pick has not been announced yet, even though we already broke it down. It's Tedero and McMillan. Ryder Kincaid, watch take a lineman or a defensive end. I'm drunk. I wouldn't rule out Micah Williams or Shamar Stewart. Now, they might get sniped for you here in a minute, but I would not rule that one out, actually, at all. Jorge A says trade down, get Burden or Ibuka. I'd do it. I would not be mad about that at all. If you could trade down, get extra picks, and still get Burden or Ibuka or Gold or whatever, I would actually be pretty happy with that outcome. I think that'd be a really, really positive thing for the Cowboys. Massive Matt into our jersey raffle. I want to trade down for Golden / Ibuka. It's the same thing. I would like that idea. I think that fits if you can pull it off. I don't know if you can. I don't know who's clamoring to come up. I don't. Maybe you find a team. Maybe you find a partner. Maybe you don't. We'll know in like 20 minutes. 15, 10, something like that. Philip Barnett, if T-Mac is gone, draft Golden. I would not be mad at that either. There's a lot of things you can do that I'm like, I'm not going to complain about this one. There's a lot of things that you can do on that front. Jeffrey, Jerry trades the first-round pick for a bag of chips and Andy Dalton. That'd be something. Martin Rosales, trade down and get I think you mean the Emeka Ibuka here. Again, I wouldn't be mad at that one either. I wouldn't be mad at it at all. He's a good player. I mean, he's going to be a superstar, but he's a good football player. And I want to draft good players. And not, if you trade down, you always make me feel better about that one. You always make me feel better about that one. ADA just did a $50 super chat. Now, the price point is $50 for tortilla slaps or $100 for a beer bong. So specify, ADA, which one you're searching for here. Because Cheers maybe thinks it's a beer bong, but it's $100 for the beer bong, per the boss's rules, and $50 for the tortilla slaps. So we'll keep an eye on the comments here. Let me know which one you'd rather have there, ADA. If you just do another $50, that's fine too on that front. We'll just merge them together. But either way, thank you. That is, by the way, a bunch of entries into the raffle, which I forgot to put K-Dogs in there too. I got to put K-Dogs in there as well. So K-Dogs are in there. We'll double up on those with the raffle entries as well. Beat you up, says Tom is a dude. Go Cowboys. Thank you very much. Beat you up. I appreciate that one. Cheers to you, my friend. I like that. Saints on the clock here at number 9. That pick is in. I think Trench player is how this one plays out there. Jotman, trade back, please. I don't care if we even get the trade value. I actually do care about that. I do care about getting good value. I don't want to trade down just to trade down and risk getting sniped. I don't think that's a good idea. Now, if you trade back to 20 and get a third, that's not that far off. But I also you would feel really bad about yourself if you traded down for less value and then missed on Matthew Golden. That's my concern. Jorge, thoughts on taking Warren on a trade down and someone like Alec Omenor in the second? If you take a tight end, you might not take a receiver. You might just go to tight end packages more. I like Alec Omenor a lot, though. I am higher on him than most people. I would actually like that pick in round 2. Not everyone would. I would like it. ADA says drink. Let's do it. Wild Cherry. Coming up for you. Thank you, ADA. Everyone spam ADA in the comments section of today's show. We'll crack this beer bong open and do it. Waiting on the Saints pick to come in here at number 9. Should be in any minute.
We're still getting kind of smoked right now by the Dolphins chat. They're over $780 right now.
Sad.
We just hit 500, so we're close.
Sad.
We're getting there.
Get those numbers up. F. Rolly.
Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Corbin in there in the chat. Edward, Joseph, Sherman, Richard, or Ricardo, my bad. I see Matthew in there. No. Appreciate you guys coming in the chat for us. We're just a couple picks away here from the Cowboys, baby.
Pick is in for the Saints. Kelvin Banks is the selection here. I am Jacob. The Venmo 50-50 raffle is 20. Did you want raffle entries for the jersey, or did you want the 50-50 raffle? Clarify that one for me, Jacob, but we'll get to it here in a little bit. But I see your Venmo that came in there, Jacob Holstein. It's 20 for the Venmo 50-50 raffle, 10 for the raffle entry. So for the jersey raffle. 20 for the 50-50. 10 for the jersey, so just clarify which one you want on that front. ADA's got the $50 in. Thank you very much. The Saints have made the pick of Kelvin Banks Jr. I got him as a tackle. He'll play guard early, I think, for the Saints and might kick outside the tackle down the line. I think his weaknesses become more amplified at guard than they do at tackle. DJ Humphries, athletic comp here, by the way, for me. I think he has good anchor as a tackle. He does not have sustained power as a run blocker. He falls off too much. He's not a mauler. He's not a finisher. But he very rarely got beat in pass protection. He was really good with that. Now, part of that was the offense at Texas, make no mistake. I get why some see him as a guard. I think he's best at tackle in the short term and the long term, but I do like what he offers. There had been some buzz he was going to go top 10. He does go top 10 to the Saints at number 9 overall. So to recap the picks in here so far, 2 to go until the Cowboys are on the clock. Like that video, we are close to breaking last year's record, I should say. Cam Ward, number 1 overall to the Miami Hurricanes. Or from the Miami Hurricanes to the Titans. A stunning trade at number 2 had been rumored for a little bit. Travis Hunter, round 1, number 2 to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Abdul Carter to the Giants at 3, as expected. Will Campbell out of LSU, as expected, number 4. Mason Graham goes number 5 to the Browns. Ashton Genty goes number 6 to the Raiders. Armand Membu, number 7 to the Jets. And Teteroa McMillan off the board at number 8 overall to the Carolina Panthers, a guy the Cowboys had their eyes on. Kelvin Banks, who was also a 30 visit for the Cowboys, off the board at number 9 overall to the Saints. It then leaves the Bears, the Niners, and the Dallas Cowboys as the picks to come here, with the Cowboys on the clock at number 12. The Bears pick is in. Do not yet know what it is. Can we go to a like driver here for me? Like that video, please, and thank you. Then we'll run through the Super Chat menu and get more of those. And wow, we have a stunner at 10. A surprise pick is in at number 10. First off, like that video. We're a little under 700 away. The first tight end is off the board. It is not Tyler Warren. It is Colston Loveland, who is the pick by the Chicago Bears at number 10 overall. Now, I had a first, second round grade on him. I am kind of surprised he went off the board at number 10. I don't think the Niners would take him at number 11. I wonder if the Cowboys could shop 12 to a Tyler Warren team. That could now be in the cards. He's a move tight end. The Michigan passing offense sucked this year, kind of held him back. I think I'll tell you what. I have this written down in my notes. I think he's like Sam Laporta. Not as good of a blocker quite yet, but I would bet that Ben Johnson thinks I just got my Sam Laporta. That's what I think he thinks right now. He doesn't do a lot of missed tackle stuff, which actually kind of like Dane Brugler's Zach Ertz comp as a result there. Battled through some right shoulder stuff this past year. Didn't test in part because of that. Only just turned 21. Let him be a seam stretcher, give him the ball in his hands, and he's a really good athlete. He didn't test. He would have tested great. The 56 catches this year set the record for a Michigan tight end, even though his yards per catch dropped by 4. So round 1, pick 11 on the clock. Like the video for me. And then let's just do set the chat rate high one, if we have one of those. With the Niners on the clock now at pick number 11. My mock draft prediction had been Michael Williams. I would be fully on board if that ended up being the pick here again this time around. So I like this. Most comments, with the Cowboys about to go on the clock here, most comments in the next 60 seconds gets a free raffle entry. That is the most comments. Get that raffle entry. So get him in for me right now. Most comments on there gets that free raffle entry. Get him in. What was it? I think I had it written down last year. For this year? I want to break. If we break this year's high, we'll do 2 free raffle entries. If we break last year's high, we will do 3 raffle entries. So keep that in mind. I am going to pick is in at number 11. So I don't want to be spoiled. I'm not going to look at anything. Pick is in at number 11, Michael Williams. So, Chris, you keep your eye on once we get the pick is in graphic, and we'll do it just like we did last year. We'll turn around. I turned it off. I don't want to see slacks. I am on. There we go. Now we're good. I think we're good now. Michael Williams is the pick out of Georgia. I did get that one right, at least in the mock draft. I think that's a logical fit for San Francisco. They get a running mate for Joey Bosa. For me, he is my number 5 edge, but that includes Mike Green, Jalen Walker, who are different types of players. I wouldn't hate a Jalen Walker pick. I would just take Matthew Golden because I want the receiver too. They might trade down here. There's not a lot of picks that I would despise. There's not a lot of picks that I'm jumping for joy like I was for CeeDee Lamb. I think this will just end up being a good pick. That's my gut feeling here for the Cowboys. This ends up being a good, not home run style pick. I think they like Will Johnson. Medical concerns there. Don't know how they feel about Jalen Walker. Think they like Jahad Campbell. Think they like Matthew Golden. Think they like Shamar Stewart. Think they like Tyler Booker. But are they going to take a guard? Could they trade down 5 spots, 4 spots, still get an impact player? That's what I'm curious for here. So keep your eyes on that. How many entries do we have here, Chris?
1 so far.
Just the 1 so far. Got to beat that chat rate high though.
Andrew Lanham is the first one.
Okay. Most comments in that 60 seconds with the Cowboys officially on the clock here will get a free raffle entry. Like that video. You want to send in supers? From now on, the next couple minutes, all until the Cowboys make their pick, and then don't cut it off there. All the 50s will count as a beer bong. Any 50 counts as a beer bong and will count for the most hundreds raffle stuff. So get those in for me right now. Jacob is. Oh, he's in for the jersey. Okay, sweet. I got you covered there, Jacob. So that's gonna be 4 raffle entries there, Jacob. I'll double check that later. Do we have the pick is in yet at all, Chris?
Not yet.
I can't turn around yet. I suspect the Cowboys will use all of that time in an effort to find a trade down partner. I think that they have made it clear they would like to trade down. Can they find a trade down partner is an entirely different conversation. Denver would like to moving up, but does a team want to jump the Colts at 12? I don't know. Maybe not. Because I think Tyler Warren's about to be a Colt at 14 if this holds right now. The Dolphins could take a attack or could take a corner or defensive lineman still. There's options for Dallas if they move down. And if they move down, all of a sudden the entire board opens up for them. Not just receiver, not just corner, but if there's an edge that slides, there's a guard that they like, if there's a running back that they're in love with, then the board significantly opens up. So we'll see what the pick is here. Any update? Should I turn around yet?
Not yet. We got $2 super chats.
2 50s. Luis Hernandez says drink up. You got it. Shaqia Luis. Who's the other one? The nice part is when you do the 50s, it gets me a little bit more tipsy, so I don't sugarcoat shit. Just see how it is. Luis is in there. Who's the other one?
Hasn't come in yet. It flew by.
Who is it?
It flew by. So
do you remember the name?
No.
Okay. Luis Hernandez. We beat the chat rate high at least. I think we did. Charles Berger. If they trade down, who should they be targeting? Board opens up. Because at that point, I've got a Marion Hampton, Matthew Golden, Shamar Stewart, your DTs, your guards, they're all second, Abuka, they're all second round grades for me. Josh Simmons, Ezaraku, they're all second round grades. So at that point, the board really opens up. And it's okay, you've got options here. And you can go a lot of different directions. So 2 beer bongs coming up. Had to turn it the wrong way the first time. How embarrassing for me.
Got a little deal going on right now for these beer bongs. $50 right now until the Cowboys make their pick. Let's go ahead and get those.
Or trade it. I need to specify. Or trade it.
Or trade.
Or trade it. Because that would be bad. That's how I die. All right. Second one coming up here.
I see some people in there that want not Matthew Golden, Tyler Warren. I cannot believe Colston Loveland went before.
My best player on the board. All right. Any word yet?
Not yet. We did get another 50, though. It flew by.
This might have been a mistake.
It was reminiscent of last year. Remember this happened last year,
I got real drunk at the start of last year. That might have been a mistake. That questionable decisions might have been made. Most comments got that free raffle entry. If we beat the chat rate high from last year, we'll do another one. Andrew Howell is in. Says, cheers, Tom. Most hundreds are right now 50s count for it. In the month of April, get a DeMarvin Overshown jersey. James K is a Raiders fan who's in the lead. All right, do we have pick is in yet?
Still nothing.
I mean, to be fair, ESPN has not yet announced the 49ers pick. So
this is why you subscribe right here to Chat Sports, right here at the Cowboys Report. We get the picks before they show you on TV. We're going to do analysis, deeper analysis than they do. And we have fun. They're not doing beer bongs on NFL Network.
the cowards.
Not
No.
yet.
Is it in? No.
No.
Turn around. Is it in yet?
I still don't have the graphic.
All right.
Okay. Still don't have the graphic yet. So.
The fact that Coop came in and said, "Did you see it?" has me concerned. I'm not gonna lie.
I'll just say you should
He says I should be. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna go
This
ahead.
is gonna be a
and,
guard, isn't it?
Get it ready here for you when it comes in.
Okay. Pick should be in any minute. Tell Coop to go tell Sam so we can get the graphic on there. Oh, what are they going to do? Get your predictions in. Who the Cowboys pick is here. Round 1, pick 12.
The anticipation's killer right now, man.
The fact that Coop says I should be concerned has me very concerned. I wish he hadn't said that, actually. I shouldn't have said that.
I know who it is.
Okay. Tell Sam. Get it in there so we can go. Pick is in for the Cowboys. We'll do what we always do. I turn around. I don't see it. Then we react live in the moment. No Teteroa McMillan on the board. We shall see what the Cowboys do here in round 1 at pick 12. No trade coming in. Make sure you're full screen with me if you're not already. Sweet. We will keep... we got to wait for the graphics to come in. It's for short purposes here. Cowboys pick is in. Once we see it, feel free to grade it A, B, C, D, or F. Let's see what Dallas does in round 1. The fact that Coop said I should be concerned, which he thinks is going to be Shamar Stewart. Because he would have been on board with Matthew Golden. So I'm going to say it's going to be Shamar Stewart or a guard. And they actually did. Clarence Hill was wrong. They took a guard. Status update there, Chris?
Still nothing. I'd send it in the chat.
So Cowboys pick is in at number 12. Has ESPN even announced the 49ers pick yet? Okay, so we're a full pick ahead. We're a full 10 minutes ahead still of the networks, which I guess makes sense. So Cowboys pick is in. We're doing what we always do if you're just now tuning in. I don't want to be spoiled. I want to react in the moment, for better or for worse, and see what that selection is. Cowboys on the clock. Pick is in round 1, number 12. Appreciate you getting that pick in sooner than later there, Chris. Appreciate that. I know there's nothing you can do. So,
No.
grade the pick.
Wait.
Coop said Nick Harris had it.
Coop said Nick Harris had it. It's not who I thought it was.
Oh, it's not?
It's not who I thought it was. I read the tweet wrong.
Oh, so we got all kinds of chaos here.
Yeah, I read the tweet wrong.
Jesus, buddy.
It was,
Don't say anything.
No.
Don't say anything.
No, Todd Archer was making a suggestion, and I read it as
Oh.
that person.
Okay.
I got excited.
Okay. I heard you drop the phone. Do we have any more 50s that have come in? Please say no.
I don't believe so, no.
Okay, thank God. It's for the best at this point. I guess I didn't turn around quite so early.
Because you did Andrews, right?
I don't think I did Andrews.
Andrew Howell?
I think I have to do Andrew House still. I guess
Okay.
I'll do Andrews. I'll do that after the full cut breakdown is what I'll do. If you're just now tuning in, you're seeing the back of my face. Hi, guys. Because the pick is in for the Cowboys, and I want to do the reaction on the fly. None of the nonsense about being surprised or getting the nonsense of having it early and having to hide my facial reaction. We just do it on the fly here on the Cowboys Report. Teteroa McMillan is off the board. That opens
Okay.
up a lot of options for the Cowboys.
Update.
Matthew Golden.
The ESPN says the pick is in.
Okay, so ESPN says the pick is in, which we've known it's been in.
They got down to like 40 seconds.
I mean, that actually mostly tracks because I think they were trying to find a trade down partner. Any word from Sam yet?
Yes, sir, there is. Give me 1 second.
Okay, it's
I'm gonna
in.
push it.
Okay. Turn around. Yeah, whenever you're ready. You tell me when.
Do it.
All right, pick is in. Cowboys take. They did go offensive line at 12. Tyler Booker meets your new right guard, the offensive lineman out of Alabama. I think that's a bit of an L for Clarence Hill. I am surprised they went offensive line in round 1. I don't have a massive difference between like Jahad Campbell and Marion Hampton and Matthew Golden and Shamar Stewart and Tyler Booker. I think they got a good football player. I do question the value of going offensive guard in round 1. But for a team that has claimed for how many months now they want to run the football more and be more physical, Tyler Booker fits that. Grade the pick. A, B, C, D, or F. It's a hell of a short right there, Chris. It's a perfect short.
That's who Todd Archer said to look out for.
Oh, so he was right.
That's who I thought it was going to be.
This is a interesting pick, to say the least, by the Dallas Cowboys. I have Tyler Booker as a second-round grade, 24th overall. So Booker is the pick. There is your new starting right guard. And now you have to wonder what they do on day 2. So Booker is very much excited, by the way, at the draft. If you wanted a more physical football player, there you go. Go ahead and give some shout-outs here, Chris, and go ahead and push the short out, and I'll handle the rest of this here.
Okay.
So we get to the pick here. A, B, C, D, or F. Grade the pick. Oh boy, I'm gonna change the pin poll here. I'm not mad at it. It's not what I would have done, but I don't think it's terrible either. Like, if you want to run the football more, Booker's not an elite level athlete, which I think is a very real concern. I think the Cowboys just love drafting offensive linemen named Tyler. I'm going to tweet that out right now. Oh, Michael Gelkin came through and broke that news too. Out of nowhere. Welcome back, Michael. That's a pretty big L for Clarence Hill, saying they were never going to take a lineman at 12, and then they did. Grade the pick. I'm going to change this to the pin poll. Given the early comments, I think I have to do A/B, C, D, and F in the comment section. Tyler Booker, the offensive guard, at 12. All those months people spent arguing over receiver or guard on social media, they're going to have a big fight tonight. Tyler Booker, who I had 24th overall on my board, second round grade. I frankly would have just taken Matthew Golden or Will Johnson, but now you'll wonder what the plan is in round 2. Your offensive line is going to be a lot better, but it's another first-round pick spent on the O-line. Grade that pick, A, B, C, D, or F. Get the comments in for me. Chris is handling our short right now, so I will just read off the Super Chats here, and I will count them all on the trackers, everything. So if you want to vent, go for it. I got you covered here. Last one we were on, and you guys get your votes in, flood the comment section. This is a safe space for you guys to complain or be happy. It is totally fine. Shout out Mean Muggins, $5. Clancy's pick swap with Pittsburgh and for Pickens. I actually don't want George Pickens on this team. That might be chaos, and I don't really want to deal with that one in the end. By the way, we have a $100 super chat. Nandor Bank, $100 coming through, which I said counts double, so I owe a lot of beer bongs now. Says, you look thirsty, Tom. Nandor Bank, I got you covered. I'll get you a bunch of raffle entries as well as Chris gets set up for that short. I did not guess at all right on those with how many entries I should give you. It was way under. Got you covered now, Nandor. Chris B says, can't believe offensive line again, 3 out of 4 years. I understand the concerns with it. I suppose I'm going to be more happy than the audience is. The bar is low. People are fucking pissed. They just love people named Tyler.
I know a certain quarterback that could fit that mold too. You never know.
I will jump off a fucking bridge if they draft Tyler Shuck in the second round, Sam. I should not be swearing so much. Also, it's 8:30 Central Time. You're fine. Dwayne, last couple drafts board has not fallen in our favor. Is there a black cat running around the room? Ball Jay, if we don't get a receiver in round 1 to help Lamb, I'm done. If it makes you feel better, Tyler Booker is super happy. He's on cloud 9 right now. He loves this shit. Mean Muggins, Golden is a beast. Let's do this. King Kong Don, Jalen Hyatt is T-Max comp. Sorry, Tom. They're actually not similar at all. Hyatt is fast vertical threat. It's not McMillan's game. Luis Hernandez at the 50. Charles Berger had the 50. Don't crash on me. Jeffrey, prediction for where Manhampton gets picked. I don't think he gets the second. I think somewhere between like 18 to 24 is where he goes, somewhere in that range. Andrew has a beer bong, so I owe 5 beer bongs. Chris, I have so many regrets right now. I have so many regrets about that. Andrew Howell says, cheers, Tom. Thank you very much. We'll get to more supers again. We are grading the pick of Tyler Booker. We will do a full cut here in a little bit. A, B, C, D, or F. Beach up, $5, says SOS, same old shit. Scoop says the Cowboys trade up for Golden later. Let's see how the wide receiver market plays out, because I am curious now. Because you took the guard. How do you fill your needs at wide receiver, at running back, at corner, and defensive line? You can't now. You can't do that. Jorge says, bro, WTF is their obsession with Tyler's. They just love it. Imagine they've taken Tyler Warren, too. Let's see. I got lost in the sauce a little bit here. Timmy Reynolds. We have now drafted 3 offensive linemen in the first round. I understand the frustration. Trust me, I do. I think he's a good football player. I just wouldn't have taken him at 12. Cowboys saying we need a number 2 receiver. You don't have one. It's not Jalen Tolbert. Come on. Ryder Kincaid, $10 super chat. I hate this pick. I wanted to see what Hoffman and Bass had to offer. An upgrade on the position. Like an upgrade, it means we're going to emphasize the run more. You wanted to be more physical up front. That's Tyler Booker. Guard at 12. Like, really? Really? I just don't know about that one. I don't love it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it either. This is all getting super slow on me here. Was a need. Yeah, but you could have survived. I don't think guard was a top 4 need for you. I also don't want to draft for need. So I interpret this as the Cowboys had Booker as their best available player, which, Landon Roberts, man, like Booker, but we could have got him to trade back. I'll say this, though. I would never presume you can trade back and still get somebody. Like, the Cardinals could have taken him. The Bengals could have taken him. So how far could you have really gone back and taken him still? Like, I don't know about that. Brady Ballers, is Jerry Jones a different level of stupid? Maybe not for this, but also yes. Hero Cool, I am not happy with Booker. Just doing it F Lamb down there somewhere, or F it Lamb down there somewhere. You got two more picks to make something happen at this point, because you're light on. You don't have any fourths. But maybe they go sign Stephon Gilmore at this point, and just don't even worry about corner. Maybe that's in the cards there. Jordan, $10. I'm not who I would have picked, but I trust Dallas when it comes to offense line. Remember, you're pissed about Tyler Smith, proven wrong. I'm guessing wide receiver corner in the third. Samaj got one word, why? What is the obsession with dudes named Tyler? Is this, it's just lagging on me so fucking hard right now. I got 2 streams pulled up and all kinds of crap right now. What's your status here?
It's exporting.
Sweet. do the cut then, and you can kind of upload while you do it? Are you able to do that one?
I don't know if I can do both of those at once. Okay, to be honest.
Yeah, go ahead and do that then, and then just I'll keep reading through the super chats here. Chris is handling our shortcut. We'll get to the full video here. I want you guys to keep grading the pick. I guess what I should have done is done A, B, C/D, and F. Because right now it's like a third are voting A/B and a third are voting F. 25% have C, 14% have D, 29% F, 32% say A or B. So I needed 5 options on this one. That's what I needed there. I needed 5 options. A little pissed how slow my computer is.
If it makes anybody feel any better, one of my favorite lines of the entire combine.
This is a good point. It's a good point.
He said his favorite thing about football is taking the love away from football from other players, making them hate the game. I mean, he's an absolute dog.
If you care, Kenneth Grant is the pick by the Dolphins at 13, by the way. My computer's running so goddamn slow right now. It pisses me off. I'm going to try to restart it. Chris is posting the short on social. I'm going to get to the full pick cut here in just a second. Of course, it freezes up on me when the Cowboys make their damn pick. I know the page is unresponsive. That's why I hit restart. I know it's unresponsive. Good Lord. That's what I wanted you to restart it for. Okay, now we're rolling with some speed here. This pick sucks, Tom. So disappointed. I got one word why. The second time they went O-line when they could have waited. They couldn't have. Who could they have waited on? Maybe Booker, but I don't know how long. That's the thing. Grade Z, grade F, Jerry. Short up that offensive line for Arch, I'm telling you. Doesn't make any sense, honestly. I'm sorry. Jeffrey, we need a guy who can stretch the field. Jobs the craps. O-line is fine, but Golden would have been great. Jonathan, Hoffman is happy. Now it's a chance to be traded to a contender. But no one's going to trade for Brock Hoffman, guys. That's the thing. He's going to be your 6th offensive lineman. No one's trading for him. You have 16 offensive linemen now on your roster, by the way. Damon says, Bama boy Davis, roll damn tide, baby. Cowboys fan says 3-14. Here we go. You're not going to lose 4 more games if you took Tyler Booker. I promise you that. Brady Ballers, sure won't have anything more than 7 games. Brett Stevens, everyone is quitting on this team no matter what they do. Scoops, name my firstborn son Tyler for one reason. Do I have to name my son Tyler now? To confirm he gets drafted by the Cowboys? I got to fire off that tweet right now.
Putting on Facebook right now.
Sweet. Martin Rosales, great pick. Best guard in the draft. I do agree on that front. I do agree there. Christopher Lyman, first name Tyler, her last name Smith. Matt J, it's not one, but not horrible. B minus. Powder PZ, I'm good with this. He gave 2 sacks, Tyler's college career. Best guard in the draft. Mister, they need to sign Stephon Gilmore. Best corner last year on the team. Game changing key moments. I think that was Deron Bland. But this reeks of they're going to pass on corner and sign Stephon Gilmore. Fat Sushi Man. Got to find a way to get Tyler Linderbaum. So you could trade for Linderbaum, but then what do you do with Cooper Beebe? You got to find a right tackle named Tyler, too. Giovanni, how does this impact day 2 picks? Receivers back on the cards now, right? That's probably the biggest one in the end. Grade that pick for me. A, B, C, D, or F. I'll do 1 beer bong here while Chris gets situated. Is there trash cans in here still or no? Yeah. Sweet. Thank you, buddy. 1 beer bong. We will do the full cut here. By the way, Tyler Warren is the pick out of Penn State. What a good pick that one was. What a good pick by the Colts. Tyler Warren, speaking of Tylers, out of Penn State to the Colts. Full pick cut coming up here. I'll do 1 beer bong. I have so many more. Why did I do 50? They are rock hard for offensive lineman named Tyler. Who suck? Booker's good. Are we sure? Yes, I'm sure he is good. It's just a guard. Coop is very upset right now. Look, man, Coop, You've had a rough go of it, man. I'm sorry. Banks is better though. I'll grant you that one. Coop's a big Mavs fan. He's having a really rough time with it. All right, beer bong coming up. Cut coming up too. All right, let's do it there. Chris, I'll put my stopwatch up here too. Remind me of the sponsor. Game time.
I believe it's Prize Picks. Yeah.
All right, let's do it. Pick and then slack it to me when you get a chance to, but no rush. Appreciate that.
The short?
The short, yeah. Short, but no rush. All right, we'll do the full breakdown of the Tyler Booker. Oh boy, off to a bad start. Coming up right now. The Cowboys have made their pick at number 12, despite many, including me, not thinking they would take a guard at number 12. They did. Tyler Booker out of Alabama is the pick at number 12 overall. Cowboys clearly could not find a trade down partner. Teteroa McMillan was off the board. And they take together, they would claim, was the best player left on their class. The guy who had maybe the best quote in the entire NFL Combine, where he said, he's got the mindset for a guard. It's legal assault out there. He wants to make defenders not want to play. Grade that pick. A, B, C, D, or F. I know, trust me, I know, there will be a lot of disagreement on what these grades end up looking like specifically for Tyler Booker. It's a guard. It wasn't a receiver. It's another offensive lineman. Not everybody wanted that. We will break down the good, the bad, the negative here, but I do want your opinions. You guys have a voice too. Grade this pick. A, B, C, D, or F with the selection of Tyler Booker, the surprise-ish round 1 pick at number 12. It will be the pinned comment, by the way, on today's show. So if the ad comes here on YouTube, take advantage. Go vote for me down there. Let's start big picture with Tyler Booker. I don't like the word safe when it comes to prospects. I was burned by Aaron Curry all those years ago where he was the safest player ever, and he was a bust anyway. But I do think that this mostly applies to Tyler Booker. He is an instant day one starter. He will start for you. He is your new right guard. Ironically, my player comp here is Osiris Torrance, who many of you, including me, wanted the Cowboys to draft many moons ago. The athletic testing actually tracked pretty well for Tyler Booker. I actually am a little bit surprised the Cowboys took a not great athlete at guard in round 1. But this is going to be an instant day one starter who is powerful. He will beat the shit out of you on the offensive line. This is a powerful human being. One of the most powerful guards the day he enters the NFL. I don't care about bench. He's powerful. He has the traits, the size, the Cowboys like. He's almost 6'5". He's 321. 11-inch hands, by the way. Which maybe isn't always clear from this photo. It's not. It looks like it's kind of normal size. That is the same hand size as Tyron Smith. So once those vice grips get on you, they're not going anywhere. He got a start at left tackle, by the way. He's mostly played left guard for Alabama, but he's going to play right guard for the Cowboys. I don't think that switch is going to be a problem for him at all. He's played a little bit of right guard with like no real drop-off in his production or anything there. This is your new right guard. You had 15 offensive linemen going into today. Now you got 16. So Brock Hoffman, congrats. You are now the swing center / guard. He has the size you covet in an offensive lineman. Both the length, it was 34.5 inches at the combine, 34 7/8 inch arms at his pro day. I had a second round grade on Tyler Booker because the testing wasn't great. I actually didn't drop him that much with the testing. I thought that was just kind of what he was. But the difference between Matthew Golden and Tyler Booker was non-existent for me. But I don't factor in positional value, which is a concern. More on this to come, but today's show is made possible by Prize Picks. It is the best place to turn your sports knowledge into cash. With millions of members, Prize Picks has made daily fantasy sports accessible to all. You pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash. Run your game all season long on Prize Picks. Cash in on the basketball playoffs with Prize Picks. Do not miss your last chance, add your favorite players to the court with your Prize Picks lineup. So points, rebounds, assists. Take your pick of more or less up to 2,000 times your cash today. If you can still get it, the more than CeeDee Lamb touchdowns seems pretty good right now, because I don't know what your receiving core is going to look like come week 1 unless you can pull off something crazy with a trade. Breece Hall, I love the less than rushing yards there. He's never got to 1,000 yards. I like the less than. Dak, if he's healthy, he'll get to 23.5 passing TDs. So if you haven't already, go to PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS over at PrizePicks.com/CLNS to get $50 instantly after you play that first $5 lineup. The link will be in the comments section and the description of today's show. PrizePicks.com/CLNS and use code CLNS. With some negatives, let's stay with the positives here. From my draft notes. Again, I do all of my draft notes for the draft. I don't know who the Cowboys are going to pick. I'm not going to change my opinion because of, the Cowboys picked him, I got to be a homer. Powerful human being. Massive size. Very high praise for his leadership abilities. The vibe I got, and Chris, you're not here to yes or no, after the Vanderbilt game, Booker is the one who saved things. And Chris is saying yes. He's our Bama host. Booker is the one who kind of salvaged the ship after it could have all fallen apart for Alabama. Great length for a guard. Massive size. He will anchor. He is powerful. The football leadership is there. He played a game at left tackle. Wasn't terrible. He's a guard, though, in the NFL. Again, the quote from the combine, legal assault. We'll have to put that on the Cowboys Report and put that up there at some point. I'll see if someone can do it for us here. Strong leader. We'll come back to some of the negatives, but for a team that has claimed they want to run the football more, they want to be more impactful up front, they want to have some power, they don't want to be so finesse, they want to be physical, they want to build from the inside out. They hadn't actually done anything to do that yet. So maybe it was all platitudes until this pick. We will be live for every single Cowboys pick. We will have coverage for you all off-season long, all draft long. Do not miss out. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/@CowboysTV. The negatives then on Booker. I believe in showing both sides. I don't want to just be grade to the flash guy because that's how you miss on picks. Again, I think he's a starter. It's almost a safer pick. It's a safe pick, right? This is not an elite athlete. He did not test like one. I was not surprised. I don't think, Chris, you were not surprised, right? No, it was not a surprise at all. The 5.38 40 is bad. The 7.10 broad is bad. The 27-inch vert is average. The 4.84 shuttle is average. The 7.96 recon is average. This is a 3.68 RAS. Like the relative athletic score. Now, the agility was much better at his pro day. 4.50 RAS there. But that's kind of like the only negative to have, or to the athletic ability. I don't think the foot quickness is elite. The athletic ability I had written down, I thought it was like, it might just be average. It was kind of below average. Against those elite level 3 techniques, Jalen Carter might give him issues. I think he has the strength to hang in there and fight against like a Dexter Lawrence. If you wanted a powerful human being, this is one of the most powerful guards in the NFL. not as powerful as the other guard in Alabama, who's not eligible this year, or didn't turn pro this year, but he's powerful. So give me your one-word reaction to the pick of Tyler Booker. Let me know in the comments section of today's show. What is your one-word reaction to this pick? Now, we will update the offensive line depth chart later. Here's what it's going to be: right guard. He's your new right guard. He's going to plug and play there. You have 5 starters up front. 3 of them named Tyler. You can't make it up. They're all named Tyler. Guyton, Smith, and Booker are 3 of your starters. We'll keep an eye out for offensive lineman named Tyler next year's class. But Booker's your new right guard. Look, I have questions about how they're going to fill all their other needs, because this team didn't fill their needs in the offseason. They have a gaping hole at wide receiver 2. They have no running back 1. They need defensive line depth. They need 1 to 2 offensive guard or cornerbacks. How that plays out, I don't know. So we will certainly keep an eye on that one. And day 2, we will have some. We'll have day 2 targets in a mock draft. Changes now. Can you get a receiver? We'll see how things play out later tonight, and of course into the early parts of tomorrow. To recap the picks: Kenneth Grant, Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker are all the picks so far. I love that pick by Indy, man. That is such a good pick. That's a really good pick by Indy. Jalen Walker, I'm a little surprised he fell that far. That one made a lot of sense for the Falcons, too. So Kenneth Grant, Tyler Warren, a different Tyler, and then Jalen Walker is 15. The Cardinals then on the clock here at number 16. Super chats to get to. We will fly through those here. 37% vote A or B for the pick of Booker. 27% say C. 13% say D. 24% say F. I don't know. When McMillan went off the board, I was worried. Because Will Johnson's got medical stuff. Warren's a tight end. Walker is too much like Micah Parsons, Mike Green. They were never going to draft Jahdae Barron. Campbell's got medical. Malachi Starks is a safety. And then you're down to like Hampton, Golden, Stewart, Grant, Harmon, Booker, Ibuka have the same grade. Makes it tough. Cardinals pick is now, I don't want this to be Josh Simmons. I know they like him, but it does the medical stuff check out. There goes Walter Nolan. Damn it, now I owe Sperry $5. Son of a biscuit. I didn't even get the Bengals mock draft pick like I thought it was going to be. It's frustrating. Tomorrow, Chris, I might have to leak the Luther Burden bong and get him to fall. I might have to do that one there. So Cowboys take Tyler Booker, the offensive lineman out of Alabama. Super Chat's coming in. I'd say go ahead and send me the short. Yeah. And then we'll tell Sam I can head over at any point. I can jump back over to Maine when he needs me. So Samaj got one word. Why? What is their obsession with dudes named Tyler? This is the second thing when online could have waited. I don't actually know if he could have waited. The Cardinals could have taken him at 16. The Bengals could have taken him at 17. Seattle at 18. We're all like legitimate Booker destinations. CJ, this pick sucks, Tom. At this point, I have like 3 beer bombs, so I gotta start going here. Pick sucks, Tom. So disappointed. Again, my grade on Golden and Booker is like the same, but it's a guard versus a receiver, so I get the concerns. J.R. Gower, this is a Z grade. F. Jerry. There you go. There we go. Wonton. Sure up the O-line for Arch. Guys, you have to be so bad to get Arch. If he turns pro, it is because he probably won an Addy and or a Heisman. So he's going number 1 overall. How are you going to get Arch Manning, guys? Just doesn't. It's too challenging. It's too challenging. Plus the Saints, if they bottom outright, can get him. But we'll see if they do that or not. Jeffrey, need a guy who pushes the field, jumps through the cracks. Line is fine, but Golden would have been great. Look, objectively speaking, I would have been more excited about Matthew Golden. I'm not mad at Booker, but I'm not excited about it. Like, does that make sense? Like, I don't think it's gonna bust. I think he's gonna be a good player, but like, you were picking 12. Like, if you were picking 24, I'd have been really happy, but you were picking 12. Like, I don't know. It's just, I feel whelmed. Does that make sense? I feel whelmed. Jonathan Hoffman is happy. Guys, I don't think Hoffman's going to have any trade interest. I don't think so. Maybe he does. They'll shop guards today. Bass could maybe have some interest. Maybe? I doubt it. Could be a busy spring. Damon Bama Boy Davis says, "Roll damn Tide, baby." Chris, and I know you're a big fan of Booker, right? I mean, you're a Bama guy here at Chat Sports.
Yeah, man, I always loved Tyler Booker. I mean, he's a 3-year starter at Alabama. Was the best leader on the entire team, offense and defense. He's got that hard-nosed mentality. You may not like the pick because you wanted a wide receiver, but you are going to love the person with Tyler Booker. Yeah, maybe that's not all you want, is just a good person. He's phenomenal run blocking. The only thing with him, you ask him to pull, that's going to be the biggest issue. He's just not the fastest. They kind of want to run some pulls. I don't know. Him and Terrence Steele, let's just fucking run duo off the right side the entire time.
I mean, I'm going to tweet that out right now.
He said that was his favorite thing, was inside zone, too. So, I mean, he wants to go, man. He wants to take somebody's head off. He's never going to say anything either that you're going to be like, oh, I didn't like that comment. Like, you're going to love him as a person and as a teammate. Hopefully he can get it done in the run blocking, which you want him to do.
They're going to run duo, I think. I think that's what the O-line coach wants to do. That's what worked really well. So duo and inside zone are it's same but different. Yeah. Like, I don't know. It's just kind of, it's a little bit different with like how you set up the blocks. It's very similar. It looks like halfback dive or halfback power. Not really how power because it's on the edge. Like it's very similar. I think that when the Cowboys were running the ball well a couple years ago with Zach Martin, Terrence Steele, duo is what they ran. The O-line coach didn't like duo. The last one because he's stupid. He was a football terrorist. Gone now, I can say it. I said when he was here. I think Booker and Steele doing duo actually works really well. Like that could work for you. And I think several of your current backs, including Deuce Vaughn, actually fit pretty well with duo. But it was also a guard in round 1, and people are not happy. 3 and 4 season, here we come. You want to read these off, Chris, while I do another beer bong? Yeah.
Got Dwayne Jackson here, $10 super chat saying this is
I
a
am
terrible
so
pick.
effing pissed right now.
Why?
I almost put Shamar Stewart to the Bengals at 17 in my mock draft. My mock draft sucks this year. It's terrible. Terrible mock draft. Garbage level. Feel terrible. We can go quick, and we can come back whenever you need me to. 10?
Oh, no, it's
It's a lot. All right, I'm in like 10 minutes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
All right, we're going to go back to Maine. We need 50s or above to stay live and not simulcast here on the Cowboys Report. Fair?
I think that's fair.
Bosses say fair. Read them off, Chris, for me. Thank you, bud.
Here we go. Dwayne Jackson saying this is a terrible pick. We went offensive line back-to-back years. There were more important players of need like Golden, Walker, Burden, Johnson. WTF are we doing?
I'm going to leak the Luther Burden bong. I am 0 for my entire fucking life doing the bong. One of these days, damn it.
I think it was Linda in the chat earlier.
Maybe I should stop doing the bong leaks because it has never worked.
She said,
bring yourself on, too, if you want.
Love the pick of Tyler Booker, but not at 12. And I kind of think
fair.
that's the fairest thing.
If you were picking at 24, I'd have been all for it.
Yeah.
Would have been awesome.
Yeah.
12 is just like, honestly, I wonder if they were out of true first-round grades.
Could have been.
Wouldn't be
Because
surprised.
he was expected to go either late first round or early second, probably. We got Brady Ballers here, $2 super chat. Does Jerry want to win anything more than 7 games? We'll see. You never know, man. You never know. Fred Stevens, $5 super chat. Everybody is in on complain no matter what this team does.
That's how it goes, man. That's how it goes.
Scoops, $2 super chat. Am I naming my firstborn Tyler for one reason?
Honestly, like I tweeted this out too because you inspired me, Scoops. I named him Tyler Rex.
Yeah, it's a good one.
Background. I really wanted to name my son Tyler Rex.
It flows too. Tyler Rex Downey.
T-Rex. My firstborn son name.
You could get MK on.
Wife has not specifically said no. She's rolled her eyes a lot. She's walked away. She's never specifically said we're not naming our son Theo Rex. She's never said that. Timothy Rex, Thomas Rex. She's never said no specifically. So, there's a chance. Olivia's on board, by the way. Olivia threw a fit the other day because I've said, what about T-Rex as the kid's name? And she's like, yeah, T-Rex. And she's on a Jurassic Park kick, by the way.
Oh, perfect timing.
She loves Jurassic Park. She's 3, and she will ask me to watch Jurassic Park. And then she goes, I don't want to watch the early stuff. She wants to get to the dark when the T-Rex shows up. She wants to watch that shit. And the first time she got all the way through, spoiler alert, when the T-Rex ate the Velociraptors, she cheered. She literally went, yeah! Out of the blue. I wish I was filming it. It was so fucking cool. All right, read some more for me, Chris, here.
Here we got Martin basically just saying he loves the pick right there. Best guard in the draft. Got Christopher here, $5 super chat saying lineman first name Tyler or last name Smith. Matt with a $2 super chat saying it's not what we wanted, but it's not horrible. B-. I think that's probably fair.
I think that's fair.
$5 super chat here from Powder PZ. I'm good with this. He gave up 2 sacks in his entire college career. Best guard in the draft, A+.
I have Booker. I know that the sheet said Banks at guard. I think he's a tackle. I think Booker is the best pure guard.
$5 super chat from Mr. here. Said they need to sign Stephon Gilmore. Was the best corner last year on the team. Was a game changer for them in key moments. It's definitely going to be an after the draft thing. Obviously.
Yeah.
Draft to start at this point.
Oh, good thing we're working Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday because he's going to sign one of those days, baby.
We got a $20 super chat here from Dwayne. So that's 3 total for Dwayne for the jersey raffle.
I got Jacob in there too, so we're good.
Yeah, I made sure everybody who sent those tins got it.
They're the Venmos in there earlier, so we're good.
Dwayne saying this happens when the Cowboys do nothing in free agency. Best player available over need. If they would have spent money in the areas that they need, the Cowboys would not find themselves in this position year in and year out.
So I actually think they did take BPA. It's just that we disagree on the BPA, which is a concern for me. So.
$2 super chat from Fat Sushi Man.
Sushi Man.
Oh, Sushi Man. I can't read. I went to Alabama.
Words are hard. We just took a Bama guy. You can't say you can't read.
Time to find a way to get Tyler Linderbaum. Well, he might not be able to read, but he can play football, damn it. Got to find a way to get Tyler Linderbaum. I think we hit that one already.
Yeah, we did. I read some of these off earlier.
Okay. Let's see. Giovanni saying, how does this impact day 2 picks?
Get ready to learn Jack Besh in the third. He's not ready in the third. A lot of stuff we haven't really spent a lot of time on is back in the cards, baby. This is just Jay.
Just Jay here. $5 super chat from Jay. Appreciate you. Said, I give it a B now. We have a lot of depth on our offensive line of the future left tackle. Smith at left tackle. BB at guard, center Hoffman, Tyler Booker at guard, and then Guyton at tackle.
Well, no. It's going to be Guyton, Smith, Beebe, Booker, Steele. That's going to be your offensive line this year. I wouldn't totally rule out like the Cowboys being like, hey, Smith is a guard, then moving to the tackle. I wouldn't rule it out and them being fishy, but I think that's going to be your offensive line moving forward.
An update here for the Seahawks pick, taking Gray Zabel.
I got that one right at least. My mock draft sucks here. I was sitting at I was tied for 12th in the mock draft rankings based on pick and team and player. I was tied for 12 going into this season. I am kind of cooked now, actually. This year did not go my way. I'm not going to get very many picks right, so I'm going to drop down the rankings. I'm sad boy. It's fine.
Alec asking who's worse, Nico or Jerry Jones?
It's still Nico.
Got to be Nico now.
It's Nico. The bars through the floor. Not the roof through the floor. It's bad.
Brett Reed with a $5 super chat. Guyton and Steele out here playing horrible. So
idiot. I mean Jones is.
Okay. I mean Jones is replace Hoffman, who at least plays hard. Getting sick of these Cowboys moves.
I think Steele's going to be a lot better. I'm more worried about Guyton long term. Let's put it that way.
Edwin saying, remember when we wanted Tank for Genty? Just never was going to get there.
You were like 3 extra losses away from getting into Genty range. How about that?
Samaj with a $5 super chat saying all we got to do is trade Tyler Biotish, and we could have the great one.
You could have re-signed Biotish, not drafted BB. And you could have had Tyler into the right tackle and just bullied Terrence Steele into legally changing his name. Who says no?
Hey, Terrence Tyler, it's kind of close.
Just legally change his name, Tyler Steele. He's a better player instantly for the Cowboys.
$5 super
Why
chat
can't we joke about that?
From Cowboys fans saying first Jerry Jones hires the worst possible head coach, and now a horrible first-round pick. This is a luxury pick, not a necessity. Jerry is trash.
Brian Schottenheimer said that the best advice he got from Pete Carroll was to write down what you believed in. And we asked him at the Combine, like, what'd you write down? He said, team first. I wonder what he wrote down. And I wonder if it was run the damn ball.
Trenches.
2025, baby.
Got a $5 super chat here from John. Appreciate you, John. Same with JL King. Appreciate you guys there. Danny the King said, I guess Mingo is our savior for wide receiver 2.
Tolbert's better. That's not a good thing.
$5 super chat from Damien yet again saying, give me my Bama boy Jamison Williams in a trade. Pair him with CeeDee Lamb.
Sweet. I don't want George Pickens, so let's do it. I don't know what the cost is. Let's do it. I don't have any picks.
They did say they were working on a trade for a player. Did they
Why?
not?
They implied before or after, which implies player. I don't know. I don't. George Pickens is a character nightmare. I don't want to deal with it. It'd be funny, but also like bad. I would love Jameson. He's fast. You don't have any fucking speed on this team that can go downfield. Turpin's 5'5". Exaggeration.
And they always want to go the deep ball with him. There's jump balls with him too.
Which Dak threw a fucking dime and he dropped it.
Yeah.
Because he's 5'7". I would love Jameson. I would be surprised Lions did it, but like I would love it. Be fun. We'd all feel better, right?
Another $5 super chat here from Andrew Edwards. I thought for sure Zabel was a possibility. Dallas loves changing tackles to guards.
Ron Leary, Zach Martin, Connor Williams, Tyler Smith. They do love doing that. But also FCS is so out of pocket for Will McClay. He doesn't take FCS guys early, if ever.
$5 super chat here from Mark. So many players that were ranked higher. We just used the number 12 pick for a late day 1, early 2nd round pick. JJ is so stupid. What happened to Brockman?
Brock Hoffman.
Yeah. Was so good.
Get ready to learn interior backup offensive lineman, Brock Hoffman.
$5 super chat from CT.
He He's not going to be there. Henderson's not going to be there. I would honestly be shocked if Henderson got to 44. I would take him. I don't think he's going to be there. I think he might be pick 20 here for Denver for all we know.
I think good news is there's a ton of running backs that are really good in this class.
Good running back class.
And you can still get a decent wide receiver in round 2.
You can get one. You can get one. But I don't know how you feel your receiver, corner, running back, and D-line needs all in one draft right now. I might just cross off corner and say, F it, let's just sign Stephon Gilmore at this point. Like, whatever. If you sign Gilmore and, like, Keenan Allen, do we all feel better? Why am I doing that here, though? I don't know.
Mark asking, any rumors on what was offered to move down?
I'm sure there's some out there. I have not seen any. I am not on Twitter right now. I'm just tweeting shit. I have not looked through the DMs. I normally get something at some point. I have not seen anything. So.
Let's see, Matthew saying their goal is to have an all offensive line named Tyler.
Spot the lie.
It's just
spot the lie.
OG Longshot, $10 super chat here saying it's not sexy, but this dumb front office has hit more than they've missed on offensive line, which is kind of true. It's actually more scary if they draft other positions, quite honestly.
Yeah, but Guyton had real issues in year 1, so, like, what are you going to do there? I don't know. It's I had Booker graded above where I had Tyler Guyton graded. But it's also 12 versus 24, so like or 28, whatever. So it should be that way.
Got Mickey here, or Mikey, saying, I'm miserable, LMAO. 3 months of wide receiver talk for what? Clown emoji.
I'm a big A.O. Manor fan. Everyone else might not be.
Ooh, good pick here by the Bucks.
Emeka Ibuka's off the board, number 19 overall. The Ohio State wide receiver has gone ahead of Matthew Golden.
Yeah. I really liked Emeka Ibuka, man.
I never got word of what it was. Someone said they had character concerns on Matthew Golden. But they never told me what it was, so I didn't even bother with it. But this is like where Golden should go. 20, 21 in this range. 23, like this is where he should go.
Phantom here saying Jerry's just trying to finish last so they can go tank for Arch.
Guys, they're too good for that. They're too good for that. If they wanted to do that, they wouldn't have restructured Dak. They would have taken the massive cap hit this year and built a shitty team. They're not bad enough to get the number 1 overall pick. They're not. They're just not.
And I think you also have to take into consideration, how do we even know Arch is going to be good enough to go to the draft next year?
He might not even go pro.
Yeah.
Now, if the Saints don't take a QB, they might take Garrett Nussmeier, Doug's kid, who's their OC. And LSU. How about that shit?
See, good trap saying Jerry doesn't miss on drafting offensive linemen, B+ or A-.
Okay. So no more Guyton slander then. Okay.
Andrew coming in again with another $5 super chat. The funniest thing is that on the ABC broadcast, before the draft started, they said that there would be a surprise and a third round could go at 12.
I definitely don't think Booker's a third rounder. I definitely don't think that. I have not had a third rounder go off the D board yet for me. I've got. It's been interesting. The lack of trade is actually unsurprising to me. I didn't think there was going to be that much trade movement. I don't think anyone was offering good stuff. Does Denver take a Marion Hampton here, by the way, or no?
I think they go running back for sure.
There'd been some buzz on Henderson as a surprise pick here. We'll see.
See, Jeremiah Dent saying, watch the Jones boys trade back in the second.
But I would actually do that, though. Like, I would actually do that, by the way. Like, I would actually like that. I want a 4th rounder now. I want a 4th round pick. I need it. I got corner and DT and they're gonna take an edge or something. Like, I need more picks. I would actually fully love that. Fully love that. Will they do it? This feels like a Blue Star special pick. Feels like it coming through. Who slides? shit, keep watching.
Lawrence, $10 super chat, getting into the jersey raffle, the Tyler Booker jersey raffle. Now that we know the pick,
I will say, if you want to wait till day 2, take someone else. That's fine as well. But you are in.
I might have to get myself a Tyler Booker jersey.
You want one real bad.
I'm not even a Cowboys fan for real. Let's see, he's saying Jerry and Steven just love making life hard on Dak and CD, don't they? Let's not draft Golden and have a weapon that can help us really win. Draft an offensive lineman and be a fringe playoff team. F the Jones boys.
Hopefully the O-line's really good.
I mean, they said that they wanted to focus on getting better running the ball.
But they said that going into free agency, they do shit in free agency for it.
Yeah,
So like that's why there were so many doubts on that one.
Let's see. Jorge A, $5 super chat here saying ideas on this: 1 Tyler Booker, 2 a Umanor, 3 Collins, 5 Zay. Yeah.
I love A.O. Manor. That is my guy at Stanford. I would love it. I will say, I don't think he gets Tootin in the 6th. I think he has to be a 3rd round pick. But Booker, A.O. Manor, Collins, I would be down. I'll leak the bong photo for Tootin. Upton Stout, Huzzy Alexander, I think still living at corner. Like I love that. I just don't know how realistic it ends up being in the end. But I love it.
Jonas with a $2 super chat saying, let's be real, who's going to get past this big boy?
Shiftier players.
Chris B, $2 super chat. Offensive line better be top 5, 3 out of 4 first round picks.
It has to be good. And if it's not good, you got issues. You can't invest heavily and not be good at that spot. It's a real problem.
William Cook saying a 2nd running back and a 3rd for Jameson Williams. I'm pretty sure that's what he's saying.
Yeah, he means Jameson.
From Detroit.
I wonder if... I wish you had a 4th round pick. This team might fuck around it. This team might F around and find out in the backfield again.
I mean, they do have all those picks towards the end of the draft. They could even get more picks in the 2nd if they wanted, probably.
I would like to trade down and get a 4th. I'd really like that. Don't know if you can, but I would like that a lot.
See, TNT Crew EJ said, any thoughts on Scadaboo in the next round?
I got him in the late 3rd. Late 3rd. He's just not. He's not fast, and that does bother teams.
See, Hanson, $5 super chat. I don't know. You might have just sold me on the pick. Trench work is something that we've been complaining about for a while.
I can't draft Isaiah Bond. He's not on my board. I can't. I would have put him at like around 3rd, 4th round, early 4th, late 3rd. It's not fair. I know that. Somebody did something very bad. They did something bad, or they lied about something bad that didn't happen. I can't draft him. I can't. So he's not. I can't. And somebody got screwed over, and it's not fair. I feel bad for somebody involved here. It has to play out legally. I don't know what that situation looks like. Truly, I don't know what it actually is. I don't. I would love Alec. I am a huge fan of his game. Stanford's quarterback transferred to be the backup at Auburn. If not 3rd string at Auburn, right? He might not win the backup job. Yeah. He's terrible.
I don't even know who their backup is now.
I would love Alec. And I think, by the way, if I was able to convince you of the pick, that probably means that I explained the pros and cons properly. So I'll count that as a win.
John with a $5 super chat saying, I'm not upset with Booker. He is great, but I think Golden, wide receiver 1, or Hampton, running back 1.5, would have killed with a trade down.
It's a question of could you have found a trade down partner? They tried. No one has moved up since pick 2. That should tell you the lack of interest overall. So, my mindset.
Brett coming in with a $5 super chat. I'm not over it. We're always going to complain about everything this team does.
Win more games, and we'll all feel better, right?
It fixes everything.
Yeah.
See, Eric saying, first comment ever.
Thank
Do
you,
you
Eric.
think the second round running back?
I think they're going to look defensive line, corner, receiver, and then running back on day 3 or 3rd round. That's my guess. Cowboys did a good job about hiding things from us, so who knows?
See, Dwayne Jackson, another $10 super chat, and another entry into the jersey raffle, saying not knowing the board.
Now knowing.
Now knowing the board has not fell the way that the Cowboys wanted. Going into the second round and the third and day 3, should the Cowboys manipulate the board before the run on certain positions like wide receiver or running back?
Maybe. Let's see how it plays out. I don't know how much you can manipulate. I don't want to look. I'll say this. Once my board is set, I don't want to change it because that's how you do something stupid. It's set. This is the board. Take your best player available. Otherwise, you get something really dumb in there. By the way, Jahdae Barron off the board to Denver.
That's kind of surprising.
Pick 20. Denver takes Jahdae Barron. I adore that pick. They were never going to draft Jahdae Barron. I love him. Everything about him is what I want in a nickel corner. He is physical. He is explosive. He makes plays on the football. He's got a high football IQ. Everything about Jahdae Barron is what I like. The arm length meant they were never going to take him. But damn it, I love him. That's a great pick by Denver at 20. I adore his game.
I thought for sure they were going to go running back. But
Surprise.
they can, there's so many.
Surprise.
Mark here is saying, if no trade down, who do you pick? Name 3 or 4.
So my pure best available, and again, this is just best available, not factoring injury concerns, was Tyler Warren, Mike Green, who doesn't fit that. Let me go back to that. Tyler Warren, Mike Green, Will Johnson, Jahdae Barron were my best 4 players. But it's a tight end. It's a tight end in round 1. That's a very much a luxury pick when you have a guy that can start for you. Mike Green, Jalen Walker are very similar to what you have in Micah Parsons. You want probably a bigger guy at the other edge spot. Johnson's got medical stuff. The arm length meant they were never going to take Jahdae Barron. And then it's like a bunch of medical guys. Concerns with Giad Campbell. I am higher on Luther than everybody else. I'll be right. You guys can be wrong. It's fine. Safety they're going to take. But then it's like Marion Hampton, Matthew Golden, Shamar Stewart, Booker, Harmon, who just went to the Steelers, by the way. Derek Harmon is the pick at 21 for Pittsburgh. Like, all those guys are the same grade for me. So at that point, it's like, pick your flavor of ice cream. Was it a good enough flavor? I don't know.
See, Mean Muggins, people are sleeping on Jonathan Mingo. He's kind of got to prove that first.
I am asleep. So prove me wrong. Please prove me wrong.
$20 super chat and 2 entries into the jersey raffle here from Shed Time. Saying basically, let's see what will be 30 years from now since we've sniffed an NFC championship, much less a Super Bowl.
Spot the lie.
$5 here from Lone Wolf. No way Arch declares next year he's going to go back for his junior year.
4th year, but yeah. Unless he wins a Heisman or a national championship, I think he will go back. In our way too early 2025 mock draft, I will put him in there, though, because it's Arch, and how can you not? But he might not go. We might not go pro. You're right. You are not wrong there.
Yeah, $5 super chat here from Mark again, saying, who was the genius that spent 2 4th-rounders on a quarterback and a backup wide receiver? We could have had gotten Hoffman. Our team is pathetic. Suck off.
Sick of. Man, you really can't read, can you?
I'm just trying to read super
he
fast.
Said, suck off.
I'm sorry. L's in the chat. I'm just trying to read
Pause.
super fast. L's in the chat.
Look, I wish you had traded the 4th for Mingo or Lance. We all would have felt better. Derek Harmon is the pick for the Steelers, by the way, at 21. If they weren't going to go with Shadur Sanders, Derek Harmon is a extremely logical play. That fits so well. I actually like that pick a lot for Pittsburgh. He was my 23rd overall player, round 2 grade, goes 21. That fit is chef's kiss. That is a perfect fit for Pittsburgh.
See $5 from Sean Watts here saying, Tom, can we please get a Jerry Jones impression in the war room? Talking about how Tyler Booker is a war daddy. I'm on my fourth hazy. Come on, please.
Fuck. That boy Tyler there. He's he got that power. He's a war daddy, and not to betray it, we want to build through the trenches and run the offensive line through everything. And you got to circumcise the mosquito. And I was an option quarterback back in high school, and I you got to have the running game be a big factor there. You saw what the Giants did. They had Saquon Barkley, and he wasn't good enough. And I'm going way too southern drawl on this one,
No,
but I'm not sober anymore, and that's how it goes.
That was solid. That might have to be a clip short.
I think that's terrible, honestly. I think that fucking sucked. Forgot to mention you got to get that glory hole, and we'll love boys named Tyler.
Oh, man. Eddie Spaghetti, can this make Steele a potential trade candidate?
Who's your right tackle then? / your left tackle? I think this is a guard for you.
Junior saying people were mad at Tyler Smith.
Yeah, we were also mad at Guyton, and that one looked pretty good, pretty accurate in round 1. So, for year 1, I should say.
The Monkey Gamer Z official $20 super chat. So that's actually 2 entries into the jersey raffle there, saying love that you keep it honest and love the show.
Look, I will be right, I will be wrong, but I will never sugarcoat stuff for you. Sometimes I'll look stupid. I'll look smart sometimes, and sometimes in between. But if I like the pick, I'll tell you, because I've never wanted to be like, this is a great pick. The Cowboys nailed it all. When I do too much work and piss off the wife to not give you my unfiltered opinion. I don't want to be like Mr. Oh, this is fine. I'm fine with this pick. This is a good pick. I don't want to be the Cowboys did it, therefore it's a good guy. I also want to be the Cowboys did it, therefore it's a bad guy. If I like it, I'll tell you. If I don't, I'll tell you. And I'll be right, I'll be wrong, but how it goes sometimes.
$5 super chat from Doc MD saying, Tom, Cowboys have 16 offensive linemen. What are they doing? No room for UDFAs.
2 things. 1, they have no room, period. 2, I think they want to give Joe Milton a real look. And having, TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman and Hakeem Adeniji out there as your 3rd / 2nd string offensive lineman gives you a real look at the quarterback, as opposed to undrafted nobody. Their UDFAs this year are veterans. That's what they're doing. They had no guaranteed money. I haven't checked the numbers for Adeniji. They're not giving guaranteed money to these backup guys. They're going to come in, they're going to play snaps in the preseason, and you'll get a real look at your offensive line and your QB too.
Tiffany is Bay, $5 super chat saying maybe Javonte and Miles get back to prime behind this new offensive line.
I don't want to play that game. Hot take.
Glockenous Monster, Burden, Golden, or Hampton round 2 if they last.
Yes. I don't think they will, but yes.
Notorious Knight, $5 super chat. We are the Dallas Cowboys with our 3-headed Tylers on the offensive line. But on a serious note, our O-line should be really good for our run game.
Should be. Do it. You've been unable to run the ball when you needed to for several years in a row. Prove me wrong.
$2 per year from Gavin Hall. Would you trade up for Hampton or Golden?
Value-wise, yes. I need picks. I need a running back and a receiver. If I jump to the top of round 2, I'm giving up both. Part of me wants to, part of me says I can't do this. Valid question though. It is. I don't know what I do in the end.
$2 from Yeehaw Mother Effer. Jalen Walker and Tyler Warren were right there, man.
Best players, 2 of the best players on my board. So, yeah. Let's see. SEC player off the board. Oh, my God. The Ravens are really going to get Malachi Starks after all, aren't they? Congrats, Ekaw.
I bet Stone's mad about that one. The Bengals didn't pick him.
I should have taken Shamar in my mock draft. I'm so pissed about that one. That was between Stewart and Nolan, and Nolan went 1 pick before.
Mark coming in here with a funny comment. This is worse than having to bikini wax Whoopi Goldberg.
He hates the view with a passion.
He hates the view, man. If Hoffman was so great, we would not have a Shantae Carver.
I don't think this is a Shantae Carver Pittman pick. I think this is a safe pick, if anything. It's not as intriguing. So. One more from Mark. Then we get with Sam for transfer here. I gotta pee real bad. Double check the Venmos. I think what we'll do, Chris, is we'll do day 3 raffle. Because the timing is going to be so much better there.
Yeah.
So we'll do day 3 raffle for the Venmo 50-50 raffle. We should do the regular raffle, though, right now. We should do that right now for the $10.
Okay.
We should do that now and pick a winner. Mark, we can't run because we have 1 vertical threat, no real back. I pray a stud back falls to us in round 2. I don't think any stud receivers will be there in round 2. Best available for me with Emeka Ibuka off the board. I still have Matthew Golden ranked pretty highly. I like Alec Manor. Not everyone does. I understand that. I acknowledge it. I like Luther Burden a lot. I like Trey Harris. Jalen Noel might go back end of round 1. Jalen Royals, Jaden Higgins, Jack Besh, Kyle Williams, Torrey Horton, all in my top 100 at wide receiver. We will do a video tomorrow with a 2-round mock draft and more details on that front. So let's run the raffle. Well, I will sign off on this one. We will do a simulcast on the Cowboys Report and the Chat Sports side. I'll get set up over there. And then Chris will do some shout-outs and comments and stuff while we wait for that to get set up there. So whenever Sam says we're good to go. And then we will stay live for the rest of round 1. And then we will hit whatever else happens. I don't think any more trades are going to happen. So we'll be very trade light today after all, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't think it was going to be that many trades. No Jags trade. Would have been good. Would have been interesting in the end. So this is for the rookie jersey raffle. If you want to wait until day 2, that's fine. Maybe you don't want to guard. I get that. Chris wants the guard jersey, and I know you do. But shout out to Nandor Bank taking the lead for the most hundreds in the month of April. Chris will get that set up here for the jersey raffle. We will do this every day, all 3 days of the NFL draft. A lot of names here. We got what? 105 for the jersey raffle. If your supers come in after this, we'll put you in for day 2. Any draft pick will give you a jersey. So let's race, Chris. Here we go. And then I'll sign off because I drink too much. I have to pee real bad. I'm not going to lie. The Make Tom Pee game ended 3 years ago. I can't hold it anymore. My dad is the worst bladder ever. He can't hold it. He can't make a round of golf without peeing three times. Brutal. All right. Dwayne is in there. Charles Berger with what looks like he's falling back now. Andrew is in there. Nandor is in there. Shout out to Salon. Scadaboo falling on board. Skip running back day 2. I don't think he gets to round 5, though. But somebody might. But that's a very dangerous gamble. Nandor's in first place and in second place. ADA's in third. Dwayne Jackson in fourth. Nandor, one of his ducks slowing down. 7 seconds left. Charles Berger making a run. It's going to be a photo finish. The winner is Nandor Bank. Nandor wins the jersey. I think I have your email, Nandor, but I'll respond to your Venmo comment as well. Shout out to you, Nandor. Chargers have drafted Marion Hampton in the second round, or in the first round, excuse me. I picked 22. Marion Hampton off the board. Najee Harris in shambles on that one. So Packers on the clock at pick number 23. Chris will take over. Stay tuned. I'm going to get set up in the main Chat Sports studios, and we will do more round one coverage. Grades on Maine coming up later tonight as well. Chris, take it away.
All right, Cowboys fans, who do you guys want to draft next? Whether that's the Cowboys trading up it back into the first round, don't necessarily think that's going to happen, but in the second round, most likely. Let me know who you guys want. We're going to send you guys over to Maine here in just a second. Let Tom do his thing. Who do you guys want? See a lot of Goldens in there. We will see if he actually gets there. What's the Cowboys' next pick? 44? 44. That's a long way to go. See, I see Judkins in there. I honestly love Judkins, too. When he was at Ole Miss and then went to Ohio State, I thought he was going to be the premier back there. Didn't end up working it that way, but, man, those two guys, Henderson and Judkins, at Ohio State together was really good. Really good. See Shadur Sanders in there. Oh, man. See Scattaboo. Like Tom said, Scattaboo just is not fast. He's a hard runner. The dude, I mean, he's going to run his ass off. But the juice, that's something Tom always talks about, is that juice, that speed that you need at running back. It's not necessarily something that you're going to get there from Scattaboo. I'm going to, give Sam a call here so we can do our little behind-the-scenes stuff to get you guys set up. But keep getting those comments in. I see a lot of Henderson. Carson Schwessinger. That's definitely another name that can definitely be considered there. Trey Harris from Lone Wolf. I could see that as well. Let's see. Who did? Yep, Hampton is gone. So that'll put the Packers, the home of the draft today. Give me a countdown. We're going to send you guys over to Maine here with Tom here in just a second. Once Sam gives me the little cue here. See Luther Burden in there, Schwessinger. Good. Okay, sending you guys over in just a couple seconds. 3, 2, 1.
It's a little surprising. It's a little bit surprising,
Yes.
but still a very, very good pick.
100%. All righty. We are welcoming
back our
Welcoming.
Cowboys. Welcoming back our Cowboys stream here in just 1 second. They're here.
Oh, they're
All right,
here.
let's go to them.
Welcome back to our Cowboys stream. Right now, as we sit, Green Bay is on the clock. Pick number 23. If I were a betting man, I'd say Mike Green. Moose, I know you got to get going.
Yep.
We appreciate you hanging out with us. And,
Yeah.
you can say your goodbyes.
Listen, hey, I appreciate it. It was my very first time live for the NFL Draft here. Round 1 could not have had more fun. And listen, I cannot wait to see what the rest of the draft has in store. So before Mr. Downey comes back on, do me a favor, hit that hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, lock us in for the rest of the 2025 NFL Draft. So excited to be with you guys. I am out.
All right. Packers are getting trade calls at 23, so if they decide to decline those trade calls, let's look at some prospects they could be selecting. Will Johnson still is on the board, cornerback at Michigan. That's a really interesting situation because Jair Alexander, as of right now, is still a Green Bay Packer, but many people believe that after a couple days might not be a Green Bay Packer. Will Johnson, knee issue, concerns from a lot of teams, the reason he is dropping. Another guy to look at is Mike Green, who has fallen to 23 inexplicably, in my opinion, and I think that might be the fit for Green Bay because you look at Mike Green, one thing he was able to do is get home and also pressure the quarterback consistently. In Green Bay, they didn't have trouble with getting home and getting sacks. In fact, they're a top 10 sack team when you look at how they did in 2024. What they struggled in was creating and generating pressure on a down-to-down basis. Now, you might be able to argue, okay, Mike Green might not be the best scheme fit for what Jeff Hafley likes to do in Green Bay. And you would be right there, but still, I think for the value that you could get for the player of Mike Green at number 23, if I'm Brian Gutekunst, if I'm the general manager of the Green Bay Packers, I'm not wasting a second and turning that card in. Some interesting other options: Luther Burden, wide receiver out of Missouri. Malachi Starks, a safety out of Georgia, a phenomenal player. However, Green Bay's got some really good safeties in that room already. I don't think they will go there. Matthew Golden's an interesting name because they're one of those teams that they've got a lot of good wide receivers, but a ton of just wide receiver twos. So could he be the guy that comes in there and is that wide receiver one that Jordan Love's been needing, Jordan Love's been waiting for through the past couple of years? Nick Eamon-Worry, the incredibly athletic safety out of South Carolina, still on the board. Donovan Izaraku, the edge rusher out of Boston College. He's got kind of a small frame, 6'2". He makes up with it because he has freakishly long arms. He could be a guy that Goody goes to kind of make up for that lack of constant pressure that Green Bay saw in 2024. Are we ready, Jack? We are ready, and with that, we bring in not Trace Moustakas.
Oh, we weren't ready.
Wow.
I'm not 5'3".
We bring back in our draft expert, Mr. Tom Downey, back from the Cowboys live stream.
Hey,
Welcome back.
I told you guys the knee was a concern for Will Johnson. He might slide out of round one. That is a real concern for teams.
I mean,
which
it's
I'm mad about because I didn't know about it until after I set my big board.
Yeah. Do you think that if he falls to 27 with that team at Baltimore,
I would take him at 23.
You would take him at 23
in a heartbeat.
No trade. Packers picking. The pick is in. Tom, if you had to guess, who is it going to be at 23?
They don't take receivers in round one.
They do not.
They
Haven't
need
in
a corner.
Very long time.
There's a lot of guys that like, hey, does the character and medical stuff check out? Will Johnson, Mike Green. I think we're in Donovan Ezraku range.
Okay.
Whether it's Green Bay or down the line with the Lions, I think we're in that range. I think he goes round one tonight. I think we're in golden range too.
Do you think it's the character concerns from Mike Green that have caused him to fall as far as he has?
Possible. That's a tough one.
Yeah.
And I think we'll talk more about it after this pick.
The pick is in, ladies and gentlemen. They break the streak. Matthew Golden is a Green Bay Packer. I can hear the call right now. Touchdown, Green and Golden. The wide receiver out of the University of Texas, 5'11", 191 pounds.
Like
had a ton of production this past year with Texas. Now, that is with a lot of games being played. You do have to remember they went to the semifinals this past year, but still, 987 yards, found pay dirt 9 times. And what I really like about Golden is kind of like his counterpart at Texas, Jahdae Barron. He had his best games and his biggest moments on the brightest stages, alrighty? Those games against Georgia, whether that was the first time they played them in the regular season or whether that was in the SEC championship. He caught that touchdown pass against Arizona State. He played really good ball when his team, when Quinn Ewers needed him most. And now Jordan Love has something that he's been begging and looking for in the past couple of years, and that is a possible wide receiver one.
I think the biggest thing the Packers have missed on offense is someone who can beat man coverage. Mm-hmm. Like they've got a lot of Jaden Reed is a fun, almost gadget guy. Yep. Like Romeo Doubs does some good stuff.
Dontavian Wicks, same type of wide receiver.
Yeah, they don't have a guy that can beat man. I've got Calvin Ridley comp here for Matthew Golden. And I did not change my grade after the 4.2940. I thought he was fast. I didn't think that fast. I'd literally written down in my notes pre-combine, he might surprise in testing.
Yeah.
I didn't see 4.29 coming. Boy, did he. I think this is I had him above Ibuka before the combine. So I didn't actually change anything about Ibuka or Golden after that 4.2940. I think if you want someone who the production is kind of a red flag, this is the lowest first-round pick or lowest yards per game among first-round picks at receiver in the last 10 years or something. But he did step up, like you mentioned, in the biggest moments. He showed up there. He offers, I think, some inside-outside flex. He's mostly outside. He's kind of like that Z receiver. He's 5'11", 191. I think he was a pretty highly touted recruit coming out of Houston area in high school. Went to Houston, I got to get better quarterback play and do more. And he did at Texas. His kick return value. The thing I like most about him, he's 5'9", 191 at the catch point in the red zone. He plays way bigger.
Yeah.
Like that ball's in the area, it is his more often than not. He was at 61% in contested catches this year. That's, you would think 50-50. It's more than, it's not actually 50-50 on average. It's more like 60-40 the DB wins.
Yeah.
So I think Golden with Green Bay, it's a good pick. He's also happens to be wearing a gold suit tonight. That works super well. I like the pick a lot for
Yeah, like
Green
you
Bay.
mentioned, he's really good at the point. He's got a massive catch radius for that size of 5'11",
He does.
and I think it's something that's really impressive. I also think the production could have been a little bit higher if he had a guy a little bit more consistent at throwing the football than Quinn Ewers was. I think that lack of production was maybe necessarily more on the quarterback than it was on the receiver. But
I have thoughts on the QB
still-
class in general. I shouldn't say really.
And speaking of the QB class, Jordan Schultz tweeting out that the Giants have been trying to get back into round one per source. Where's their entry point? Is it here with Minnesota?
Minnesota would love to trade down. They have 4 picks in the
Yeah.
Like everyone knows, you want to trade up? Call Minnesota. Everyone knows that. Do they get the offer though? I am not shocked. It's been pretty quiet on the trade block. It is not a seller's market.
No,
it
it's
is a
not.
buyer's market. But there's value. Teams don't want to lose the trade. Browns didn't lose the trade. You know, the Vikings could trade down and maybe still get a safety, or they just stand pat.
Yeah, there's a reason that it seems like every 2 selections we get a tweet saying, this team looking to trade down, and then 2 minutes later we say, this team is going to stick with their pick because,
Yeah, he just stays there.
yeah,
It just extends his stay.
he stays at the Sheraton in Green Bay. There's the second hotel built in Green Bay.
It's a sick suit, by the
That
way.
is awesome.
That all gold suit is electric. I love that. I
The
love
only
that.
team it would go better with is probably New Orleans, but we'll take it with Green Bay. And, I mean, there's got to be nothing cooler than being drafted in the city where that draft is held. I'm really excited for the prospect and what he could bring to Green Bay.
I like it. I'm down.
Commanders, Bills, Chiefs, Eagles will round out this first round. I'm interested to see what Washington does. Could they be interested in possibly moving up for Mike Green, or do they just not have enough draft capital?
I think they're a trade down team, if anything.
Yeah.
But like, I don't think Houston takes an edge. I don't think Minnesota does. Rams probably don't. Ravens could.
Yeah.
Lions could. There's been a popular theory that of like they just like want Nick Scorton. They could always trade down and get him too.
Yeah.
So.
If Green falls to Baltimore, I think that's the selection. But as of right now, I think the selection would be Izaraku as well for Baltimore. So they're sitting at a good place for a team that needs an edge rusher.
This is peak Donovan has a rocker range. Somewhere in the back end of round one, someone's going to get a damn good player. He's 28th on my board. This is the right range for him.
The pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings, so they are staying pat. Y'all let me know before we announce the selection, who is the best player left on the board? We went over Tom Downey's big board, who he has as the top prospects left. Will Johnson still is available. Mike Green still is available as well, as we've been talking about. Also still available, Donovan Izaraku. A lot of really good players still up for grabs. We're sitting here at 24, got 8 picks left after this. There's still some talent to be had, but you guys let me know who you think is the best. Seen a lot of Will Johnsons.
Johnson for me. The medical, I wish I had known that like a day before I did the big board because I would have dropped him.
Yeah.
The knee is a long-term concern.
Okay, and so this isn't, if you guys are confused,
It's
he dealt
very
with
real.
a lot of he dealt with turf toe in the season. That was the reason he missed games in the 2024 season for Michigan. It wasn't the knee. This was an injury that occurred after the season was over.
I don't think the knee was known.
Okay.
So a lot of times what you see happen is, wow, that guy's sliding. Why? A couple of reasons. Character stuff we don't know about. That stuff does not get leaked because the players' camp never wants it out there. I'm too high on guys. It happens too. I'm probably too high on Luther Burden. But I know ball, so those teams can be wrong.
I'm very high on Luther Burden as well.
The quarterback sucked. It is what it is. The medical stuff we don't know about because nobody wants that out there. There's no reason for teams to leak that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they're not going to do a kid dirty like that. The agent's not going to leak that.
Yeah.
I think that's what's happening here with Will Johnson. He's not a fast player. He's high 4.5s, high 4.6s, like Xavier Howard might comp for him. That's fine. The knee got flagged, from what I've heard.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, it's like, I have not heard the word degenerative thrown around yet, but like when you say it's a long-term knee concern, that's how I interpret it.
Yeah.
So that knee could drop him out of round 1 altogether in the end.
The pick is in for the Minnesota Vikings, and it is offensive tackle Donovan Jackson out of the Ohio State University, 6'3", almost 6'4", big boy at 317 pounds. Played 14 games this past year for Ohio State, 71.8 PFF grade. What I really, really like about Donovan Jackson is he proved he's a guy who could play at many different spots on that offensive line. As we know, he filled in at tackle this last season when exactly Ohio State needed him most, right? He's got a lot of lower body power. His quicks are fine, and he's not great and can recover if he needs to. His PFF grades were all right, 71.8, pass blocking 70, but as we know, those aren't necessarily gospel.
He had a rough go against this guy named Abdul Carter, who you may have heard of before.
Yeah.
But beyond that, he was great at tackle. Plug-and-play guard option for Minnesota. This really solidifies their offensive line. This is a damn good offensive line. I had Jackson in this second-round range. I thought he could have been in play for Houston. He was 36 on my board. I've got 27 left to 45 are all second-round grades. It's not a huge surprise, though. I will say we won't spend as much time on Donovan Jackson. Our boy Patrick Siemens got you covered. We got a trade.
We do have a trade. Adam Schefter announcing it in his hoodie, under his jacket, over his tie, that the Giants are trading back up and into the first
take Jackson
round.
so fucking funny.
The Houston Texans are out. The New York Giants are in. Do you think that Jackson Dart's the selection? It's got to be, right?
There's been a lot of buzz on that one. I would take Shedeur Sanders. I think that's the better quarterback. I have real issues with Dart. I've got issues with the quarterback class in general. But that's what I would do. The NFL does not always listen to me because that's how it goes.
Oh, Sam.
Don't get got, buddy.
Obviously, there's a lot of buzz on Dart. If you guys didn't know, Joe Shane, the Giants GM, his son, posted a picture of Jackson Dart on his Instagram story last night and then turned his account private. We can assume he got grounded. You would know your father. And right now...
My daughter would never.
Right now, New York's on the clock. They're showing a lot of Jackson Dart on the television.
It's not that much to give up.
It's
That's
not.
pretty light.
Second rounder 2025, third
2 or
rounder
3.
2025, and then a future 6th round pick. I think Dart's the selection here. It is interesting, though, with Shedeur because a report came out the other day that they have not done more homework on any other quarterback in this draft than they have Shedeur Sanders.
They want to figure out the person there. That's why you spend more time doing work on a player. Like, it's not fair because I have Shedeur as QB too. You're always going to have the dad as a presence. Teams don't like that.
Yeah.
Dad's always going to be there. Like, if you're Brian Dable, if you got similar grades, you're going to take the QB whose dad's not going to come in and be the guy next year, right?
Yeah.
It's not fair. That's how it works, though.
Because this is what happens. They start losing. New York Giants fans start pitching. How about we just hire Deion Sanders?
Deion. That's how it would go.
It's
So
exactly. That's October 15th headline. The Giants start 2-4.
October. It's going to be August.
yeah. That's
It's going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, that's you're not
if
wrong.
they did it,
there.
I don't think they do it.
If they did it, we think it might be Dart, but y'all grade the trade for us in the comment section down below. They swap that late first rounder, the early second rounder. Houston gets a third rounder as well, and then a future
It
sixth
might
round
look
pick.
dumb in 5 picks. Houston might be able to get Josh Simmons still in round 2.
I think they really wanted Donovan Jackson.
There's knee issues with Simmons coming off the injury and some character stuff too.
Yeah, I think Simmons will fall, especially because I think maybe the only other team that could possibly snag him is Philadelphia, maybe Washington, but they
We'll see.
address Tunsil with their needs. But make sure you guys go address your ticket needs with our friends over at Game Time. Is that right, Tom?
That's a great job right there, my friend. Go over to GameTime.co and use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch or tip-off of those hard-to-get playoff games. With killer last-minute deals, all-in pricing, views from your seat, lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets. You can get up to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, etc. Game Time Picks makes last minute ticket buying even easier by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium. Take the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and use code ChatSports for $20 off your first purchase. Terms do apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, ChatSports, for $20 off. Download the Game Time app, create your account, and get last-minute tickets, lowest price, all guaranteed. It's GameTime.co, promo code ChatSports. Joey, pick 25 is in.
The pick is in. Just like Joe Shane's son leaked it last night, Jackson Dart, quarterback out of Ole Miss, is the selection at number 25 to the New York Football Giants. Over 4,000 yards thrown in 2024, 29 touchdowns, 6 interceptions as well. He's a bit over 6'2", 221 pounds, and is looked at as a guy with an incredibly high ceiling if given to the right team, surrounded by the right weapons, and with the right offensive coordinator and play caller, which they still believe they have in New York. I think the biggest thing we've heard about Dart is how incredible of a leader he is. That is something that not only all the draft scouts are saying, but if you hear Lane Kiffin talk about him for even just a half millisecond, he's going to mention that. He's got great physical tools. He's not one of those guys that will just wow you with his arm strength, but he's also not negative in that category as well. He's not the best dual threat quarterback. He doesn't have the highest running ability. The biggest thing for me with Jackson Dart that I need to get over is the end of that game against Florida. The decision-making was incredibly questionable. As you saw, 6 interceptions last year. Not a crazy amount, but I still think that's something to warrant level.
You make a very good point. My issue with Dart, and I think you're right, the arm is good, the mobility is good. He's got good tools. Not great tools, good tools. When things are the way they are supposed to be, which I'll call it what it is. It's a Mickey Mouse offense at Ole Miss, which is great for college. It works. Yes. I love it. It's a great college offense.
Keep doing it, Lane.
When things are the way they are supposed to be, it looks good. The Duke game. When it is like, this is where I'm supposed to go with the football, I throw it there, it's wide open. When I do, he does a ton of play action stuff. When he does designed vertical shots. When it is, this is what it's going to be for you, and it's there, it looks good. Everything looks fine. When it is not there, disguise coverage, the first read's not there. When it is a pure drop-back situation, it doesn't look good. Mm-hmm. And the Florida game stands out as an example of this. When he had to do pure, real, regular, drop-back quarterback stuff, it wasn't good. He had issues. He was never clutch. Yeah, I don't want to override that. I think it's a fair thing to mention. The clutch factor was never there. He had 2 chances against Florida. I guess 3. They had a negative pick. Yeah. Like, those were there.
It's like 6 turnover-worthy plays.
I think if you had taken Jackson Dart in round 3 as a developmental QB, I'm down. You took him in round 1. This is your guy.
Yeah.
I have doubts about that. I have real doubts about that.
I have doubts about it as well because
I think Shedur's better.
I think Shedeur is farly more accurate. I think Shedeur has a ton of higher upside. I think Shedeur's incredible, lack of athleticism, we'll say, I think could tarnish a little bit, but I'm not going to say Jackson Dart is a far better athlete than Shedeur. Shedeur holds the ball definitely a lot longer than Jackson does. But also Jackson Dart had, outside Travis Hunter, better weapons around him. Jackson Dart had a better offensive system, I think, around him, an offensive play caller. And he still was just always fine. He was always good. Curious to see how it will be after a year under Brian Dable, if he's there for the full year. Curious to see how it will be as a year backing up a guy like Russell Wilson. I think that's a guy who could be great in his development.
Got to play him at some point.
But still, I just don't know if trading back into the first round to get a guy that, I don't want to say isn't a sure thing, but is kind of far from a sure thing, is not the smartest move for the New York Giants.
For the pick, A, B, C, D, or F. I mean, as a Cowboys fan, I am not scared right now. I'm not scared.
I wouldn't be either. I don't think Jackson Dart didn't scare me in college. I don't think Jackson
You're a
Dart,
Tennessee guy. That's fair.
yeah, I don't think Jackson Dart is going to really scare anybody in the National Football League. And so I'd probably give it a C because he had to give something up to get him. And speaking of giving something up, the Falcons have traded for pick number 26 with the Los Angeles Rams. They swap and give their second rounder, number 46, seventh rounder, 242, and the 2026 first round
First off,
selection.
I love when teams say, yeah, here's pick 242. It's fine. Like, whatever. We threw in a seventh to ice the deal. A future one?
Yeah,
Falcons just F them picks right now.
I think
To the Rams, the ultimate F them picks team.
I think this is Mike Green.
They just took an edge. Johnson? I think Will Johnson would be super
Yeah.
fun.
Oh, it's a 2025 third. Added on, the Falcons get a third. Okay, thank you so much for that.
I mean, I guess that
clarification.
feels a little bit better, but, like, also no.
Will Johnson might be the selection to kind of line up across from A.J. Terrell. Very, very solid
Shahad
secondary.
Campbell? Starks and
know.
Edmund Ward would be super fun alongside Jesse Bates.
That would be. I think when I look at the two prospects at safety with Starks and Eamon Worry, I think that Starks is more of the guy, I don't want to say he's a sure thing. I think a couple years from now, we're going to all look at this draft and be like, how did we let him fall so far? Eamon Worry could one day be maybe the best safety in this league, but also I'm not super impressed by his film, but you can't
I like the
not
film.
be
I
impressed by
think
his
he's – I want him to be more physical. Like, for that guy that size, you think he'd be more physical.
Yeah.
But I think there's still a lot to like about him in the end.
The pick is in for Atlanta. Do you think it's going to be a defensive back?
It would make sense to me to pair with A.J. Terrell, but they could double dip at Green. I don't know. I'm surprised they moved.
I am
They're
surprised.
so bad on picks. Even a future one is bold.
The thing is I think they saw somebody they really still liked that they didn't think was
probably
going to be
They
there.
probably have a round one grade on somebody.
Yeah, and here we go.
You can take it, buddy.
My Tennessee Volunteer, James Pierce Jr. to the Atlanta Falcons, making the trip just down south from Knoxville to Atlanta. 6'5", 245 pounds, has a slight frame. Use a little bit more weight here or there, but still, the traits are there. The speed, the athleticism, the bend. I think he's an underrated run defender as well. I think a lot of people just kind of look at his pressure rates and look at his pass rush win rate, and they just assume he's a negative run blocker. I wouldn't go as far as saying he's positive, but I think it's something you could definitely build on.
Counterpoint. Tennessee didn't even try him as a run defender.
That's fair as well. The thing about James Pierce, falling this far at 26, when you look at possibly where he was slated last year, around this time, when you're talking about the 2025 NFL Draft after 2024, there was a big drop down in production from 2023 to this past season, right? 7.5 sacks, 55 pressure. Still solid numbers, but some of the more recent things coming out of Knoxville is some rumblings about some character issues.
Yeah.
Very similar to Walter Nolan type character issues. Nothing illegal, nothing, something you should truly worry about of him as a person, more of as a teammate and as a coachable player.
So I had written down before I got wind of the off-field stuff, Randy Gregory comp. And then I wrote that on my notes. Oh, no! Afterward. Different characters. There'd been a lot of buzz of, like, the phrase that kept hearing was like, what makes him tick?
Yeah.
Like, what do you – NILs make this a bigger factor, too. Like, do you want to be a great football player, or is this a means to an end for you?
Yeah.
And I've heard the coaching staff didn't love him at Tennessee at times.
Yeah.
I do think he's a situational pass rusher. I don't think he has great bend. Like, I always – there's this great photo out there of, like, Von Miller, who's just, like, the ankle flex on, he's just like super low, and he's turning around the corner and being this elite bender. I think he's more straight line athlete, which I don't think is a bad thing. I had him pretty much in this range. I had him with the off-the-field stuff, a second-round grade. If it wasn't for the off-the-field stuff, might have been a first-round grade for me. I think the traits, the speed, the pass rush production, he had a 21.4% pressure rate this year.
Unbelievable.
It was a 21.1 last year. Now, again, Tennessee did their hockey line BS stuff, which works. It works. I don't love it for NFL scouting, but it works in college.
Yeah.
They pulled him off the field on rundown, said just go get after the QB. I mean, he had 300 fewer snaps than Abdul Carter this year. That's a lot.
Yeah.
It's a lot of snaps.
And he's still young. That could be a positive. Less tread on the tires. And he's still 21 years old.
I'll give the Falcons some credit. They went, we have no pass rush help.
Yeah. Can you
they
tell?
They took 2 guys. It's fine.
Can you tell that they were dead last in the National Football Leagues in sacks in 2024 with their 2 selections?
Future one, those a lot, man. It's a lot.
It is. It is a lot, especially for a guy that I feel like, I don't know. I kind of saw him falling out of the first round, but I guess their scouts and their people told them he might not have made it past Baltimore at 27. But I have a feeling right now, with Baltimore at 27, they might be looking at either Mike Green or Malachi Starks, and the pick is in, apparently. Sam, you said, okay, we are moving on.
Sweet.
Yes, we are. Thank you. We are 100 subs away from 407,000 subscribers. We still got just under 3,000 of you guys in here. Just, 1/30th of you guys? I need to hit that subscribe button. Help us get to 407,000. Now we are 99 away, less than 100. We don't just cover the NFL draft on Thursday night. That's easy to do. Everybody does that. We don't just cover the NFL draft on Friday either. We are here for every pick, every selection, every team. We're also here on Sunday for undrafted free agents as well. All the draft coverage you can want and need, you can find right here.
Some of those cowards don't want to do day 3.
It's like
I spend
radio.
too much time to not do
It's
it.
like Radio Row on like the Saturday or Friday before the Super Bowl. Everyone's gone. Everyone's gone on Saturday, rounds 4 through 7. We are not. So if you guys love the NFL draft, you guys love National Football League, you got us right here at Chat Sports.
I mean, I want to add another point to this as well. After this weekend, most channels, most sites, they're going to take a few month break.
Yeah.
Until we get to training camp.
Summer break.
Summer break. There's no such thing as summer break at Chat Sports. You're going to get daily content, even in the dog days of the summer.
Amen.
And so let's get to the next milestone. Let's do it.
84 subscribers, 83 subscribers, 82 subscribers, 81 subscribers away. Y'all keep hitting that big red sub button. The best thing about it is it does not cost you a single dime, 100% free, and you get the best coverage that money could buy right here with Chat Sports, because we're your home for everything you can need about the National Football League. And so make sure to join us right now by hitting that subscribe button. The Ravens pick is in.
Let's
Big
see what it
influx
is.
right there. My gut tells me Malachi Starks.
I mean, SEC player who fell is like the Ravens' MO for
It
like
is.
7 years in a row.
They let the
And it
board-
works!
They let the board come to them. I think that a guy like Zach Orr, a guy like John Harbaugh are foaming at the mouth of thinking of pairing him with a guy like Kyle Hamilton. I will say the Ravens do need a lot of pass rush help. They couldn't consistently rush the passer, but they're not going to get it because they're going with safety Malachi Starks out of the University of Georgia. This was the name over the past couple of days, and he is your next Baltimore Raven headed to the Charm City. 77 tackles in 2024, an interception, pass breakup. He's got so many fantastic traits. He's fast. He's athletic. He also is, willing to tackle the runner as well. He holds up better as a free-range safety than just throwing him out there in pure man coverage. If you look at his PFF coverage grades, they're not going to blow you away. The one downside of his game, when you look at 2024, is he suffered a little bit of an uptick in missed tackles. And when you're playing for the Baltimore Ravens and you're playing that position next to a guy like Kyle Hamilton, who doesn't miss tackles, you're going to stick out as a sore thumb. But I still think he's the best safety in this class. I think he's the closest thing to a sure thing almost of any of these prospects selected tonight. I think he gave you 3 really good years at Georgia and a really good defense for a really good defensive coach. And now he goes someplace that has the best culture in the National Football League, next to one of the best safeties in the National Football League, playing for a team who let up a ton of chunk plays. That's going to help Baltimore out for sure in 2025.
I think this allows you to play Kyle Hamilton more as that chess piece. Georgia kind of asked Malachi Starks to do more nickel stuff. I don't think that was in his best interest. I think as that true free safety fits so much better. So I think allowing him to be that back-end player, you can then kind of utilize Kyle Hamilton as that do-it-all superstar player who I love, and I get a win on that one because he was a top-graded player for me at Notre Dame. And
there we go.
You idiots let him fall to the Ravens again. I think Malachi Starks, this is one of my best graded players left. Everyone else ahead of him had medical stuff with Will Johnson. I think Mike Green falling shows that maybe I was wrong, and the NFL does not trust the off-the-field stuff on that one. And I was just higher on Luther Burden. Campbell's got medical. This is one of the best available players for me. This is a top 20 player for me in the class. This was my mock draft pick, I think, in the final mock draft, too. It's SEC player who shouldn't have been there goes to the Ravens. Every year we do this, and every year it works out great for Baltimore.
This was my mock draft pick as well. Yesterday released my final mock draft for the Baltimore Ravens. Malachi Starks was the selection. It just seemed too obvious, honestly. You kind of hate to trust mock drafts, especially that late in the first round
It's
when you
tough in late
truly
round
don't know what's going to happen. This one felt almost like a sure thing. Another sure thing is Howie Roseman trying to make Howie moves, be aggressive, and apparently, per Ian Rappaport, he is working the phones, trying to trade up with several top players still available. Would it make you surprised if Howie makes a move right here?
Oh, it's Howie. He loves doing stuff. he loves. I almost cussed again. He loves doing stuff. He loves moving up. It's 10, 11 Central Time. If your kids are awake, that's on you as a parent. I don't know. They could just take Mike Green and say F them character concerns. You'd be like, oh, they did it again.
They've done it before.
Howie did it again. That's how it goes, right?
Yeah, I'm interested to see if they're interested in a guy like Josh Simmons, who, of course, has some injury concerns, but they might not believe he's going to fall behind Washington, maybe even Detroit. Kind of want to go up, make a move, see if they can.
A lot of edge needs here coming up.
Yes, 100%. A lot of edge needs. They lost a guy like Josh Sweat, who was phenomenal, proved to be so in that Super Bowl where he absolutely took over, felt like he was in Patrick Mahomes' grill every single second of that. He's gone now. They need a guy to replace him. They see a guy right there like Mike Green, who they probably had a really high grade on, never thought he'd make it to them at that pick, number 32. But you can move up a couple of spots, draft him, and all might be well again in the trenches in Philadelphia. Appreciate everybody who is super chatting, donating to the channel. VT Wolf sent in a $5 super chat. We gets him a draft hat raffle.
Hey, Antoine Powell Ryland is my guy. I'm one of the highest people on him. So there you go. Last super chat on Cowboys was Salanan. So Andrew Edwards is the most recent one on Cowboys.
I will say with Antoine Powell Ryland, I mocked him in 6 mock drafts.
People hate him.
And then you posted your short a couple weeks ago that he was
guy.
your sleeper, and I was like, damn, now everybody's
I'm
gonna
higher
think,
than everybody else. I'm higher than everybody else.
I was like, damn, now everybody's just going to think I stole Tom's opinion. But if you look at my second mock
That's
draft,
not a bad thing.
I've taken him in a million. Absolutely love him.
Yeah, the good athlete who got a lot of sacks. Why would I hate that guy? Silly. Those are fine. Andrew, Packers have a chance to do the funniest thing ever in draft. Shooter. Guess he's not going round 1.
I guess not.
Browns round 2?
That seems like the selection. Moose asked me earlier where I thought he was going. I thought Cleveland. I don't think New York. There was a lot of interest in that they looked into a ton, but you just never really heard anything that they really wanted him that badly over the past couple of weeks. And so I think Shedeur will be a Cleveland Brown. And now it's time for Kevin Stefanski to get ready to hearing Deion Sanders to replace him. Could Burden fall to 44?
He shouldn't.
I think he could, though.
But he could. I mean, the issue is that early round 2 range. Got a lot of teams that could take a receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee, Las Vegas, New England. There's a lot of teams that could go down that path. So check it again at 37, and we'll see how it goes.
I really, really like Luther Burden. I think it was more of a fault of playing for a quarterback like Brady Cook, who sucks. And a lot of people want to say, you know what?
Such a good take.
They want to say, you know what? He caught, 50% of his passes behind the line of scrimmage or something? That's because that's the only ball Brady Cook could throw. Anytime that he was outside playing an X receiver, running an X receiver type route, and Brady Cook put it on the money, which was very rare when that happened, Luther Burden came down with it. And also, why wouldn't you want to throw it to him behind the line of scrimmage and get the ball in his hands in space so he can make some moves with it because he forced more missed tackles than anybody else in NCAA. Luther Burden stands right here.
I believe in him. All right, pick 28.
Pick 28, Tyleek Williams. Many people, the streets, a.k.a. Sam Brown, believing the first reach in the draft. Big old boy out of The Ohio State University, almost 6'3", 330 pounds, 46 tackles, 8 tackles for loss, 2.5 sacks. Not the most incredible type of production out of Ohio State. And his ranking in Tom Downey's ranking kind of reflects that. The 5th overall defensive tackle. He is incredibly large, right? That is one of the biggest aspects to his game. And I think that's something that a guy, like over there in Detroit, they see he could pair well on the line next to a guy like Aiden Hutchinson.
So Lions fans will appreciate this. I had written down DJ Reederkopf. I don't know if he's ever going to be as good as a pass rusher. He's been kind of mediocre in that area. This is one of, if not the best, run defenders at defensive tackle in this year's class. Multi-year starter at Ohio State. This is a big guy who, had he not pulled his hamstring on the 40, he would have tested well in the 40. Mm-hmm. He pulled that hamstring at his pro day at Ohio State. It is a faster OSU track. The joke is it's always 39 yards, 38 yards. They always test pretty well there. That's how it tends to go. I do question if the athletic ability is ever going to fully be there. But this is a very Brad Holmes pick. Like, you get the football player at the back end of round 1 to help shore up your run defense, and has the potential to offer you more as a pass rusher if you can develop that. Like a more athletic Jonathan Hankins is another comp.
I don't mean to bring up old wounds with you or anything, but does this feel a little bit Mozzie Smith-ish?
No, Mozzie was, I think, more of a traits guy.
Yeah.
Like, I think Tyleek Williams is just a better run stopper right now. Like, he hasn't put it together as a pass rusher. I question if he's ever going to. I think he has some of the juice to do it, but I think he's such a good run stopper that, like, he even better than Mozzie was coming out of Michigan. Like, Michigan was like, wow, Mozzie's this freak athlete. Look what he can do. He can be a 3-down player. There's a chance that Williams only ends up being a 2-down player. Mm-hmm. He's a really good 2-down player.
Yeah. Are you a little surprised? And again, we've talked a ton about Will Johnson and the possible, knee injury issues, and that's what's causing him to fall so low. Detroit at 28, they didn't even take a chance on him. That's a team that needs some help in the secondary.
I really like signing DJ Reed, though. So
yes, that is fair.
I thought defense in general was going to be their pick, but I think a lot of the guys left. Will Johnson, medical. Mike Green, character. Luther Burden. I'm just higher on. You guys can be wrong. Jahad Campbell, medical. Evan Worry, actually outright surprised he's not taken yet. Ezeraku, this is his range in the end. So, yes. Simmons has medical/character. Henderson, that's pick 30 for me. So, like, we're not even there yet. Mm-hmm. So, I got 2 guys that I had in round 1 not go yet. So, no, but it's 4 to 5. We'll see what else happens there.
Washington is on the clock at pick number 29. They don't have a ton of draft picks after trading for not only Laramie Tunsil, also for Deebo Samuel. They're a team that feels like they need edge rush help. They lost their best edge rusher this past year. Now a little bit of a reunion with the Dallas Cowboys. Mm-hmm. Obviously, we know Dan Quinn, the head coach there, loves his pass rushers. Donovan Ezeraku definitely feels like it could be the selection here. Or do they look past the Mike Green side?
I'd heard some buzz that they like Nick Scorton. I also just don't know if this is too early for Scorton in the end. I think it kind of is. I didn't think they're going to – I had mocked Ezeraku in my final mock draft, but I'm like, he goes late round 1, so here's a spot for him.
Yeah.
The Mike Green character stuff might make him keep falling. Like, I don't want to speculate, but I'm going to speculate. The fact that he's on the board, makes me think NFL teams have real concerns about that.
Well, and that's the
Gently phrase it that way.
That's the thing is he's being passed up by teams that need edge rusher help. And if he gets passed up right
Good
here
player.
at 29, a guy who just had 17 sacks and 59 pressures, albeit it was at Marshall, but still he dominated in the Senior Bowl against Power 4 competition. If he gets passed up again by Washington, that's one of those things that might solidify it for me that this is not a guy that's going to go in round 1. So I think Izaraku seems like the most likely pick right here. The pick is in. Do you think they possibly reach for a corner, or do you think they're kind of satisfied with Jonathan Jones and Marshawn Lattimore?
Take Will Johnson and profit, right?
Yeah.
I think that's a pretty good idea. I like the corners left on the board here. I like Will Johnson a lot, obviously. I think Maxwell Harrison is a 32 on my board, so we're at 29. Potato. There's no difference in their grade.
Especially in this draft class as well.
I got a bunch of seconds left. I got a handful of firsts left. That's how it tends to go. The goal over here is to get as many top 100 players off the board. We'll see if I do or don't.
We got a $10 super chat from John Masood saying, Joey, what's up, John? Good to see you, my friend, tuning in at the perfect time to watch your Washington Commanders make a selection. As we know, they had an incredibly busy offseason. I'm just going to say busy because I don't know if it was that great. They added Deebo Samuel, who's been declining.
It's fun.
Laramie Tunsil, that was a fun trade.
I love the Tunsil trade. This is a win now team, and I respect that.
I think it was a massive overpay for Javon Kinlaw, a defensive tackle, and they lost a guy in Jeremy Chin, who they're trying to replace with Will Harris, who I don't know if he's going to be the guy that makes that replacement. But the selection is in. They go and they decide to protect their boy wonder and Jane Daniels with Josh Connolly Jr., offensive tackle out of the University of Oregon. 14 games played for the Ducks, 78.1 PFF overall grade. Only one sack allowed with protecting Dylan Gabriel. He's a big guy, 6'4", almost 6'5". Not the biggest for his position. He plays at tackle, 311 pounds. He was a 2-year starter. Oregon showed a lot of growth. However, he has had a little bit of issues with strength.
I wonder if he plays guard in year 1. I wonder if you kick him inside, you bench Nick Allegretti, you go with Tunsil, Connerly, Biotish, if Sam Cosme's healthy, and Brandon Coleman, and then you go over to right tackle if Coleman can't develop there. I had him going to the Chiefs, so we're in the right range for him, I suppose. I kind of question the fit. Some Equano to his game of is he a tackle? Is he a guard? Anton Harrison is the athletic comp there. He had 9 pressures this year. 6 of them came against Ohio State, which is a red flag when those are the best pass rushers you faced all year. For the fun fact on Josh Connerly, who by the way is 6'4", 5'8", 311, until his sophomore year of high school, he was a running back.
No way.
Yes. Imagine that guy running at you. I thought he actually played pretty well against Abdul Carter. I thought late round 1 is where he ends up going. I'm not surprised by this range. I kind of wonder if he can actually hold up at guard, because I see some play strength issues. He's not a mauler or a finisher, and that's not as good when you move inside a guard. But also, if the process is let's protect the franchise and Jaden Daniels, can't be that mad at it.
No, you can't. And I think that's going to be the sentiment coming from Dan Quinn. They had a chance to grab a really good edge rusher. They chose to protect Jane Daniels, the guy who led them to an NFC championship game as a rookie, was still one of the worst offensive lines on paper, even though they overperformed as a group, probably a lot due because of the strengths of Jane Daniels. Now they add a guy who's going to try his best to protect him. They saw some flashes with Brandon Coleman, some flashes of good, also some flashes of not so great. So now I think him and Josh Connolly Jr. kind of duke it out, fight it out to see who's going to be best fit for the right tackle spot. I feel like Coleman is also possibly a guy they could shift inside to guard as well. Yeah. And so I truly believe that's going to be a position battle where the loser of that is just going to flex inside and possibly be a help in the middle and interior of that offensive line. We are 57 subscribers away from 407,000. Okay, Jack, I wasn't in here when we started. What were we at subscribers-wise?
Yeah, how many Bean Boozles do we owe?
406,087. So
I'll
we
do a beer
are-
bong if we get to 407K.
There we go.
There's the deal. How
There we
many
go.
Bean Boozleds do we owe, by the way, if any? All right,
Okay.
spin the wheel first, Joey.
Let's do it. I've got a water bottle that is empty, which doesn't bode well for me. Let's spin it. Here we go. And it is berry blue or toothpaste. That's not bad.
That is the best option.
That's a good. That's
Sperry's going to be in shambles when he hears this.
hey. I've taken
What a
enough
fucking coward.
I've taken enough Bean Boozled for Sperry.
All right,
for him to
hand me the
understand.
spin we all do
Here
on
we
here.
go.
I'm not scared. Unlike Sperry.
We're 46 subs
bent
away
this
from
one?
Tom doing a beer
Oh
bong.
God, it's pomegranate or old bandage.
I'm kind of happy with my selection.
Yeah,
Let's
of
see what I
course you
get.
are. It's the best one.
Oh, toothpaste, minty. Now my breath smells great. Man, can we
Old
do more?
bandage.
Can we do more Bean Boozled?
45 subs away. Let's go. 45 subs away.
5 subs away. You know, one time, Tom, I was producing Steelers. I did 10 at once.
That
And-
defeats the purpose. You can't taste anything.
Oh, you can taste
You
it.
just get bad flavors.
I promise you can taste it. 44 subscribers. Still got 2,435 people in here.
Ugh,
We just need 44.
now it's all stuck to my teeth.
Die-hard fans of the National Football League. We also cover the NBA right here at Chat Sports. Covering the NFL Draft all weekend long, pick by pick, round by round, team by team. And we've got it all right here on Chat Sports. Just 43 subscribers away. And the Bills pick is in at number 30. Again, going back to this, we get 4 and 7,000. Tom Downey right here is going to do a beer bong.
You have another wheel spin, by the way.
I do have another wheel spin.
Not me get off with toothpaste as the final one.
Let's see what we get. Stink bug or toasted marshmallow. This one's probably going to be a little bit worse than
Of course it's going to be worse. It was toothpaste and berry
than
blast.
toothpaste. Okay, is this this looks like it.
I trust you. You're fine.
Yeah, that's it. Alrighty. Let's hope for toasted marshmallow. Oh.
There we
I
go.
am not toasted marshmallow.
There we go.
Oh.
Bills at 30, Chiefs at 31, Eagles at 32. Guess I won't be doing a beer bong.
Are they?
Yeah, these kids are soft these days. They can't handle it.
Are they the ones who take a shot on Will Johnson? We all know cornerback is in need. Or do they go for a guy like Trey Amos and take him a little bit early?
The tricky part about Will Johnson is, like, at this point, it's clearly medical. So, like, did you flunk him or not?
Yeah.
So, like, at that point, like, half the teams are off the board. And it gets very dicey to figure out who it ends up being in the end. I take him, but I don't have the access to the medical. So, like,
Seeing him fall this far, does it give you any kind of thoughts that he could fall, even continue into tomorrow out of the second round?
once they fall, it gets further and further.
Yeah.
Like, at that point, it's like, when are you going to get him? Like, how far does he fall?
Yeah.
Because it's clearly medical. It's clearly medical. So it's just like, how does it go?
The Eagles are psychos? How so?
Wait, you sure about that?
Wait, they trade from 32 to 31?
Doesn't make any sense.
You mean?
The Bills are announcing their pick.
Yeah, from 32 to 31 with KC. The selection is in for the Buffalo Bills. Who's going to join Josh Allen? It is cornerback Maxwell Hairston out of Kentucky, who is a guy who has his own character concerns. Maybe not as...
I think in a positive sense. I think Maxwell Harrison was like the best combine interview we had this year. I got it there when there weren't that many people around him because like he wasn't viewed as a super early round pick. And I'm like, hey, like, how fast are you gonna run? And he gets up there and goes, watch me. Like, I'm gonna put on a show. Get your popcorn ready. And he did.
Yeah.
We're in a 4.2840. He was the fastest guys there. You're looking like someone, I forget who it was, asked him like, what's one word to describe yourself? He goes, dog. Or he goes, locksmith. I lock him up. I trust me more than you. I'm like, okay, this guy's got that like
Jalen Ramsey-esque confidence.
I am going to go off the rails slightly here. I think you have to be like a little bit mentally ill to play corner. Like you have to be like a psycho to like, because you're gonna get beat.
Yes.
You're not gonna win it every rep. Every rep. Maxwell Harrison has that mindset of like, yeah, I got beat, but it wasn't my fault. I did nothing wrong. I'm gonna smoke you on the very, very next rep. So this range, that late round one, it makes sense to me. The athletic comps are Sam Shields, Packers legend, and Denzel Ward. Great athlete. The production was down this year. The play was down this year. That was true for the entire Kentucky defense, so I don't want to ding him too much there. I think you do some press man, some cover three. I think that fits pretty well with him in Buffalo. Once you factor out the whole Will Johnson, medical stuff, this is the next best corner for me. Makes a lot of sense for the Bills.
Yeah,
I thought the Rams might take him if they hadn't traded down.
And you look at the Bills; they're just one of those rosters, as many teams are at this point in the draft. We're getting towards the end. The true contenders, they're a ready-made roster. They have some questions at the cornerback position. Sure, they could use maybe an extra edge rusher, a wide receiver as well. Would help a ton. But they believe that Maxwell Harrison, at pick number 30, is going to be that guy who shores up at least that secondary, at least that part of their defense. And truth be told, their defense in the playoffs, sure, they had a little bit of conditions on their side and playing the Baltimore Ravens. They still played pretty well. Sean McDermott knows how to coach defense. Surprise, surprise there. The big thing for me with a guy like Maxwell Harrison is all the chunk plays that he gave up this past year in 2024. I don't love that out of a cornerback. Now, I do get it. Kentucky doesn't have a great defense. Every single week in, week out in the SEC against the best talent, he's going up against the best wide receivers, and he still showed a lot of promise, but I do think that's something to monitor with him. But regardless, it's obvious that Buffalo was going into this one saying, you know what, we're going to draft for need. We're not going to take best player available, and we believe that Maxwell Harrison is the best corner left and that he fits in this scheme that we're running in Buffalo. We talked trade earlier. Eagles will receive the Chiefs' first-round selection, move up one from 32 to 31, and in return, Chiefs get fifth-round pick, number 164 overall. So how we did it again, Tom.
This is the old, hey, we don't want somebody else to jump us. We're not going to take your guy. You're not going to take our guy. Let's just throw in a fifth-round pick and late fifth-round pick, and everyone gets what they want in the end.
Yeah.
Eagles historically, they love the money five spots. They love offensive tackle. They love receiver. They love corner. They love edge. They love offensive tackle. Those are the spots that or quarterback. Sorry, they're not going QB. I don't think corners in play. Do they love a receiver? Is there that edge that they love, or do they go outside the money five spots for the first time in kind of a while now, really?
I think something interesting to monitor here is that Mike Green, do they ignore the character concerns like they did with Jalen Carter? They do not, because they are selecting Jahai Campbell, a linebacker out of Alabama, a tackling machine with over 117, 12 for loss, 5 sacks, 2 forced fumbles. This dude's just an absolute freak, almost 6'3", 235 pounds, but still moves incredibly well. They get him still young, only 21 years of age, was one of the biggest stalwarts and captains and leaders of that entire Alabama team, that entire Alabama defense that did struggle at times, but it was not to Campbell's fault, of course. He was their best defensive player this past year. And with that size, really athletic, and he could do a ton of things, whether it's blitz, just make tackles, or be something solid and plus in pass coverage. Do you feel like the spot of linebacker here, end of round one, is a surprise?
Unique fit with you have Nakobe Dean.
Nakobe Dean.
You brought back, but how he did it again with the value. I love John Campbell. Breakout. I think he was the best defensive player for Alabama this past year. He was an edge in high school. Was a 5-star recruit coming out of high school as an edge rusher. Could try him there a little bit. I think he's Frankie Luvo. The downside is he gets stretched out to Devin White, but I think he's more in the Luvo side. I get some of the edge stuff. I think he's an off-ball linebacker. He blitzed pretty well. He's a good tackler. He's a great athlete. He has great size. The shoulder was a red flag for teams. I know that. The play speed is there. He can cover. He can blitz. He can stop the run. The production pops off the screen. A 4.52 40 and a 10.07 broad is like 98th percentile athlete based on those two scores. This is a linebacker for Howie Roseman is kind of unusual. This is my 15th overall player, and you got him at 31.
I think
that's good. What I'll tell you.
And I mean, what are we surprised? Obviously, some good players falling to Philadelphia, and Philadelphia taking advantage of those good players that they let fall. I also think he's got a little bit of eagle in him as well. Plays with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, can be a little bit, rough, tough, and gruff. And he just absolutely burst onto the scene this past year at the University of Alabama, which is always an impressive thing to do. And Howie doesn't wait, moves up one spot, gets a guy he probably could have still gotten at 32, but hey, they wanted to make sure that he was a Philadelphia Eagle at the end of the day. Make sure to get in the comment section. Shout out your favorite team. The first one we see, we will talk about. Alrighty? So I will give you 30 seconds. I turned around last time. Tom's going to be the one that's doing the turning around this time. And let us know in the comment section who your favorite team is. When Tom turns around, he's going to pick a team. We're going to talk about them, their first-round selection. Unless it's the Chiefs, and we'll talk about who they might be picking next. But y'all go ahead, get in the comment section and spam those teams. I'll give some shout-outs. We got Roland, Jeremy, Christina, Ernie, Michael. We got Grady, Alex, Ice Pop from home, Trent, Roland, Mr. McCrazy, Michael, Trent, Alex, Pedro, Thomas, Dustin, Roland, FinFan, Gerald, Demetrius, Jordan. We got Michael, Jordan, D-Rock.
Yeah, Michael
Nexus.
Jordan.
We got Michael Jordan in the chat. Scotty Pippen. We got Sky, Mr. McCrazy, Nexus Smith. We're going to go 10 more seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and select.
Commanders.
Commanders.
First one I saw.
Washington Commanders.
Connerly was interesting. I wish we had Texans. It would have been fun to discuss them. But Connerly's interesting for me. Do they move Coleman to guard or just kind of play guard? Because I could draft the first round pick and not play him in year one. I would assume.
I agree. One of the interesting things about Connerly that I can't quite get over, and I want to, and I try my best to, is that pass blocking rep against Mike Green in the Senior Bowl. And I get it. It was one play.
It's a bad rep.
It was a bad rep. It was one play. But, man, if you haven't seen it yet, you should go and check it out. But I think at the end of the day, that offensive line, although they did overperform based on just their name value, the talent and the guys that they got in there, they see Jaden Daniels as the future, and they believe that they're good enough at the other spots on either side of the ball to wait, maybe get some guys later. And they're saying, you know what, we're in win-now mode. We just traded for an offensive tackle. Let's shore up the offensive lines. That way we don't surround him with all these weapons and, he doesn't have time to get said weapons the ball. I also think they look at cornerback as possibly a spot to go in round 2 with some solid options. Maybe edge rusher round 3.
They did invest a lot. I was never fully on board Commanders round 1.
Yeah. Jonathan Jones, it's a 1-year deal. Marshawn Lattimore, trade deadline move. They trade a lot, probably too much for Marshawn Lattimore, especially from what he gave them towards the end of that season. And you could argue, he never was 100% fully healthy. We will never know until this next year. And we see him hopefully playing at fully 100% healthy. But quarterback's not the selection. Look to maybe an edge rusher if they feel they can get some good value at the end of the – oh, wait, they don't have a second-round pick. They have a third-round selection.
They're light on picks.
They are light on picks after the trades for Tunsil and also for Deebo Samuel. We got a $2 super chat. I just saw Houston POV. They were pissed. Pissed about what? Oh, maybe pissed about Donovan Jackson going ahead of.
It would make sense.
Yeah, I think they like Donovan Jackson a lot.
I know Jeremy wanted him real bad.
Yeah.
I know Jeremy really wanted to take him. Houston is. You get extra picks. You relied on picks. Let's see how round 2 plays out.
Yeah.
Before we freak out too much.
Another $2 super chat.
On Cowboys, by the way.
Ecuador AOG. Ecuador man.
Hey, you got it.
To the stream, pissed as hell effing Booker.
You're not alone.
It's the Great Wall of Tylers.
They love. I'm gonna name my firstborn son Tyler to be a Cowboy.
It was an interesting selection, but if you know anything about the Cowboys drafting offensive linemen in that 10 to 15
have to do it every
range,
year, though. Don't do it every year.
2011 to 2014 might disagree.
Rapid fire here. These are both pretty similar on the Cowboys report. Roman, Massive Matt. How about trading up for Burden? I love Luther Burden. I'd take him in a heartbeat. Tennessee has pick 34 or 35. Can you get to 34? Because I think Tennessee might take him. That's my concern.
I think Tennessee might.
I would love
well.
Burden. I'd feel great if you did a Burden Booker combo. I'd be feeling real good right now.
I think
it's
that Tennessee's probably the most likely destination. You just look who they've got on that team. They just drafted a quarterback. They obviously want to surround him with weapons. The offensive line wasn't horrible. The defense was honestly pretty solid. They just don't have a ton of weapons on that team outside of Calvin Ridley, Tony Pollard as well. And so I think that's going to be the selection. They're going to see a guy who has a lot of promise, could be a really good player, and I think Burden's probably going to be their selection there at number 35. Take a look at the guys still left on the board. Will Johnson, obviously, we're believing the medicals is what's causing him to fall. Tom Downey's having a little bit of regret putting him so high.
I didn't know beforehand. It is what it is. He'll get drafted. It's fine. I'm laughing at 8, 11, 12, 27. It's kind of a hilarious drop-off of like, I know Tyler Luther Burden. NFL teams could be wrong. Green's got character. Johnson's got medical. But beyond that, it's like, pick 27, 32. It's actually not that far off at all.
So do you
calling it a win?
Do you think one of the reasons that Burden is falling is because of kind of similar questions to James Pierce Jr. of
I think it's more the route running, the decline in production. I've heard some buzz that the mom is too involved. I don't know how much teams really value that, but I think he's a good player. Like, I'd just take him in a heartbeat. So
might have a chance. Josh Simmons is the selection out of Ohio State. Chiefs go tackle. Much needed after their showing in the Super Bowl. 6'4", 317 pounds. Tom Downey has his third best rated tackle in this draft. He's a very good athlete. He also limited his penalties year over year, had a really bad penalty problem very early. He did get injured, only played 306 snaps in 2024. It was a patella injury. But still, when he was out there, he played very well. You can look at the PFF grades, or you can just kind of look at what he was able to do at Ohio State. I'm convinced that if he would have gotten a full season with the Buckeyes, he would have been the top offensive lineman taken in this class. I just think that the athleticism is there, the size is there, the power is there. He's also the ripe age of 22, but then obviously you have that patella injury. That happened. That's obviously what dropped him this late in the first round. And I think if that wouldn't have happened, he would have been gone a little bit earlier, possibly first, second, third tackle off the board, probably behind Mimbu. Would you agree with that sentiment?
Yeah. Simmons is tough for me because, like, he was awesome this year.
Yeah.
He didn't play anybody either. Like, he didn't get to go against Oregon, really. He didn't get to go against Penn State, really. So I think this is about the right range for him. I thought he was much better this year. If you only did the film of 2024, like, yeah, he was awesome. I don't think that's how we should do full evals of players. I don't think that's fair to totally ignore everything else. I think the Chiefs are a great fit. You don't have to rush him in. You can be patient. Coming off the torn patella tendon, you can give him time to grow and develop. And if you have to play Jalen more, that's fine. You can always kick inside more to guard. Like, I think this is a really good pick by Casey. I didn't have this in my final mock draft, but this was a very popular mock draft pick in the end.
Who did you have Casey take in your final one?
I think I had Connerly because I had Simmons off the board already.
There we go.
So, close, but not quite.
Close, same position. Speaking of close, but not quite, we're only 30 subs away from 407,000 subscribers, 1,800 concurrent viewers right now, which means we got 1,850 people hanging out with us. If you guys have not yet, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. We just need 30 diehard NFL fans to join us right here at Chat Sports because we could add 1,000 in this singular stream, which would be absolutely phenomenal. So if you guys have not joined us yet, do it right now. big red sub button. We got draft coverage, not just today, not just tomorrow, not just even half of Saturday. We're going to be here for the entirety of it all, pick by pick, team by team, round by round. We even get you stuff on Sunday as well for undrafted free agents. So when people are checking out, when they're leaving, when they're hitting snooze and sleeping in, we will be here grinding for you guys because that's what we love to do right here at Chat Sports. So it's free. Hit that sub button.
A lot of fun picks tonight. A lot of good players on the board still as well. Medical character making guys drop. It's how it always tends to go, isn't it, in the end?
It's
fun day 2 coming up, too.
I think so, too, because you still got a lot of guys who, Nick Eamon-Worry, obviously Will Johnson and Mike Green,
Surprised he fell.
some guys that are
Eamon-Worry's the
considered-
most surprising to me, honestly. Even though he was 27th on the board, I thought it was going to be lower on him than where he went.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and because, I mean, you got to think about, like,
Shedeur, too, obviously.
yeah, Shedur's going to add a lot
That's
of
a big
intrigue,
one.
but there's a lot of really good, talented players that people could get some really good value up from early in this second round. And Eamon-Worry, like you said, there was no reason for him to fall. There's reasons for Will Johnson and Mike Green. People, I guess, just weren't as enthralled with the athleticism as maybe the analysts and scouts were.
There's always a chance that there's something we don't know off the field.
There is
Always the chance.
then
I'll say this. I don't think teams knew, or I don't think South Carolina knew that he was not going to play in the second half of that bowl game. And I wonder if that's an issue. Speculation, but I wonder if that is a potential issue there. I do. I wonder if that was an issue for teams.
I just feel like at this point in the state of college football, I feel like that would matter less now. But also,
You have to communicate it, though.
that's fair.
I think Miami knew Cam Ward was not going to play in the second half of that game. They didn't know in the end. It's a question mark. So
Fair. Cam Ward, not in the second half of the Pop-Tart Bowl. Doesn't matter. He's first overall selection. I'm getting on out of here. Tom, enjoy the rest. Enjoy the recap. Thanks so much for hanging out with us.
we should just make this the draft recap cut, right? Like I think we might as well. Like I think that just makes the most sense timing wise. So I think that's just the easiest way to go about it there. Yeah, you're good. You're good. Joey will sign off here. We'll recap all of round 1. As a reminder, we will have round 2 and round 3 available live for you guys tomorrow right here on the Chat Sports YouTube channel. Every single pick, we will have analysis of it as well. Big thank you to Joey and T-Moose and Sperry for stopping by and helping out with the main coverage. More coverage tomorrow. Gets going a little bit earlier. And we'll run a little bit later as well.
It picks 7 minutes around? Or 7 minutes a pick?
You could say it, but it doesn't matter because we'll get them in earlier.
Exactly. That's
why you
one of the
sub,
reasons
right?
you come in and hang out with us. Because we get them earlier than even the broadcast does. And you don't have to pay any kind of fee or
It's free.
subscription. It's all 100% free.
And if we end up getting to the next sub number for the end of the night, I'll do a beer bong too before we sign off.
We still got some
If we
time.
get there.
Still got some time to do it. Still got 1,500 people watching. A lot of people still loving what we're doing.
Okay.
Sounds
Let
good.
me get that pulled up there.
Yeah, gotcha. Just let me know when. Okay.
What?
Sounds good.
Hold on. Yeah, give some shout outs here for me real quick
Alright.
here.
We see a ton of people in the comment section. We got Michael in here, B Fatty, Nick Semerikov.
It says game time in the script.
says who will draft Shedeur?
In the show sponsor
The
plan.
Canadian Football League. I think he's going to be the first player off the board tomorrow with Cleveland. That's just kind of my thoughts.
Would make sense,
It
wouldn't
would
it?
make sense. Pick number 33. They obviously didn't feel like they needed to trade back in to get him. That extra year, 5th-year option. They were happy with getting him at 33 because obviously you don't have to give up anything for him.
Exactly.
B Fatty says, who did we get? Bobby Knuckles or some shit? Michael Garden says, dude, I love Drew Brees and pre-Drew Brees Saints, but since he's retired, it's been downhill. That's a very kind way of putting it. Pedro Garcia makes no sense at pick 28. The reach. Are you good, Jack?
do it.
Alrighty. I'm peacing out. Stick around. Tom's got you covered for everything you need post-draft, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Round one of the 2025 NFL Draft is in the books. Let's recap everything that went down in the first round. There was no surprise at pick number 1 overall. Cam Ward, the quarterback out of Miami, goes to the Tennessee Titans. That was expected for weeks, if not months now at this point. It was the pick the entire time. The second Tennessee did not trade down, that was going to be the case. The expectation was Travis Hunter goes number 2 to the Cleveland Browns. Half of that ended up happening. The second half did not. The Browns, in a surprise on round 1, trade down with Jacksonville. Jacksonville gets the number 2 overall pick number 104 overall, a 6th round pick, all while giving up to Cleveland number 5, a 2nd, and a 4th. So they swap 4s, give up a 6th, whatever. And next year's first round pick goes to Cleveland. Jacksonville pulls off the splash, and they trade up for Travis Hunter, the cornerback out of Colorado, who can play receiver. He's an athlete, probably plays receiver first and foremost in Jacksonville. It was an aggressive trade. It was a splashy trade, and Jacksonville ends up getting their man at number 2 overall. Aggressive move that we'll see if it works out or not. Then number 3 was, as expected, Abdul Carter out of Penn State to the New York Football Giants. Edge rusher. Giants announced they're going to pick up the option on Kayvon Thibodeau as well. So it's Carter, Thibodeau, and also Abdul Carter, making it and Brian Burns, making it a really interesting trio there. But quarterback, well, that was solved later on in round 1. The Patriots, also as expected, take Will Campbell, the offensive tackle out of LSU, solidifying that left tackle spot, in theory, for a decade. The wingspan, the arm length, very valid concerns for Will Campbell, but he is a damn good offensive lineman, fills a huge need, it makes sense. So the Browns then, trading down from 2 to 5, they take Mason Graham. 6'3", 306 at his pro day, by the way. If the Browns had just picked at 5, this would have been a very popular mock draft pick. Once they got to 2, it was, it's Carter, it's Hunter, and the surprise trade down. And in the end, the Raiders do take Ashton Genty. All that buzz about the Raiders taking an Armand Membu, taking a Kelvin Banks. They take Genty in round 1 at pick number 6. My number 3 overall player. It's a question of how much you value the running back spot. We'll break down the rest of round 1 here, but what was the best pick in all of round 1? It is the pinned comment on today's show. So if the ad comes here on YouTube, take advantage of it. Head down there and let me know. I didn't know if Membu was going to make it to 7. Once he did, boy, that one made a lot of sense for the Jets. You got Olaf Fashanu at left tackle, Armand Membu at right tackle. That's a good combo. As a Cowboys fan, I wanted Tedero McMillan at 12. He goes off the board at number 8. Carolina committed to doing everything possible to make life work, make life easy for Bryce Young. The Saints do get their offensive lineman at number 9, Kelvin Banks, who had been whispered as high as number 5 to Jacksonville, by the way. He goes number 9 overall to the New Orleans Saints. Might play guard in year 1. Long term, sure feels like a tackle for the Saints. One of the surprises, to an extent, Colston Loveland off the board before Tyler Warren at number 10 overall. Bears clearly think they were able to find their own Sam Laporta for Ben Johnson. Love the fit. I think it's a logical one. It's what I mocked in my final mock. Michael Williams out of Georgia to San Francisco. This is an instant impact edge, a good fit opposite Joey Bosa. Traits are intriguing. I do wonder some about the medical there. Bit of a surprise at 12. There had been some Cowboys reporters who said they were never going to take a guard at 12. Well, they did. Tyler Booker, as the Cowboys form the Great Wall of Tyler up front with Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, and Tyler Booker, all first-round picks along the offensive line at number 12. Kenneth Grant, a very traitsy player. I think he has really great athletic ability, run-stopping nose guard with the ability to do more than that long-term. Fills a huge need for Miami. One of my favorite picks in round 1, Tyler Warren at 14. I think every single Colts fan is over the moon with joy on that pick at number 14. To answer the question of favorite round 1 pick, man, this one might be it. Number 15, Jalen Walker, the edge out of Georgia, some linebacker traits as well. Falcons finally took a Georgia player. Got to feel good for them. Walter Nolan is a boom or bust player for me. I have some concerns. Make no mistake about it. But I think the upside is intriguing. I think he does fit what that team wants to do up front. Today's show is made possible by Game Time. Game Time makes getting tickets even faster and easier. Prices on the Game Time app actually go down the closer it gets to first pitch. With killer last-minute deals, all-in pricing, and views from your seat, plus their lowest price guarantee, Game Time takes the guesswork out of buying MLB tickets or those hard-to-get NBA playoff tickets as well. Depending on, of course, where you're at, you might have MLB, you might have NBA, you might not. But it's not just sports. Get to 60% off buying last minute for sports, concerts, comedy, theater, and everything else in between. Use the Game Time Picks feature. It makes getting tickets last minute even easier than ever by quickly highlighting the best deals in the stadium or arena or a concert hall or whatever else in between. Hit the guesswork out of buying tickets with Game Time. Download the Game Time app, create your account, use code CHATSPORTS for $20 off your first purchase. Terms apply. But again, create your account, redeem code CHATSPORTS, ChatSports, for $20 off your first purchase. Promo code ChatSports, $20 off your first purchase. Links in the comments and the description of today's show. Number 17, Shamar Stewart, the edge out of Texas A&M. The traits are eye-popping. This is one of the best athletes in the entire 2025 NFL Draft. But he had 4.5 sacks in his career. How do you balance that? It's what makes it tough. Seattle actually took a offensive lineman, a guard / center in round 1. Gray Zabel might be a guard, might be a center. Haven't seen how the Seahawks plan to deploy him, but they needed all 3 spots. A logical fit in round 1. Emeka Egbuka, round 1, pick number 19. I am extremely intrigued by how this ends up playing out in Tampa. They got a bunch of playmakers. Thought Jahad Campbell might end up being the pick there, but medical concerns caused him to drop a little bit there. Egbuka is going to be a fun fit in Tampa, though. I love Jahdae Barron. This is one of my favorite players. Denver is a nickel, outside, safety if you want him to. This guy, the arm length's not great. The testing actually was pretty damn good, though. Guy's a ball player. He makes plays. He's going to thrive, I believe, in Denver. I was higher than many on Jahdae Barron, a top 15 player for me in this year's class. Ended up checking in at number 10 overall. You got him at 20? Denver, I love it. Great job, friends. Great job on that front. Pick 21 out of QB. Jack Sparrow and I agreed. If they don't take a quarterback, it's going to be Derek Carman. And it ends up being Derek Carman. It makes sense, right? The Chargers at 22, by the way, take a Marion Hampton, the running back. I kind of feel bad for Najee Harris, but you got my number 2 back at 22 in a great class. I ain't mad at it. 23 is Matthew Golden. The Packers didn't have somebody who could beat man coverage. Now they do, beyond Christian Watson when he's healthy. Now they do. Donovan Jackson probably plays guard for Ohio State or for Minnesota out of Ohio State. I think he's really good, though. So I'm not going to complain too much about that one. Does leave Minnesota extremely light on draft picks, but they got a good player. Then we had another trade in round 1. The Giants jump up round 1, pick 25, giving up a 2, a 3 this year, and a 3 next year. Go take Jackson Dart out of Ole Miss. Joe Shane's son's Instagram story ended up being right. I had Jackson Dart as my number 3 QB. I don't love this class. I think the leadership traits are there. The tools are solid. I think he's a lot more developmental than maybe what the Giants want to admit. And taking a developmental QB when your team might not have a spot, coaching staff, GM might not be there next year, is very, very dicey to me. We will have more live coverage for you guys tomorrow. Hit that sub button, youtube.com/chatsportstv for more free live NFL draft coverage. Then at pick number 26, the wheeling and dealing continues. Despite some of the character concerns, the motivation concerns, the Falcons give up a future first-round pick, jump up, and take James Pierce. They got a third back this year, a seventh they gave up, but a future one to take James Pierce. The Falcons' edge rushing group needed help. Now they don't. In the most Ravens pick ever, the SEC player, who I had as a top 20 player in the class, falls 10 spots later, and they take Malachi Starks. Time is a flat circle, folks. Love that pick for Baltimore. Tyleik Williams, pick 42 overall, or 42nd ranked player on my board. Run-stopping defensive tackle. I think there's upside as a pass rusher, but I don't know if he's ever going to get there. Josh Connerly. Curious if he plays guard for the Commanders or if Brandon Coleman ends up playing guard for the Commanders. But Connerly goes to Washington to help protect the franchise QB. Maxwell Harrison, I had him at 32nd on my board. He goes 29 or throws 30. That's how it should be. That's a good pick there for the Bills at number 30. Then the Eagles, a little pick swap. Not overly impactful. They gave up a kind of a late 5th round pick, which cool. 164 goes to KC. You get your guy, we get our guy. No one snipes us. The Commanders trade up, and the Eagles trade up and take Jahad Campbell out of Alabama, which I found curious. They don't often go non-money 5 spot, but I love Campbell. This is a top 20 player for me, top 15 player for me, excuse me. Love the value there for Philadelphia. And the Chiefs get Josh Simmons. You can be patient there, get him healthy. Love the value there for KC. A lot of good round 1 picks at the back end of this year's class. There are still plenty of good players left on the board with medical and character, and I had 5 guys in my top 32 left on the board, so I think I did a pretty good job there. Who is the best player left in round 1? Let me know in the comments section of today's show. A couple mentions for me and why they're available. Will Johnson, medical concerns. The knee came back as a big-time red flag. I found out about that post the draft board being finalized. That's how it goes. Mike Green, clearly character concerns there. Clearly. Luther Burden, I am higher on him. Teams are dumb. They can be wrong. At this point, we're talking about a 5-pick difference between Nick Emenwari and round 2. So, we're not that far off. That's we're in the range for him. So I'm not going to call that a miss for those guys not being taken yet with Nick Emenwari. Freaky athlete at safety should go early in round 2. Unless there's more on we don't know about, which is always possible. Donovan Ezeraku, pick 28 or 20th overall on my board, out of Boston College. Don't think he lasts long. Tennessee could be a good fit for him, and also Luther Burden as well. Travion Henderson out of Ohio State. I like him a lot. I think he goes early in round 2. The Bears, watch out for him. Carson Switzer was always kind of a late round 1, early round 2 guy. Xavier Watts. Savone Revel's got medical stuff. Can't say Shadur, but where Shadur Sanders goes will be one of the biggest storylines in day 2 of the NFL Draft. Trey Amos, again, this is pick 41, so we're looking at early round 2 grades. Caleb Johnson I like, but some like Quinshon Judkins more. Quarterbacks left, by the way, real quick here. Shadur Sanders, Jalen Milroe, Will Howard, Tyler Shuck. If you took the under 2.5 QBs, or less than 2.5 QBs in round 1, congrats. You did pretty good there. The top question, though, going into day 2. Who will draft Shadur Sanders? Saints? Browns? Both those teams have early round 2 picks. Let me know in the comments section of today's show who ends up drafting Shadur Sanders in the round 2, we assume, of the 2025 NFL Draft. As a reminder, make sure you guys are subscribed. YouTube.com/ChatSportsTV. We are 20 subs away from the 407,000 mark. If we get there during the loop or something, maybe I'll do a beer bong tomorrow morning. But we got grades to do. We're 20 away. I'm not doing it. Unless we get there, I'll do it. And I'm old now. I can't hold my bladder the way I used to. I got to pee. Hit that sub button. We will have grades for you available here on the channel in less than an hour. We'll grade all the picks in round 1. Yeah, we will. If you're watching, by the way, on the Cowboys Report live stream, we will obviously sign off on that as well. Cowboys Report, Day 2 mock draft, and draft targets tomorrow morning for you guys. Up early, Adam here. So Cowboys Report, going to sign off and the live stream. Chat Sports side, we will put this on loop. Is the plan there? Put it on loop one time loop here on the Chat Sports side. See you guys tomorrow here for the Day 2 of the 2025 NFL Draft.